So I want to understand, to start this event off, what does being the exception mean to you? Is it sending the kids to private school? Is it being out the day job by Christmas? Is it having a £2 million property portfolio so you do not need to work anymore? I want to know. Let me know in the chat box what freedom, okay? I'm not going to say that word because it sounds like freedom from Braveheart. Taking risk and build a legacy. I like the taking risk part, but we've got to make sure that we're taking a calculated risk. Out of the job before Christmas, okay. Quit my job, be in charge, provide the community with freedom. I love that one. Freedom, financial freedom, change of income, financial freedom, financial independence. Okay. I'm getting quite a lot of the same information here. Could you give me a thumbs up if it's to be out the day job by Christmas? Who would like to be out the day job by Christmas here? Okay, many of you, which is extremely exciting. Good, okay. Well, are you all happy if we focus on that as a theme for the next 2 days? Would you be all okay with that? We get a plan of actually what we can do within the next 6 months to get out the day job. Okay, listen, it's your event. I'm going to go with what you want to do. Freedom is wealth. Love that one. Now, you're all on a platform called Demio. Demio does work best when it's on Google Chrome, but it also works good on other platforms. But if you do have Google Chrome, please make sure you're using Google Chrome. It just works a lot more smoother throughout the event. Now, who can find, well, you've already found them. Who can find the thumbs up, laughing faces? Hopefully I'm going to get 0 thumbs down because we just started the event 2 minutes ago. Okay, I'm getting love hearts, which is good. Like a love heart first thing in the morning. Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Emmons already gave me a thumbs down. I'm 2 minutes into the game. Okay, so let's have a look at this. Throughout the event, you're going to have presenters on, and we want to be extremely interactive with each and every single one of you. So it's very important that you know where the reactions are, just so we can have a lot of fun. The presenters are obviously within a studio, so we do want to make sure that everybody is listening and enjoying themselves. Now, on the left-hand side, every now and then, a pop-up is going to appear. So throughout the event, we're going to provide you pop-ups, which are downloads that you need to go and download. These could be deal analyzers, these could be welcome packs, these could be success magazines. So we've got so much information to give you over the next 2 days. So whenever you see something pop up, please make sure you go and download it. Now, the chat box is currently on public, which means I, as the presenter, and also all of this incredible audience, all my students for the next 2 days, you can all see the chat box. Now, throughout the event, when the content is on, the chat box is going to be private. Now, the reason the chat box is going to be private is so you can fully focus on the content without watching what's going on in the chat box, because it's extremely busy. Now, here's the thing. Has anyone got these people at home? I call them the gremlins, the negative Nellies, the people that say, you're crazy. Why are you doing this property thing? What it is that you're doing? You should work until you're 75, get the pension, then you die. Property's a scam. Business is a scam. Who's got all these people in their life? Yeah, they're called them the gremlins, okay? My promise to you, my friends, is there will be 0 gremlins on this event for the next 2 days. I want this group of people to love, support, and encourage each other to achieve their goals, because outside in the big wide world, it can be a negative place. You look at the news, you look at the media, you look at Facebook, Instagram, it's negative. I don't want any of that within this group, okay? And you're all giving love hearts already, so I know that I've got an incredible group already. Now, if there is any negative Nellies or gremlins within the audience, you can kindly leave. We will give you your £99 back and you can go and enjoy the rest of your day. But you will not be spending time with this audience. Could you give me a love heart if that's all good with everybody? It's about love, positivity, supporting each other for the next 2 days. I love that. Excellent. Beautiful. Now, one of the main, let's smash it, Michelle's saying, beautiful. Now, one of the main things that I want to make sure we understand, Nicola is giving wine. Nicola, I don't know what time it is with you, but for the majority of people, it's 9:15, which we generally would not encourage you drinking wine at this time. But listen, each to their own. Now, one of the main things that we're all going to be watching over the next 2 days is property content. Now, what we want to make sure is that we can provide you with as much content as we possibly can. Thank you, Amy. So what I want you to do now is make sure that you subscribe to Abby's YouTube channel. So can we share Abby's YouTube channel, please? Excellent. So what I want you to all go and do just now is download that channel. Abby gives incredible content on a weekly basis, which is complimentary. We want to make sure that we can support you as much as we possibly can. And Abby's content through that YouTube channel is just incredible. Now, you may recognize this face. This is Paul Smith, founder of Touchstone Education. I'm going to play you this video from Paul Smith. When I come back, what I want you to do is to tell me what you've taken away from this video. It's going to last a few minutes long. Please let me know what you took away from this video. I love each and every single one of your energy. It's been incredible. So take this video away and I'll be back with you in a couple minutes, everybody.
The old ways don't work anymore. When I was a kid, go to school, work hard, get a job, retire. Doesn't work. Hasn't done for years and years and years. Things are not only changing, they're changing faster and faster and faster. We've got the internet, we've got artificial intelligence, we've got masses of redundancy, we've got technology changing faster than ever. So my question to you is, how are you going to look after yourself, your loved ones, and perhaps your wider friend group over the next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years? How are you going to be able to retire comfortably? So if we focus on what tools have we got at our disposal, I want to talk about three things. What is it in life that is absolutely indispensable to human beings? My answer, it's in our language, is houses, it's property. Safe as houses. Why are property prices going up? Well, I won't go too far in this, but in the UK anyway, there's not enough of them, there's loads more people, they're not building enough. You got the picture. Is there artificial intelligence or the internet or online meetings or any, none of that is going to change the fundamental human need for good quality, safe housing. And I want to make sure you've all got that, because over the next couple of days, we're going to be talking you through as a team how you can become a property investor. Number two, I want to talk about the concept of wealth. What's wealth? The average person in the UK earns 30, 35, 40,000 pounds, whatever it is. So let's say for 50,000 pounds, I should be able to get someone quite good, shouldn't I? And if I then employed them for 50 years, 50,000 pounds for 50 years, you know, between the ages of 20 and 70, that's 2.5 million pounds. Say that was you. At the end of that 50 years, would you have a comfortable retirement? No. Why? Because half that money would be gone in tax, another 20% VAT, and the fuel duty, and this, and that, and the other thing. If you're lucky, you'll get to retirement with a pension fund of maybe 100,000, 200,000 if you're deliriously lucky. Is that going to keep you and your loved ones in the style that you want for the last years of your life for any dignity? No. So the second concept I want to introduce you to is called wealth. How about you don't do anything but you get paid for it? Because that's what wealth is. Once you own a property or 5 properties or 10 properties, you receive money, but you don't do anything. You own the asset. So the second concept I want to make sure that we all understand here together, wealth through property, is not exchanging any of your time for money, but rather owning assets that give you income in exchange for none of your time. Hope this is all sinking in, because this is a lesson it took me a long time to learn. I spent a lot of money to learn this lesson. The third thing that you need is this. The skill set without the mindset is just going to leave you upset. So if you've got the knowledge and the technical capability to buy property and you understand what wealth is, but you don't have the mindset that you can do it, nothing is going to happen. But it's actually now going to be worse, because you know that you could do it, you just know that you're not doing it. If you didn't even know it was possible, your life would be easier. You wouldn't have any more money, but at least you would have a little bit less stress. So the third critical element we're going to add to everything that we do over these 2 days is this: mindset. Because if you've got the skill set and the mindset, and you apply that to the correct end, which is acquiring an asset that will give you income in exchange for none of your time, for something that can't be made obsolete, it can't be made redundant, it is a basic fundamental human need. It's called a house, a home. That is what wealth through property is all about. And that is how I'd like to spend the next 2 days with the team and yourself, learning how to become wealthy through property.
All right, everybody. So what was the key takeaways that you took away from that video? There's so much information. Well, look at Ash, straight in there. Confident, speaking from experience, sharing knowledge, passionate, motivational, inspiring, mindset matters. Okay, create passive income, mindset. Yeah, mindset, wealth mindset, wealth through property. 9 to 5 doesn't work anymore. I'm a big believer in that. In fact, Jonathan, let's just go on your point for a second. Would anyone else agree that the 9 to 5 business, you can't call it a business, 9 to 5 jobs in the UK doesn't work anymore? With the cost of living going up, with the tax rate they're about to come in and do on normal people, it doesn't work. It fundamentally doesn't work. You know, the pension doesn't work. And I'm not going to go into governments and everything just now, but this is when I feel passionately and strongly that each and every single one of us should be taking our financial responsibility into our own hands and not leaving it in the hands of anybody else. Can I get a thumbs up if you agree with that? All of us should take our financial responsibility into our own hands and not leave it in the hands of anyone else. Excellent. All right, well, let's keep going. So what I'd love to know is, whereabouts are you watching from? Are you at home? Are you in the office? Are you at a hotel? Or are you somewhere else? Wherever you are, I want to make sure that you're fully focused on the event. The kids, obviously looked after, but they're not distracting you. The dog, looked after, not distracting you. Because that one bit of information that we give you throughout these next 2 days, if you miss it, that might have been the key part to change your direction of your life. What are your current income streams? We want you to make sure that you focus on more than one stream of income. The average millionaire has 7. We've got lots of people here in salary. Got a good few people here already got property, which is incredible. Stock, shares, crypto. But out of the 95% of the audience have salary. So that's 95% of people that I am going to be pushing you over the next 2 days to make sure that we just don't have a salary within the next 6 months, but we've got multiple income streams coming into our bank. And where in the world are you watching from? We've got students in 19 different countries just now. And if you are overseas and if you are not in the UK, please let me know in the chat box whereabouts you are listening from. If you're outside, wow, okay, we've got Elizabeth in Indonesia. We've got Amy in Bermuda. Wow, we've got Latvia, we've got Pakistan, we've got France. Wow, Belize, Central America, Dubai, Rachel's where I live, Portugal, Italy, incredible. We've got students from all over the world. Northern Ireland, amazing. Well, listen, thank you, obviously, to the UK students, but incredible to see so many people in different time zones on this event. And what is the number one reason that you want to become wealthy through property? Is it to build a legacy? Is it to have more time? Is it to have a better quality of life? Or is it to look after your family? Listen, there's no right, there's no wrong. It's what matters to you. It's what you're looking to get from it. But what you've got to be clear, you've got to be 100% clear. My favorite word in the world is clarity. You've got to have clarity on what it is that you're looking to achieve. When you know what it is and you're passionate about what it is that you want to achieve, you'll run through brick walls to make sure that you've got it. So there's no right or wrong answer to that. Just make sure you do answer it. And in 12 months from now, what will your income from property be? 2 to 5,000, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, or 15 to 20? There's no right or wrong answer either. Many people want to come along and get trained and educated by Touchstone, but they love their job. They absolutely love it, but they don't get paid enough. So they want to earn and get an extra few £1,000s. You know, you've got people on the opposite scale as well. You know, they want to build a property portfolio. They want to create serious wealth, create 15, 20, £30,000 a month income. But there's no right, there's no wrong. It's whatever you're looking to achieve. Now, be honest with me. Give me a 1 in the chat box if you have filled in your wealth appraisal, and give me a 2 if you've not filled in your wealth appraisal, because I know that you've not all done it, which is fine, because you're going to get the opportunity to do it just now. You're all saying you've done it. I know you've not. So could we share the link? The importance of filling this in is tomorrow we're going to be doing your wealth plan. If you've not done your wealth appraisal, tomorrow's session will not make sense. So I'm going to play a very short video from Abby just now. If you have not completed it, please do it right now. Don't worry about your score. Doesn't matter what your score is just now. Doesn't matter where you've been. It matters where you're going. So just relax on that side, okay? Doesn't matter. We've got to get a starting point. So if you've not done it, do it just now. Play the video, team. Thank you.
My name's Abby Hookway. Over 8 years ago now, I was a single mum in £24,000 worth of debt really struggling day-to-day life, and I was really embarrassed at the amount of debt that I'd got myself in. Why? I just didn't understand what I was doing about money. My wealth appraisal score back then was absolutely awful, and it's changed today. Today, I've got a property portfolio worth over £8 million, and I don't trade my time for money. I've got assets and properties that pay for my life, so I don't need to work. The wealth appraisal is all about appraising where you are now to where you want to get to. It covers the W, which is the why. Why are you doing this? Why is this important? What your goals are and what you really want for your future. We've got E, which is education. This is going to assess what your appetite is for learning, because you do need to learn about money. Are you learning about money, finances, property, and about passive income? Are you not? And how can we make sure that we get the education right? So this looks at, do you have any assets now? What assets should you have, and how do you accumulate that to build wealth for the future? L is leverage. This assesses your ability to leverage other people's time, other people's money to fast track your wealth. I borrowed money to get started to do my first flip. Leverage is super critical. T is for time. Where are you spending your time right now? How are you spending your time? And where do you need to spend your time to build wealth? H is habits. These are the behaviors and habits that are going to compound and help you to be successful. This is going to take you from where you are now to where you want to be. It's your bridge to wealth. Make sure you fill it in. You get a comprehensive report, and it'll tell you exactly what you need to do to increase your score. So my score was 14% 8 years ago. That was my wealth appraisal score. Today it's 84%, and I'm still growing and building as my wealth continues. So make sure you understand your score, you get your comprehensive report, and you change your life.
Excellent. Thank you for everyone that has filled it in, and a special thank you to everybody that's now completed it that hadn't done it. So very important that we complete that, because that is going to be a big part of tomorrow. So I would like to introduce you to your success executives, but not just your success executives. We've got hundreds of people on this event just now, and we've got over 90 members of the team back at Touchstone HQ supporting each and every single one, from making sure the event runs smoothly to working with you as success executives to our operations team. So before I go any further, could we give them all a massive round of applause, because they are in here on the weekend to make sure they give each and every single one of you an incredible experience. We've even got Steve, the managing director, in this weekend. So we've got such a big crew in this weekend to make sure that you all have an incredible time. So the people that you are going to be dealing with the majority of the time is your success executive. Now, let me explain what a success executive is. A success executive is not necessarily a property investor, but they're highly trained by myself, Paul, Aniko, and Abby to support and figure out where it is you are just now to where it is that you want to be. So let me introduce you to them. We've got Aaron, Adam, Alex, Brad, Carol, Chris, Tim, Oliver, Nicola, Nathan, Mitch, and we have also got Louis as well. Now, what I would love to, Oliver, my boy, I love that. What I would love to know, who is working with who? Who's working with Tim? Who's working with Nicola? Now, what I want you to all go and do is I want you to go and double check that you've received a WhatsApp. So please go and check your WhatsApp, or please go and check your text. If after checking your WhatsApp and your text, you have not received a message, just give me a 1 in the chat box, but please make sure you do check that you have a WhatsApp or text. Excellent. Okay, the majority of you got it. If you've still not received one, just pop a 1 in the chat box and the team will reach out to you. Now, this incredible group of people are going to be WhatsApping you, they are going to be phoning you, they are going to be texting you. Their job's to make sure that you have an incredible event. Their job's to make sure that each and every single one of you get the love, care, and attention that each of you deserve. So please make sure you use them. If you have not messaged them back, please go and message them back. They're there to help. They're there to support. So please go and use them. Okay. Now, let me introduce you to the presenters. So one of your presenters this weekend is going to be myself. So again, I started 9 years ago, 9 years ago, and I was sitting exactly where you are sitting. Didn't know what life was going to look like. I was working 9 till 5, and probably like many of you had that burning desire within my belly that I wanted to go and do something different. And life for me is completely different just now. As I said, I'm fortunate that I live in Dubai during the winter, and I live in Marbella during the summer. Being ginger and Scottish in 50 degrees heat in Dubai doesn't really go too well for myself. So I do come over here. So, but I didn't realize my life get that sun cream on. But that's what life's like now, you know. And prior to that, I was just working in Glasgow. So listen, it's not about me. I will tell you a little bit about me later on. We are then going to have Paul and Aniko Smith. So Paul and Aniko Smith, founders of Touchline Education. Both of them started from nothing. Aniko from Hungary, born and brought up between Nye and Curtin, and Paul left home with £170. These two people now have a combined wealth of over, yes, they are husband and wife. They've got a combined wealth of over £100 million. Could you give me 100 in the chat box if you're looking forward to be trained and educated by a couple that have got wealth with over £100 million? I've known Paul and Aniko for a long time. Their passion to delivering excellent training, their passion to showing people that there's a different ways just out of this world. And they're going to be spending time with you. They now live in Monaco. They've got places in Switzerland. They've got places all over the world. And it's just incredible to see what they've managed to achieve. Now, be honest with me. I know I always play second fiddle, or even third fiddle in this case. Who's here to see this lady in front of you? Who's here to see Abby? Yeah, Mr. Emmett, I've got you. Yep. Listen, I understand it. Your main presenter for the next 2 days is going to be Abby Hookwe. Now, let me give you a little story about Abby. I've known Abby for the last 8-9 years. We started very much time on the Touchstone program together. The lady that you see in front of you just now is not the lady that I knew 9 years ago. Abby, when she first started in property, was nervous. She had fear. She had doubt. She had debt. She was going through a divorce. She had £24,000 worth of debt. But not just that, she had 2 young children. What do you think Abby's biggest driver and motivator was, everybody? What do you think she tapped into? Because she could have used every excuse under the sun. I've not got time. I'm going through a divorce. I've not got money. Her family. She wanted her family to have a better life than what she did. So even though she could have used every excuse under the sun, she decided to look the other way. And she said, I'm going to do something different. I'm going to go out there and change my life. I'm going to run through brick walls to make sure that I can provide a different life for my family. And that's exactly what she's done. Abby's got a property portfolio for around £8 million. Could you give me an 8 in the chat box if you'd be quite comfortable with starting with minus 24 to get to a portfolio of £8 million? 100%. Not just that. Her deal packaging business this year is going to do in excess of £10 million. Okay? Every single quarter, she's doing a flip, making anywhere between £50,000 to £100,000. So Abby's, from what she's came from to being able to achieve, is completely different. She now manages to go on holiday every single month. Could you give me a 12 in the chat box if you would like to be going on holiday once a month? Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at all. But here's the thing. Where her passion lies is exactly where Paul and Aniko's passion lies. It's about showing people there's a different way to life. Yes, over the next 2 days, everybody, Abby is going to push you. Abby is going to be hard on you because Abby knows what it takes to become successful. So I'm going to ask on Abby's behalf, could you give me a thumbs up if you're okay with being pushed, with being prodded, with being made to feel uncomfortable so we can get you to a different position? And Abby's going to be there. She's going to be their main presenter for the 2 days and to inspire you onto a different life. So welcome on, Abby. So success for the next 2 days. What does that look like? Success for the next 2 days is this for me. Making sure each and every single one of you, you incredible people, yes, you've given up 2 days of your time, but I don't want it just to be 2 days of your time. I don't want this just to be a nice event when you've came along and learned some information. Because so many people do that. They go to a nice event, they read a book, but then they leave and they do nothing with that information. I want this to be an event that changes the course of what you want to do in your life. I want this to be an event when you walk out of here and you go into work on Monday morning saying, I'm going to do something different. I don't want to live this life anymore. And I'm going to take the information that I've learned over the next 2 days. I'm going to get trained, educated. I'm going to push myself into a different way. Don't just make this the nice 2 days. Make sure this is a massive 2 days and it makes a difference for the rest of your life. We are fully CPD certified as long as you're here till 5:30 tomorrow. And I will leave you on this note. Each and every single one of you are incredible people. I'm absolutely super grateful that I'm able to be here to train, educate, and support you for the next 2 days. And I want you to know that you're incredible. You can do whatever you want in life. But the first thing that we need to do is we need to get this into gear. We don't have this in gear, we're going to fall backwards. Could we give Abby, because she's going to be the next person on, a massive round of applause? You can give her love hearts, whatever you want. I'm going to play a very short video and I'll be back with you later on. Thank you for letting me do the introduction, everybody. I will see you later on. And the next person you see will be Abby Hookway. See you later on.
We were not born to just pay the bills and then die. And yet, sadly, so many people in this world do exactly that. Ask yourself this question: what is your dharma? What is your real purpose? The exceptions fulfill their true potential. The exception, we admire them, we're inspired by them, we long to be like them. The exception transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary, their dreams into reality. Some have a way with music, some with words, and others a way with business. One thing is true of all of them: they leave a mark on this world. They die with wonderful memories, not the pain of regret. They make our lives brighter. They help us to discover what it is that we were born to do. The exception makes wealth and success look easy, and they fought many battles, endured criticisms, even at times failed, and yet they still believe. More dreams than failure ever will. The exception knows this, and that is why they endure. Challenge and strife are prerequisites of this life. We can choose if this is on the route to the mediocre or huge success. They are visionaries that leave behind gifts like knowledge, wisdom, and heart for others who would never otherwise even try. It takes guts to succeed, to challenge a system, to dare to be different, to forever expand the boundaries of your imagination, to offer up your potential, to hone it, to share it with your family, your community, our world. It's wonderful to think that all these people are just like you. All achievers are created equal. They all start out as that same gorgeous little child, bright-eyed, full of wonder, with big ideas and huge dreams, in a world that will test their will. All that separated them from everyone else was their commitment to persevere, to push forward and continue to believe in their ideas and in themselves. Failures and setbacks simply fuel their determination to succeed. The potential for greatness lies within each one of us. Unleash yours. Be the exception.
Good morning, everyone. There we go. That camera's going to do my head in, I'm sure, throughout these 2 days. Let me sort it out. That's better, isn't it? I think. Good morning, guys. How are you? Can everyone see and hear me okay? This is live from our Touchstone studio. Just want to check you can see and hear me. Are we ready to go? It is so exciting to have so many of you on with us today and tomorrow. Most normal people would have put things off. They're not thinking about it right now because they're on holiday
It's a 6 weeks, kids are off. They're going, I'll sort things out in September. And then when September comes, it's, I'll do it in January. So you guys are the exception. So well done for giving up 2 days and spending it here on Wealth Through Property. It is so exciting to have you on. It is live, guys. I know a few people have said, is it live? It is live. You'll see that because you're going to see me muck up and do all sorts of things over the next 2 days. So you know we're a normal person and normal company. Oh, Jasmine, good afternoon. A few people are saying they can't see or hear me. So I don't think that's I can't help with that. The team will help. So if you've ever got any technical problems, try refreshing first. So who is excited to build their Wealth Through Property plan over the next 2 days? Because that's what we're going to do, guys. We are going to, Alicia's on holiday in Spain and she's committed. I love that. So what we're going to do is we're going to build you a plan, a really powerful plan. We're going to build 4 foundations of that plan for you today and tomorrow. So you can go forward and you can change your life. Now, it's going to consist of 10 property strategies. We're going to go through and train you. 21 ways of funding the 10 property strategies. So if you've got money or if you haven't got money, please don't worry. We're going to help you fund your property portfolio. We're going to show you how to be tax efficient, because I don't think it's here to make loads of money, but let it all go. So we're going to show you how to make as much money as possible and keep the money through limited companies and LLPs. We're also going to show you how to invest for your pension. So how does that sound, guys? Does that sound good? How much of the seminar will be on Airbnb? Well, we've got 10 strategies, so you can work it out. Tidy. So all I need from you guys is just one thing, and I'm really, really passionate about this. So I've helped thousands of people change their lives over the years, and I have a lot of people that come to me, a lot of people that sit on these events. What do you think is the difference between the people that come on this event and actually go and change their lives and the people that come on this event and then nothing changes? What do you think it is? It literally is action. It literally is the action. Yeah. Some people come on this event, they have a nice 2 days and they don't do anything. Some people come on the event, they say, I'm scared. It's a bit scary. I feel the fear, but I know once I've done the first one, I'll be okay. I'm going to do it. And they go, they do the first one and their life changes forever. Dom saying, don't be a lemon. Yeah, so one thing I'm going to do with you before we officially start is, and I'm massive on this, is a lot of you said it is mindset. I can teach you how to do property. Property isn't that difficult. It's a blueprint that you follow. And that's why I've been successful in property, because I'm not very smart, very clever. I failed maths GCSE, but I'm good at just following instructions. You give me Lego instructions, I'm like the queen of Lego building. You give me bloody IKEA instructions, I don't like IKEA instructions, but I will build that flat pack, whatever. Property's the same. We give you the instructions, you just need to follow it. Now, the problem that comes in is our mind, our subconscious. So I want to do something with you. I want you to take your hand and hold it out. And I want you to imagine you've got a lemon on that hand. So you've got a lemon, it's cut in half. It's really fresh, this lemon. You can smell it already, smell that lemon smell. So it's cut in half and it's in your hand. I want you to take a bite out of it and feel all the juices run in your mouth. Now, if you're good at this, you will see that your saliva glands have started working. Has anyone seen that? Like, actually, yeah, my saliva's started working, but I don't actually have a lemon. Yeah? That's how powerful your brain is. Your eyes are telling your brain there ain't no lemon. Your taste buds are going, there's no lemon. But because you've told your mind that there's a lemon there, your mind believes anything you tell it, whether it's true or false, your mind's going to believe it. So what I want you to do, guys, is remember that today and tomorrow. So you have got to not tell yourself, I'm scared, this is frightening, I can't do this. I'm not clever enough. I don't know what to do, because your brain's going to believe you. Instead, I want you to go is, I'm learning. This is exciting and new. I absolutely can do this, and I will figure out the way to do it, because it is that important that I change my life for me and my family. Is that okay, guys? That's what I want you to do, because our minds are powerful. They'll trip us up, and it all depends on what we tell it. So today and tomorrow, I will keep reminding you. And Tom said it, don't be a lemon. Remember the lemon analogy, because that's really, really going to help you to not only build your plan. I'll teach you how to do property, but actually go and change your life. I find it so difficult when I've trained somebody. I know the power within them, what they can do, and they come back to me a year later going, Abby, I was on your seminar last August. I'm like, amazing, what have you done? Nothing, didn't get started. Oh, great news. Do you know how far you would have been? 12 months. My students take 12 months and they build 6 figures. So I don't want any of you, when I talk to you this time next year, to say you haven't done anything. I want you to be excited that you're on your way, or you've already built your 6-figure income from property, because that's what we're going to teach you to do today and tomorrow. So everything I'm showing you is to build 6 figures. The tax plan and everything I'm going to show you is to build 6 figures. So let's put our brain in gear. We're going to learn. Remember, property's simple. You follow the blueprint. The hard work comes because our own fears and doubts get in the way. But we're not going to let that happen, are we? We're going to figure it out. We're going to learn 10 strategies, learn how to fund them, and decide how we're going to change our lives. Yes. Sammy's saying I'm going to do it. Amazing. Team, can I get my slides, please? So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to put the chat on private. This is so you don't get distracted and I don't get distracted, because I've got over 340 of you with us today and tomorrow. And you will ask questions, because stuff's going to pop up in your brain, but it might not be the right time for me to answer that question. And then I'll get distracted. Then I'll distract everyone else. So is that okay, guys? So I've got it on private. We will open it up throughout the 2 days, but right now we're going to keep it on private. So first of all, from me, Paul, Aniko and Geordie, we want to welcome you and congratulate you for being the exception, for giving up 2 full days, a whole weekend to come and change your life. That is awesome, guys. Well done. The exception figures out the way. They get financially free. They look after their friends and family, and they make the world a better place. And that is exactly what you guys are embarking on today and tomorrow. Now, this is your first driving lesson. I am not going to teach you how to be a millionaire next week. This is not get rich quick scheme that doesn't work. I can show you over the next 2-3 months how to make money fast and how to quit your job. I can show you how to make £100,000 before Christmas, but I'm going to show you how to do it safely and properly. There's so many scams and frauds and all sorts of side hustles and rubbish out there. Property is safe as houses, and I want to show you how to do it properly. So it isn't going to be, you're going to be rich next week. You're going to be a millionaire by this time next week. It's going to be, here's the safe stepping stone way of how to build wealth for you and your family, long-term wealth. I did this event. I was sat exactly where you were 8 years ago. And in my first year doing property, I made £148,000. My first year. And I built something so safe and solid in that first year that I've gone on, been able to build from that, and it changed my whole life. And I want to teach you how to do it, but safely and properly. We are CPD accredited, which is continuous professional development. This is what the professionals have to do every year. So if you're a dentist, doctor, solicitor, accountant, you'll be used to doing CPD accreditation. So this is it, guys. You're getting your CPD certificate, but you've got to be here till 5:30, and the certification comes direct from CPD. But we would not be CPD accredited if we weren't telling you fact and logic. So it's easy because we're telling you something brand new for your brain to go, oh my God, this is too good to be true. This is a bit of a scam. It isn't. Please believe me, it isn't. And that's why we're CPD accredited. You can make so much money in property and change your life. And we're going to teach you how to do that. So the mind is like a parachute. It works best when it's open. I'm going to tell you things like, don't focus on paying off your mortgage, which always blows people's mind. I'm going to tell you to buy in limited companies. I'm going to show you what the rich do. The challenge is you've never been taught this before. So it's very tempting to close your mind and go, what? What on earth is she on about? Paying off your mortgage is the best thing you can do in your life. I've been told it my whole life. And you shut your parachute. And what happens when you shut your parachute? You drop to the floor and you die. Sorry for anyone that's been parachuting. So I don't want you to drop to the floor because it's going to stop you building the plan that you need. Yeah? So I want you to keep your parachute open. And instead of going, what is she on about? Go, I need to understand this more. I've never been shown this. I need to understand this more. So ask a question. And I know I always get a lot of people, it's the most common thing they say, oh, builders are hard work and you can't really work with builders. Again, that's going to shut your parachute. So instead of saying, builders are hard work, they'll rip you off, I want you to go, how is the best way you can work with builders to get a win-win and make loads of money? So I want you to change everything to a question instead of being black or white, because you're black or white, parachute will shut, you'll drop the floor. Put a one in the chat box that we're okay with that. Keeping your parachute open. Don't close it, guys. Yay. So, quickly, let's just go over the goals. I'm going to make sure you understand your current situation. It doesn't matter if you've got loads of money, you're in a great place, or if, like when I started, life's hard, you've got no money, you're struggling day to day. It doesn't matter where you're starting, but please acknowledge where you're starting. Number 2, we're going to get a plan to move you forward. This 2 days is learning and building your plan so that you can take massive action. I want you to be able to dream big. Who's already had gremlins tell them that, oh, you're doing a property event, that's a pyramid scheme, that was good 10 years ago, property ain't good now? Anyone had that already? People judging and thinking, yeah? A few of you are saying yeah. So here's the thing. Normal people will judge you no matter what you do. Normal people will judge you no matter what you do because you're wanting to do something that they can't comprehend, they've not considered. So I don't want you to listen to normal people. And the reason I'm saying that is because normal people aren't in the financial situation that you want to be in. My coach, when I very first started doing property, he said to me, he said, Abby, you wouldn't go to a car mechanic to get advice on your bad back. You go to a doctor. He said, why on earth are you listening to normal people who have never made a lot of money? He said you need to acknowledge, shut them out, and listen to the people that have made a lot of money because they're the only ones that can help you. It's like footballers, famous footballers don't listen to Kevin down the pub on how to kick the ball. They listen to their football coach, their manager, their PT, don't they? So I want you to A, shut out all the gremlins. Don't listen to them because they can't help you build wealth. They can help you with maybe other things in your life, but they can't help you build wealth. And number 2, I want you to let this today and tomorrow be a very safe space where you can dream big. Because most of us have locked our dreams away. We're too caught up in our normal life. We've forgotten how to dream and how to go after what we want. Because we've told ourselves it's, let's be realistic about things now. Let's keep our feet on the ground. But I want you to dream big today and tomorrow. I want you to unleash the things that you have always wanted, that you've been too frightened to say. I want you to unleash that because I need to know where you're going. I need to know exactly what you want to do. Honestly, 8 years ago, I could have only dreamed about not having any financial worries, about taking my kids on holiday. Already my children have been on 5 holidays this year, but I could only dream about giving them an amazing life because I was trapped. I didn't have any money. I was totally in debt. And my dreams have come true so many times, over and over. My dreams keep coming true because I've got the courage to pursue them. And I want you to know that, guys. Here today and tomorrow, I want you to dream so we know where you're going, and we will help you with the courage, the mindset, and the education, the knowledge, so that you can go and pursue them, whatever it is. A few weeks ago, I waved off 2 of my students. Their dream was to buy a camper van and travel the world, to take their kids out of school, to homeschool their kids and travel, and they didn't want any worries. We built them a portfolio. They make about 9 grand passive income a month from their portfolio, and with that 9 grand a month, they're in their camper van and they're traveling the world. They're currently in Sweden at the moment, near a beautiful lake in Sweden. Yesterday, they were like roasting marshmallows and living their best life with their children. They're free because they have the courage to pursue their dream. So put a 2 in the chat box that today and tomorrow, you are going to give yourself permission to dream and go and pursue the things you've always wanted, but you've never had the courage to do. Yes. And then we're going to remove any barrier or excuse why you're not successful. Because we have a tendency to blame other things if we're not successful, don't we? We like to blame the government, our parents, other people. Today, we take that away, because when you blame other people, you take away your power. I was a single mum in 24 grand worth of debt, living in a little tiny rented house with my 2 kids, working all the hours God sent, and I never got ahead. I could have blamed my evil ex-husband for leaving me in loads of debt. You know, I could have blamed my boss at work, the government, but I didn't. I decided to take full empowerment. I'm here. I got myself here. Let's get out. Let's build a plan. Let's figure out what I've never been taught about money. Because once you master money, you can have a life. So guys, I want you to commit now that any barrier excuse is gone. I'm going to give you the opportunity to work with us for the next 12 months. This isn't for everybody, but for those that would like to come and spend 12 months with us, I'll give you the opportunity to do that. And finally, we are going to make the rest of your life the best of your life. You work for the next 12 months. It takes roughly about 6 hours a week. You commit that. You'll build 6 figures and you will be on 6 figures for the rest of your life. Does that sound good, guys? Because when you are free, when that money is hitting your bank account, oh my gosh, it is a beautiful place to live in. Knowing that even if you didn't work a day, 6 figures will hit your bank. That's what we're going to do for you, and that's what we're building. 2025, we are already halfway through. We have now 5 months left until 2026. For some of you, you will go and build wealth and change your life. For some of you, you'll go into 2026 in the same position. Only you can decide whether 2026 is going to be your best year yet, because you're going to use the next 5 months, or you're going to just live the same life. I know which one I chose and what I did. So I'm going to open up the chat box. Would you please tell me where you'd like to be 12 months from now? I want you to fast forward to the 2nd of August, 2026. Tell me where you'd like to be. If it's money you'd like to be lived on, how many properties you'd like to do. Ian saying Barbados, owning an Airbnb and renovating it, free from the 9 to 5. At least 1 flip under my belt. Joanne, please, we'd love you to do 2. Free, out of my job, on a boat, earning 10k a month at least. That's a 6-figure salary. Living my dream life and being financially free. On holiday in Dubai with a family. 10 properties. Moving to Australia. Having done my 3rd flip. Free from worry. Free and richer. I love it. Love it. To allow me to help you to do that, I need your permission, because I am going to challenge your thinking. I am going to challenge what you've been taught about money your whole life, because you've never been taught how to make extremes amount of money. You've never been taught how the wealthy do it. I'm going to teach you that today and tomorrow. But I need to challenge you. Can you put a yes in the chat box if you are happy for me to challenge you? With love and respect. We only have love and respect on this seminar. Yes, you're happy. Awesome. So tell me, what stopped you from being wealthy through property? What's got in the way? Fear, lack of confidence, lack of knowledge, money, not knowing where to start, debt and fear, life. Life gets in the way of a lot of things, doesn't it? Scared, doubt, mindset, guidance, lack of ideas, money and mindset. Okay. I'm going to take the biggest three that you guys are saying, because everybody says this. Number one, lack of money will not stop you doing this. There is so much money in this world. I was at Centre Parks this last week with my children, and we were having the best time in Centre Parks, having a little family holiday. And my neighbours next door in Centre Parks, we were out on our barbecuing in the woods, and I went out and I said hi to the neighbours, and they were talking to me. They had so much money. He just sold his business and made a good few million. She had another business. And I just thought, I am in Nottingham, Sherwood Forest Centre Parks, and next door to me are millionaires. There is so much money in this world. What you don't have right now is the knowledge to be able to get the money and use it. So lack of money is not going to stop you. It's the knowledge of how to get that money. So today and tomorrow, we'll be going over 21 ways how to fund your property portfolio. 21 ways. Stuff like properties for £1, renting properties, using private investment. So I want you to take the money excuse out of your head. Because what most normal people do is they look at their own bank account and they think they can't do anything because they've not got the money. You're going to look at everybody's bank account. There's so much money in this world, and you're going to learn how to leverage that. Number two, fear. Fear will stop you being wealthy from property. Fear stops a lot of us from taking action. And it's how you learn to manage that fear, because that fear will never go away. I get the fear every time I do a new property project. Every time I do something new or I'm buying something, I get the fear. I got the fear from the first property I ever did, and I flipped and made 72 grand, and I still get the fear today. The difference is I know how to manage that fear so it doesn't stop me, it doesn't block me. So I want you to feel the fear and do it anyway. What I don't want you to do is make fear trap you living a small life so that you never live. So that you go through your whole life working 40, 50 hours, 40, 50 years, 40, 50 hours a week for somebody else, building somebody else's wealth, because that's what your boss is. Your boss is buying your time. They're the ones that had the courage to pursue their dream, and now they pay you for their time. So I want you to put fear away and don't let fear trap you in a small life. And the best way I do this, I do it two ways. I look at the worst case that can happen. So we'll do that today and tomorrow. We'll always look at the worst case and we'll get you plan B so you are safe. Number two, I go to when I'm 90 years old. And I'm always sat in a rocking chair. Don't know why I'm in a rocking chair. But at 90, I'm grey-haired and I'm in a rocking chair. And I always think, I want to look back on my life and think, wow, I gave it everything. I lived. I had one life and I lived every single day, and nothing stopped me. And I gave my life everything. I don't want to be sat in that rocking chair thinking, wow, I lived a small life. I played it small and I lived a small life, because you get one life, guys. So that's how I want you to deal with fear. Understand the worst case and nobody's going to die. And I'll show you how to protect yourself with property and do it safely. And number 2, don't let it trap you living a small life. And that's your choice. And then number 3, knowledge will stop you doing this. But guess what? You are here today and tomorrow to get educated, to get the knowledge, and we will help you build. What I'll ask you is not to focus on understanding every single little detail there is in property. The most successful people in property stay at high level and they figure things out as they go. So right now, you don't need to know what colour to paint your rental property, do you? What's the best colour and carpet to use in your rental property? That's a level of detail, you'll figure that out later. What you need to know is how to find the rental property, how to fund it, how to do it tax efficiently. So I'm going to keep you focused on the big things you absolutely need to know. I am not going to let you get bogged down in the weeds. Put a 1 in the chat box if that's okay. So that you can get the right knowledge and you can go forward and be very successful. I only have you for 2 days. So I need you to trust me that I'm giving you the right information, what you need, because you do not need the detail. So today, I close the door to the past. Goodbye. I'm going to open the door to the future. I want you to take a big breath. You're going to step on forward, and today you become a property investor. Today we do it. Is that okay? No more putting it off. No more waiting around. Today we are doing it. Yes, a few of you are saying it's exciting. So let's get cracking then. That's the foundation. That's the mindset stuff I wanted to get you guys ready for. We'll do a little bit more mindset tomorrow morning to get you started for day 2, but that's it. Let's get cracking. So the very first objection I have from people wanting to do property is there enough for us all? They say, oh, Abby, everybody's doing property. Really? So right now, 4% of the UK are landlords. Out of that 4% that are landlords, 43%, so nearly half of them, only have 1 property. 39% have 2 to 4 properties, and only 18% of the 4% have 5 or more properties, and what we'd say is a professional landlord. Now, this landlord survey comes out every 4 years. The last time it came out was last December, so this is the most up-to-date results we've got. So there isn't everybody doing this, and there is so much opportunity for each and every one of you to do this. How much do you think, I'll open up the chat, do Mr. and Mrs. average landlord earn per year from property? What would be your guess? What do you think they're earning? 5k, 8k, 5,000, 60k, 9k, 80k, 50, 30, 12, 10, 20, 9. Okay. This is an average landlord. £17,200 a year. Before tax, deductions, mortgage, lettings and other operating costs. So your average landlord's probably earning 12 grand a year. Anybody here to learn how to make 12 grand a year? It's not really going to change your life, is it? Oh, some people are saying yes. No! If you're here to make 12 grand a year, you are on the wrong seminar. In 12 months, I will teach you how to make 6 figures from property, over 100 grand a year from property. I am not here to teach you how to make 12 grand a year, guys. You don't need me for that. You can just go and buy a few buy-to-lets for that. You absolutely don't need me. I am here to teach you how to make £100,000 a year from property. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will change your life forever. So we are not going to be the average landlord, and I am not here to teach you how to do that. I'm here to teach you how to do property the right way. And this is because the average landlord are that, they're landlords. I'm going to teach you to have a business that does property. I'm actually going to teach you how to be a business owner. Run a business that does property, not be your average landlord. So this is my very, very first property. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with my very first strategy, which is rent to rent serviced accommodation. Now, serviced accommodation is another word for Airbnb strategy. So serviced accommodation means when you're giving people accommodation and you service it. Like you're responsible for the utilities, you do the housekeeping, and you're giving them a nice place to stay. So serviced accommodation, guys, we call it SA, is the Airbnb strategy. This is my very first one. This is a block of 6 apartments. I took 2 of those apartments on. I rented them out. So I rented them from the landlord. I put them on Airbnb, booking.com, and boom. I was in business and I started to make quite a lot of money. So I wrote the book on this. It was an Amazon bestseller, me and Geordie. So profit from property you do not own. And for some people, this is a great, easy, safe way to get into property because you don't actually own it. So you're going to rent a property for probably 3 to 5 years. You pay the owner a guaranteed rent for that 3 to 5 years. You then rent the property to guests on a nightly basis. Then the difference between the income you take and the rent you pay to the owner is profit for you and your business. Now, a few of you have just fired in the chat, and I love this. It's subletting, it's illegal, you're not allowed to do that. So guys, I'm giving you CPD accredited training. I can't tell you anything that's illegal. So yes, renting a property on a tenancy agreement and then renting that on Airbnb is illegal because you're not allowed. So what you're going to do is you're going to do the right legal contracts. So this is called a commercial lease agreement. Team, can we put that in the chat box, please? Commercial lease agreement. So I signed that with my landlord. That commercial lease agreement means I'm not a tenant, I'm a business, and I'm using their property for business purposes. Is that okay, guys? Yeah, so it's not illegal. Another question, why don't the landlords do this themselves? They're not educated, they don't understand it, and a lot of them just want to sit back and get the rent. They don't want the faff. That's why, and I tell you what, it's about to happen right now in August 2025, more landlords than ever are going to want to do this with you. Keir Starmer and Labour are shouting, they're bringing all the anti-landlord legislation in, the Renters' Right Act is coming in to protect tenants. Landlords ain't going to want what Keir and Labour government are, so more of them will want to do this with you. Because I'm not a tenant, I'm a business renting your property. So none of the anti-landlord stuff that Labour are bringing in applies to me. And that's one of my reasons my landlord did it with me. So you're going to be able to get landlords at the right time this month and next month because they're fearful, they're frightened about this new landlord bill, and they're more than happy to do this with you. So here's a few of my pictures from inside. Look, it's got nice furniture in. It was already furnished when I took it on, so I just added some of the soft touches, some of the throws and things. There we go, you can see that, can't you? So each of the apartments, so I took 2 apartments, and the rent for each was £1,390, so £695 per apartment. Now, I am not a tenant on a tenancy agreement, so 0 deposit. The deposit doesn't matter to me because I'm a commercial lease. I also paid rent in arrears. So I didn't pay rent up front. I paid rent in arrears because, again, I'm a commercial business. So to set this up, it was less than £200. My nightly rate was 170 to 250, depending on what season it is. I mean, this time of year, I can rent it for 250 a night, all night, year long. In the winter, probably about 170 pounds a night. My housekeeping was £50 a turn. I had to pay my utilities and bills. So after all my costs, I made £1,850 a month, which is £22,200 per year. Is that good or bad for my first deal? Good, we're liking this one. And I tell you, this was my light bulb moment. This was really scary for me to do. I was on my own with my 2 kids. I lived in a little rented house. I had 24 grand worth of debt. My mum had cried, telling me that I was going to go bankrupt. Mum's like, don't take the properties, Abby. What if you don't get gas? How are you going to afford everything? I'm so frightened for you. I had to shut out my blooming mum, because my mum had never been rich in her life. My mum had never made money. So I had to shut my mum out. So this was quite scary for me to do. But I thought, I'm going to put my big girl pants and I'm going to go for it. And the light bulb moment for this came because I set these up in the summer. It was in May. Now, in the winter, I probably earn about £1,000 from these. In the summer, I was earning like 3 grand. So averaged out 22 grand for the year. And I can remember I set it up the beginning of May. I handed it to the managing agent because I worked full time and I had a call centre job. So I couldn't, and this was about an hour and 10 minutes from me. So I didn't manage it. Managing agent managed it all for me and the housekeepers, handed the keys, set it up, walked away. And I then worked hard at my call centre job for 4 weeks. At the end of 4 weeks, I had my pay slip from my call centre job and I'd earned £2,400, but I was knackered. I'd worked every day, dropped my kids off, hardly saw my children. Friday night, I'm like nodding, falling asleep. I'm so tired. And I'd earned £2,400 from working and trading all my month on that call centre job. I get my statement in from the managing agents, and after I deducted my rent to my landlord, my utilities, housekeeping costs, I think there was some slight maintenance I had to do because a guest had accidentally damaged, pulled a door thing off. So after I'd taken away everything, all my costs, I'd made £3,200-ish. That was a light bulb moment for me. I was like, I've not done anything all month for these 2 little properties, literally nothing. And I've just made £3,200. Yet I've worked so hard, sweat and tears at my call centre job, and I've made £2,400. That was a moment I realised we are all told a lie. We're told it wrong at schools. We're told it wrong from our parents. Weren't we? We got told to work for money. We never got taught to get assets to pay for our life. Work hard to get the assets, did we? And from that moment onward, I vowed to stop selling my time and working for money. And I vowed to build so many properties and assets that I would be financially free my whole life. And that's how I went to do it. Someone's just said in the chat that I was lucky. Luck didn't come into it. I got educated. I did my due diligence. I found the landlord. I set it up correctly. There was no luck involved. There was hard work, and I got out of my comfort zone. Please understand this, guys. There is no luck to this. You follow this and you do it right, you will be successful. It's not luck. It's getting educated, getting out of your comfort zone, and doing what most normal people won't want to do. So how did I find my landlord, a few of you are asking? Are you ready? So you all now know that I'm a genius, don't you? Do you think I'm a genius? I'm absolutely not a genius, I promise you. So how did I find the landlord? I went on Rightmove. Rightmove to rent. I put Peak District in, Bakewell, and it came up with some properties to rent. The first one I saw was this little baby flat. So I rang the agents. I said, hiya. I said, I'm looking to rent this flat you've got up for rent. I said, but I don't want it for 6 months. I probably want it for a few years. What do you think? The agent said, yeah, the landlady owns all of the flats in this block, so she's never going to want to live there, so I can't see that being a problem. I said, oh, cool. I said, look, because I'm looking to go in it for such a long time, I need to really meet the landlady to make sure I get on with her. Can I come and meet her at my viewing? The agent was like, oh, we're not sure. Let's find out. Anyway, landlady liked the idea that I would go in for a few years. She met me at the viewing. So I said to the landlady, I said, look, I want to rent your properties out. I'd love to rent this one. How has your experience been being a landlord, a landlady? She said, oh, it's fine. She said, but, got her biggest challenge with her current tenants was the churn. Every 6 months she was re-advertising because they didn't want to stay for long, which is why she liked me. And she had a problem tenant, not in this block, but in another property she owned. And it took her over a year to get the problem tenant out and get paid rent. And I said, well, you wouldn't have that problem with me. Number one, I'm not a tenant. I'm a commercial lease agreement. If I break the rules, if I don't pay rent, you'll have me out in 4 weeks. No taking me to court, none of that crap, because I'm a business. It's not someone's home. Number one. Number two, I want to be in it for 5 years. I'm going to give you 5-year guaranteed rent. And number three, I want to use it commercially. I've got corporate guests that I want to put in here, and I'm going to put it on Booking.com and Airbnb. And she's like, oh, I'm not sure. I've heard a few things about this Booking.com Airbnb malarkey. I said, look, I will keep it in top condition because my lease agreement with you is I have to hand it back in the same or better state than when I took it on. I said, what have you got to lose? You can boot me out in a few months if you hate it, or it might be a great thing because it's going to give you passive income, hands-free. So she gave me a go. That's all it is, guys. That's all it is. She gave me a go, contract signed, I got the keys, boom, I was off. Yeah? You don't have to make this hard. A lot of people think doing property and making money is hard and they overcomplicate it. I didn't overcomplicate that. I just found a property to rent, went and viewed it. And yes, I have viewed loads of other properties. I've had loads of no's from landlords. Some landlords won't want this to do it with you, but it's a numbers game, guys. It's a number game. Typically, every 4 or 5 landlords I speak to, one of them will say yes. But you've got a secret power that I didn't have 8 years ago. Labour government are your secret power. Every landlord in the UK hates the Labour government right now. And when they bring in the renters' right new bill, we're not sure where it's coming yet. It's being pushed through Parliament. Landlords are not going to be happy because landlords are going to panic and have fear. The new Renters' Right Act isn't going to worry you guys because I'm going to teach you on it properly. I'm not concerned about it. A lot of the regulations are already in Scotland and Scotland are fine. So you will be fine. But for the uneducated landlord, they're going to worry and stress, and you can literally come and take all of these. Yeah? This is the biggest opportunity for you to do this. Yeah? So, this is Geordie's first property. So, I did holiday let. So, I went to Bakewell, the Peak District, because I love having beautiful homes and I love going on holiday. Like, I love nothing better than whacking the kids in the car on a Friday night and I'm off for the weekend and I'm staying in a beautiful place, hot tub, wood burner. That just floats my boat. It gets me really excited. Geordie, on the other hand, was like, I couldn't think of anything worse than having holiday makers. I'm going to do this, but I'm going to do it for contractors. So Geordie did properties where contractors would go. So he would have contractors come and stay with him, normally working on local building sites. He had Scottish Power that took 4 or 5 of his properties. So he's renting to contractors instead, which he really liked. So Govan in Glasgow is not somewhere you want to go on holiday. It's like a normal place. It's not a holiday destination. Yet Geordie made so much money from doing these contractor holiday lets. And how he got the contractors to stay with him is they did book through Booking.com and Airbnb, but Geordie's quite clever and switched on. So what Geordie did is he drove to the local Premier Inn, Holiday Inn, Hilton, and he took pictures of the vans in the car parks. Next time you drive past your Hilton or Holiday Inn or Premier Inn, have a look who's parked in the car park. So Geordie had loads of vans. He took pictures of the vans and he rang. He rang the companies and he said, hiya, I see you've got your guys staying in local Holiday Inn down the road. He said, but I've got a lovely apartment they can rent. It comes with full kitchen, living room. It'll cost you less. You can put more guys together. What do you think? And that's how Geordie filled all his 56 rent to rents. Because Geordie, when he came on his 2 days, He was working full time. He was a coffee salesman for Nespresso. And he was so fed up with that. He didn't want to be a coffee salesman all his life. So Geordie came on the event and within 2 weeks quit his job. Because Geordie's one of these people that if he's doing something, he's all in, 10x in it, and he's going for it and nothing's stopping it. So he did 56 in a year, insane amount of money, but he never did any holiday lets. They were all contractor lets. So he took basic properties and ex-council houses, you know, and he set them up because you don't need all the, if you're doing holiday homes, you need all the nice stuff. He didn't need it for contractors and he absolutely smashed it. Formal education will make you a living. Self-education will make you a fortune. I work with so many people that have been to university and got a degree. Now, I think that's awesome. Going to uni, working hard, getting your degree, what an accomplishment. The challenge for most people is, though, it spits them out and they get a 9-to-5 job. And university teaches you to trade your time for money, just to get a job and to work all your life. And I employ people in my team now with degrees. And I'm the millionaire and I never got a degree. What did I do? I self-educated myself in property. So if you've got a degree, that's amazing, such an accomplishment. It's giving you a good 9-to-5 job, but self-education is going to be what makes you the money. So let's look at a few things that we need. A few of you are asking about what a commercial business is. A commercial business is just setting up a limited company. And instead of doing things in your personal name, you do it in your limited company and it's called commercial. So we're going to cover limited companies later. So please don't panic about that. A few of you are asking, did I worry about being able to pay for things if the guest didn't show? The thing is, what I did was I did my due diligence. So I looked at the market area. I knew the hotels were full. I knew the guest houses and the B&Bs were full. So I knew that I would be full. When I crunched the numbers and worked out the occupancy, I knew. And the problem is sometimes you've just got to have that leap of faith, haven't you, to do it. But I'd done all the work right and I knew that I would make the money because the demand was there. If you go where the demand is, you will get it full. And the rule of thumb is you want 7 to 10 nights booked in your place to pay everything. And then the rest is profit. And then when you look at it like that, it's not scary. There's 28 days in most months? Well, in every month there's 28 days. Some are a bit longer. So out of that 28 days, if all I've got to get full is 7 to 10 days booked and everything's paid for, it takes the fear away, doesn't it? Takes the fear. So my occupancy rate was about 70%. So I got about 22 nights full. Oh, there we go. A few people are saying, what about the 90-day rule? The 90-day rule only exists in London and Edinburgh. And it's because those councils classes that you will use for serviced accommodation, short-term lets. One of them is C1. C1, it's a C for Charlie and a number 1. That's for hotels and B&Bs. So that's the planning use. So some councils may go, yes, you can turn this cottage into an Airbnb, but you've got to be on C1, so you've just got to do a change of use. The other planning class that's used is C3. So C3 is your own house, like a residential house or apartment. Some councils go, you don't need change of use, you're on C3, carry on C3. So team, can we put that in the chat, please? Thank you, before I even ask, look. C3, your own house and apartment. C1, hotels and B&B. So you just need to ring your local council and ask which one you need to be on. Now, the most important thing to remember is planning officers are miserable. I don't know, I think when they recruit for planning officers, one of the things they ask at interview is, are you miserable? Do you hate your life? Do you like making other people miserable? Brilliant. And they recruit them. So please do not get offended if the planning officer is miserable and sounds like they hate you. It's just, you have to just get over them. So I want you to ring your local authority and say, hiya, I want to do short-term lets in the Cotswolds. Do I need to be on C3 or C1? And they will tell you, and you do that. Yeah? If that's okay, guys. I can tell you that Bakewell, the Peak District, and Derbyshire Dales are happy with you being on C3. You don't need to change the planning. But I can't tell you for most other places, so you just need to ring and do it. Samantha's saying, doesn't landlord do it? Nope, your job to do it because you're taking the property on to use it as that. Number 2, licensing. So you might have heard the Labour government want to bring in licensing for all short-term lets, for all Airbnbs. Now, this is already in Wales. So if you're in Wales, there's already licensing in. I submitted an application for a license last Monday for one of my students. We did it together on their one-to-one. It came back the next day, passed, they're good to go. So the licensing isn't anything to panic about. I think it's a money-making exercise for the council, to be fair. So it costs about £120, and they're just checking you've got all the right health and safety in place, because they want you to be able to provide safe accommodation. They don't want you bringing guests in and then you accidentally kill them. Yeah? Yeah, and some parts of Northern Ireland, someone's saying already has some licensing. So it's not anything to worry about, but just know you need to go get it. Number 3, minimum requirements, and this is what you need for the license. So gas safety, electrical cert, which you should get from your landlord if you're doing rent to rent. Yeah. And you then need a fire risk assessment and to put in place the actions from the fire risk assessment. So we call a fire risk assessment an FRA. So you need to have an FRA done for your property, and you need to put in what they say. So it might say they want you to have a fire blanket in the kitchen. It might say they want you to have smoke detectors on each level of the property. They might tell you they want you to do thumb turn locks for doors instead of keys. So it's a few minor things you have to do to make sure you're fire safe. But it's worth doing it, isn't it? Yeah? It's worth doing it. But you only need an FRA for short-term lets, holiday lets. And who can do an FRA for you? So you can ring your local fire station. Some fire stations will do this for you free of charge, or you Google and get an FRA officer, a fire risk assessor basically, who will come and do this for you. Again, it'll cost about £100. Now, here's a tip for you. I'll always tell you what I got wrong, because I don't want you to make the same mistakes that I do. So when you're ringing up your local fire station, apparently it's unacceptable for you to say, hiya, would you send someone out to do an FRA for me? And would you make sure they're in uniform? And would you make sure they bring their big hose? Apparently you're not allowed to say that. So what you do is you ring them up, you ask them to come, and you just pray that they're in uniform and they're fit. See, I'm helping you guys. I'm absolutely helping you here with what to do. Yeah? So the 4th thing you need is management, specialist management. So I will always tell you to be a business owner that works on your business, not in it. I'm not teaching you how to build a business that exhausts you. There's too many small business owners out there that are exhausted by their business. So I'm going to teach you how to do this in a hands-free way, which means you can travel and do what you want. You're not tied to your business. So one of the things I did was I never managed any of my properties. I outsourced the management. So I used a company called Pillow Partners. Pillow Partners will fully manage the property for you, look after the housekeepers and everything. So Pillow Partners, you've got Sykes Cottages, cottages.com. They're the 3 biggest in the UK, but there's lots of others. There's a specialist company that does it in Whitby, a specialist in the Cotswolds. There's loads of companies out there that do it. Find the one you want to work with and hire them. Now, they'll cost between 15 to 20% of what they're going to make for you. But I still made 22,000 from those 2 little properties after paying my management agent fees. It's well worth it, because with me outsourcing the management, what does that mean I can do? If I've got someone else looking after the guests, making sure the cleaning's happening, what can I do? I can do more. I can work on the biggest things to build my business, work on growing my business, getting the next deal, getting the next fun day. I'm not stuck in the day-to-day. I can also travel and, be traveling for the next 3 months. I'm not tied. I've got a business and I'm a business owner. I'm not an employee in my own business. So always make sure you outsource. It is short-term thinking, I'll just do it myself. I'll do it myself because I'm going to save 15 to 20%. Poor mindset. You want the rich mindset. You do not see Richard Branson checking people in at the airport, do you? You don't see him flying the planes. You don't see him going down the aisle in Virgin Airlines, do you? Just giving people, what do you want, love? A tea and a packet of crisps? You don't see that, do you? Because he doesn't. He works on his business, not in it. So I want you to always remember to work on your business. I am so passionate about that. Number 5, specialist lending. Sunny, I outsourced from day 1. I had 2 kids. I worked full time. There was no way I could manage the properties on my own. I was a single mum. I didn't have time. I was very time poor. So I outsourced from day 1. But you know what? And I did whinge about it. I was like, I could save 15 to 20%. But it was the best thing I ever did, because it taught me the power of outsourcing so I can build better. I can build bigger things. Yeah? Number 5, lending. So you need to check what mortgage your landlord's on. So 39% of the UK don't have mortgages, 39% of properties. So it might be your landlord doesn't have a mortgage. If they have a mortgage, it's probably a buy-to-let. And that buy-to-let mortgage, they will just have to ask permission that it can do short-term lets, or they need to be on a commercial mortgage. So that's a free. Either they don't have a mortgage and you're okay. If they've got a buy-to-let mortgage, they'd need to request that it's allowed to do short-term lets, which most buy-to-let lenders allow. Or number 3, a commercial mortgage. Lisa's gone on to step 40 already. So Lisa, come back to step 1. You haven't got a property yet or a landlord. So don't worry about it. If Lisa's going, oh my God, what if they lie to you? Your contract between you and your landlord means they have to be upfront and honest. If they do something that puts you at risk of running your business from their property, they owe you a lot of money. But landlords don't lie. Please, please don't worry. And if you're buying property to do yourself, make sure you're right on the right mortgage. Thank you. Please make sure, guys, we take one step at a time. Don't worry about what might happen in the future. I want you to take one step at a time. Most landlords will not lie to you. They want to do things right as well. Most people are good people, guys. So don't worry about anything. So, number 6, you need to decide whether you're doing a holiday let or whether you're doing contractor lets, because they're different. Holiday lets, you need to have beautiful properties in gorgeous destinations. You're giving someone an experience if you're running holiday lets. Or you do contractor lets. Contractors just want nice, easy, clean. So it can be basic and clean for them. So you don't need to furnish it as much. So you need to decide which one you're doing, because they are different properties and they require different things. The contractor ones, they're going to want an Xbox or a PlayStation in there. Typically you put frozen pizzas in, just things to make their life easier. With a holiday one, you want a beautiful welcome basket with some nice little bits in for them, you know? And yeah, you can start with one and you can do, there's no right or wrong here. You can start with one and do the other and see which ones you like. But I think you should follow what you like doing, really. So that's what you need to do. Which makes more money? They both make really, really good money. So you just need to decide which one you like to do. Yeah? And yet the same managing agents will manage both for you. So Pillow Partners will manage holiday lets and contractor lets. You might get a few crossovers where you have a contractor let and you have some guests stay there for a weekend away or something, or you've got a beautiful holiday let and you get some contractors booked in. But 9 times out of 10, it's separate. It's a different marketing scale. Yeah? Can you put a 6 in the chat box that you're okay with these 6 things? Because I'm going to move on because we've got a lot of strategies to cover. Yeah? Amazing. Love that. And again, I'm showing you this, but please bear in mind there's 10 strategies. By 4 o'clock tomorrow, you might decide you're not doing rent-to-rent SA. So none of this is irrelevant for you. So, yeah? So a few people are asking me, explain more. Planning. You're on C1 or C3. Check with your local council. Number 2, Labour will be bringing in a licence. In some areas, there's already a licence required. So, and this licence, you pay about 120 quid, and it's just checking you've got the right health and safety in place for your property. Number 3, you need the normal gas safety, electrical cert, and also carbon monoxide alarm, but also you're going to need a fire risk assessment, and you do the fire risk assessment. Angela, we have talked about the London 90-day rule. You don't get round it, you get on the right planning. So in London, you can run short-term lets for 90 days without planning. After that, you need to be on C1. That's how you do it. Number 4, special management. Pillow Partners, Sites Cottages, cottages.com. Number 5, check that the mortgage allows you to run SA. That's important. And number 6, decide whether you want to do holiday lets or contractor lets. So here's Sarah Mann, one of my Wealth Academy students. She's a high school teacher and an absolute lovely lady. She came to me because it had upset her that she works all the hours, because being a teacher, it's full on. She does loads of works in evenings, all sorts, yet she was passed over for a promotion. She said, I've had enough. I don't earn enough for all these hours. I love the kids, but I've had enough. So we helped her get started in property. She didn't have money to start. We got her started with rent to rent SA, and she's now making over £1,000 net profit per month. Look at this, baby. Beautiful. Rented it from a landlord like we told her what to do. This was last year, at end of last year, making £1,000. Sarah's now up to 2,500 and a few more properties, and she'll be quitting her job as a teacher. Everyone can do this, guys. Everyone can do this. Here's what I have nowadays. So I did a lot of rent-to-rent properties, got loads of money in. In fact, that's a good point. The big boys do this, guys. So do you know Premier Inn, Holiday Inn and Hilton? They do rent-to-rent. They don't own all their properties. Did you know that? The Hilton only owns half of its properties. Half of the other properties, they rent out from landlords to run their hotel. Did you know that? So you're doing rent to rent on a smaller scale. They're just doing it on a massive scale. Yeah. I think a Holiday Inn, they only own about 3 or 4 of their properties. The rest of their properties are all rented. Yeah. And that you might want to do that when we get into commercial property tomorrow. You might think, actually, I'm going to build hotels and let Hilton come and rent it from me. You might do the other way, but that's the bigger boys game, which we'll talk about tomorrow. So anyway, I did a lot of rent to rents. I made loads of money, cash from my rent to rents, and I started buying them. This is one of mine. This is in near Kendal, and this is a 5-bed holiday cottage in the Lake District. It's beautiful, this one. It's got a hot tub, games room. This is one of my bookings. They've just been in stage. They checked out yesterday. £3,147 plus cleaning fee of £230 because I charged them for the cleaning too, because we're doing the hot tub and stuff. Total I made from this one property last week for 7 nights, £3,377. This pays my mortgage, all my costs, and I'm break even. So I break even at 7 nights, and then the rest of the month is pure profit for me. Do you like the idea of that? I went and bought a house in the lakes. I've got it up and running. I only need 7 nights a month, and I'm break even. Then the rest of it is pure profit, which is insane. So I make a lot of money from this property. And it was this property that paid for my Centre Parks break last week. Cost me about £2,000 for Centre Parks. Plus I ate out all the time and spent loads of money. So I probably spent maybe another £1,000 while I was there and buying random stuff from kids in that bloody sweet shop. If you've ever been to Centre Parks, the sweet shop probably, takes all my money with the kids. And then Redmayne House, this is my biggest one. This is beautiful. This is the gem in my portfolio. This is an 8-bed B&B, grade 2 listed. When I came to it, it was a B&B, and I bought the property as a B&B, but I turned it into one giant holiday home, which I absolutely love. Honestly, this is, my favourite property. It's absolutely stunning. Love this. I'll tell you how I funded that tomorrow, because that was an interesting one to get funded. So 2 nights, 14 guests. These guys stayed in June. £3,079. The cleaning for this one's £300 because there's 8 bedrooms, 8 ensuite bedrooms, 8 bathrooms. £3,379. This one breaks even at about 9 nights. So I need 9 nights booked, and this one is broken even, which is exciting, isn't it? 9 nights. And then the rest of the month, I'm home free. I make brilliant profit. Do I get guests during the winter? Yeah, loads of people travel in the winter. Absolutely, I get guests. Not as many as in the summer. So in the winter, I earn a little bit less, but I always break even. I always make profit in the winter and the summer. It's just the summer I make a lot more money. Yeah? My net profit on this one last year was £140,000 net profit. I had yoga instructors book this and do yoga retreats. I had a couple of weddings here, but 140 grand net from this one property, which is insane, isn't it? Beautiful money. So, a couple of tips for service accommodation. Make sure you list on all platforms. There's over 200 platforms out there. Airbnb, Booking.com, Expedia, Travelvigo, or or whatever it's called. There's over 200. So make sure your managing agent has you on all of them. You want 5-star reviews. So you want to get 5-star reviews. Someone's just said, why would you buy it? Why wouldn't you just keep rent-to-renting it? Because rent-to-rent's cash flow, Nick, but I'm not building a long-term legacy. I want to own the properties as well. Because on average, properties double every 10 years. I want to pass my children a huge portfolio of properties that they have forever. So I not only want to rent to make the fast cash flow, I'm building a legacy for my children. I'm building long-term wealth, assets that I own and I control. So that's the difference, you see. You want 5-star reviews. So what you want to do is make sure you give the guests a good time. It's clean when they arrive. They've got everything they need, because more 5-star reviews means you're ranked higher on the platforms. You get more bookings. You want direct bookings. So your managing agent should do this for you, converting bookings and getting you direct repeat guests. So then you save the amount Booking.com and Airbnb will charge you. On average, they charge you about 15% for every booking. So you'll save that. You want to automate the process. So you want to have a channel manager, which your managing agent should have. So Pillow Partners have a big channel manager. It manages everything, so I can log in, see my guests, get my statement. And then you want to maximize the tax benefits. So later on, I'm going to talk to you about capital allowances. In certain C1 commercial properties, you can get huge tax benefits, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. but there's a lot of tax benefits to be had here, which we'll cover when we do limited companies. I think Paul's going to be doing that with you later. Is everyone all right with those? Everyone okay with that? Why don't most landlords do this themselves? Because they don't know. They're not educated. They don't know how to do it. They just want the money. A lot of them, 43% of landlords in the UK have one property. They're not in this, they're not professional, and they just want that one property looking after and giving them some money, guys. You've got to step into the mentality. You guys are the exception. You're different. Most normal people are the same, aren't they? Most normal people are the same. What do I mean about automating processes? Your managing agent should have a platform that automatically communicates with guests, that lets the housekeepers know when to clean. Everything's automated. So if you're not going to have a managing agent, you need to automate this process yourself. You don't want to remember that Mr. and Mrs. Jenkins check in on Friday. You need to take the money and you need to send them access details. You just want it automated. Yeah? You just want it automated. What do I mean by direct booking? A booking that comes to you direct, not through booking.com and Airbnb. Because booking.com and Airbnb will charge you 15%. Right, I'm going to move on because I need to keep on time today before I get told off by the team because I can get distracted. We will be having lots of Q&As, guys. We will be answering a lot of your questions, so write them down. We'll get them to you. So that is a little bit about rent-to-rent, service accommodation. We'll do more later. But how about a property flip? This is one of my ultimate favourite strategies because to me, it's pretty simple, straightforward, and you make 50 to 100 grand every 6 months. All you have to do is buy a house under market value, refurb it to add the value, you sell it within you do all of that within 6 months, you're going to make 50 to 100,000 pounds. It's flipping awesome, flipping amazing. Put a 1 if you like a good property flip. Yes, we love a good property flip. Amazing, we love it. So, team, can we play my video of Jenna? Have a listen to my student Jenna, what Jenna did. Can we play the Jenna video, please? So I'm with Jenna. Jenna's a property investor and she's just done this bungalow flip. Jenna, what did it cost you to do?
So we bought it in auction last year for 105. Then all in with fees, auction fees, solicitors fees, reno fees, we came to a total of 160 and we've just sold it within 24 hours of it going live for 205.
45 grand profit sold in 24 hours. What did Jenna do? Buy a bungalow, do it up, sell it, 45 grand profit. She did it all within 6 months. She sold it in 24 hours and she did it. She had 3 operations while she did this. She had a 3-year-old at home with her and her husband worked away and she worked full time. Do you know what Jenna said to me? Jenna said, Abby, I have never in my whole life made 45 grand. She said, and I've worked full time for somebody else for years, had my own marketing business, and I've never made 45 grand. In my little side hustle, I came along and made 45 grand profit in less than 6 hours a week, in less than 6 months. Who likes the idea of that? Who likes the idea of that? A few of you saying, did Jenna do the work herself? Absolutely not, because Jenna's educated and trained by me. Jenna is educated and trained by me. I taught Jenna, don't do it yourself. Work on your business, not in it. Get the trades in to do it for you. You work on the business, you manage it. Yeah? You can't do this with a mortgage. You need cash to do this or bridging loan. We'll talk about private investors tomorrow. But yeah, you do not do mortgages to do this. It's bridging, which is short-term finance, short-term cash, or a private investor. Yeah? So this is my flip that I completed last, was it October, November, I think? And this is Ansell Road. This is a little one. And I did. So I came along. It was originally on the market for 180. They dropped it to 160,000. Then I come and I bought it for 141,000. And I love doing this. Look at these before pictures. This one was proper broken. Loads of people had broken into it. It was empty for 18 months because the guy was refusing to drop the price for it. So I finally managed to get it from him, cash buy. I bought it in 2 weeks from him, and my team was able to get in there and we were able to refurb it. There's some of my team. We open planned the kitchen diner and we put a downstairs toilet in, and we just made good the rest of the house. We're not doing anything like building, any massive work. Open plan kitchen diner, downstairs toilet. Yeah, that's what we did. So here's the before and after look when it was all boarded up, and then we'll be bringing it back to life. And I love bringing properties back to life. It is one of my favourite things. There's the open plan kitchen diner. Now that kitchen, including hob, oven, integrated fridge, freezer, dishwasher, that kitchen cost me £4,000. People go, oh, refurbs are so expensive. So I want you to look at LNPG, Landlords National Purchasing Group. You go and join them. You can get stuff at really great discounted prices. That's a Howden's kitchen, but I'll tell you more about that later. So you can see how beautiful it is. I've had it staged. So a staging company's come in, put the furniture in so that I can get good photos and I can sell it fast. So you always want to stage. Staging will cost about £800 for about 6 weeks, but it needs to be done because you need to be show home quality to get it sold fast, which is lovely. Yeah. So 141 grand to buy. Stamp duty was 4,230. The refurb was 28 grand. My legals and finance was £10,400. Total cost 183,630. New value when I did it was 250,000, 66 grand profit. What do you think, guys? Do we like this? 66 grand profit? And this was 4.5 months to do because I bought it so fast. Yeah, we love it. Now, a few people are going, stamp duty is more expensive now. Yes, guys. I know stamp duty is more expensive because the beautiful, lovely Rachel Reeves, who always looks after people in the UK, decided to put stamp duty up for second homes and investment homes. So does that stop me? Absolutely not, because I don't have excuses. The stamp duty would be 7 grand under the new stamp duty rules. The total cost went from 183 to 186. New value still 250. Total profit 63,000. Would you still do it, guys? Would you still do it? Yeah, 100%. And now what I'm doing is I'm negotiating harder to get the price lower, so I still come in at profit. Yeah. I funded all of this for a private investor, none of my own money. An investor gave me the full 183,000 to do it. They gave me the money to buy the property, to refurb it, stamp duty, legals. They gave me the full 183,000, and I paid them at 9 grand to have that money for 6 months. Yeah. Normally you give 6 to 10% interest. We will talk about investors tomorrow. A few of you are getting a bit excited about capital gains tax. You do not pay capital gains tax in a limited company, guys. So there's no capital gains tax because this is part of my business, my limited company, which I will talk to you again a little bit later. Yeah? Everyone all right with that? But this one, I didn't sell it because at the time I'd finished it last October, interest rates came down, and my mortgage broker, I said, what could you get me? He said, well, Abby, interest rates are down at 4.5. Here, look, 4.59% I got. He said, I can get you an 80% loan to value mortgage. You can release 80% of the 250. That gives you 200k out at 4.5%. But look at this. I've spent 183. So the bank now, instead of me selling it and getting the money out, the bank have put a mortgage on it and give me 200,000. That repays my investor everything. Plus I get an extra 16 grand cash that's just in my business for me to use. And I've got an asset, and this baby makes me about £570 a month. What do we think, guys? Is that good? So instead of selling it, I did a buy, refurb, refinance. And you can decide this at the end. So I put a mortgage on it, pulled out all the cash, paid back my investor. And you can use the same pot of money multiple times. And I'll do that with you later. Here's Mel and Tony. And I'm so excited. You're going to meet Mel on this 2 days. This is what they did in 12 months. So they went and they bought a 4-bed house in York. They bought it for 725,000. The refurb was 25 grand. End value $1 million. It made 3 grand profit last month. And they funded this because they released the lazy money from their house. The money that was not doing anything because they'd nearly paid off their mortgage. They got it out and they put it into this. This makes them 72 grand a year, which is insane amount of profit. Here it is, look, and it's in York. So it's like a haunted holiday let, which is really cool. So they bought it as already holiday let. It already had the planning and all the compliances right. And it came with 30 grand worth of bookings. The nightly rate was £325 because it was in a not great condition. Mel and Tony have come in, redecorated, brand new furniture, and their nightly rate is now £500 to £600 a night, 72 grand profit, which is exciting. In 12 months, Mel and Tony did £2.5 million of property. Their 1 million York holiday home that makes them 72k. 2 off-plan properties. They purchased 2 properties with their pension and they've done 1 rent to rent in York. Where could you be 12 months from now, guys? Is this exciting you? You need 4 things to be successful. Knowledge. But the knowledge is useless without you taking the action. You need to take the action. You need the right network around you, the right people around you, and you need the mindset. We're doing all 4 of these today and tomorrow. So you go away with your plan to have the 4 pillars for the next 12 months to help you build. The only impossible journey is the one that you never begin. Everything is possible, but you have to take the first step. So guys, we're going to go on a very quick 5-minute break now. Can I get you back here at 11:15? So nip to the loo, grab a drink, because we're going to the next level. Let me just open up the chat box. Have you enjoyed it so far? Who's enjoying it so far? Who's getting loads of value? Whose mind is blown? Yes. I'll see you back here at 15:15, guys. You've been awesome. Thank you.
So today we've got Jenna back with us. Now we visited Jenna's first property flip. Oh, last year, wasn't it? Your very first bungalow.
Early January, yeah.
Yeah, last year it was. And Jenna made £40,000 net profit from buying a bungalow, doing it up, selling it, and you sold it within 24 hours of it hitting the market, didn't you?
We did. We were super excited. Found the perfect buyer. Full asking price.
Amazing. And how long did it take you end to end?
So this one, because we've obviously learnt quite a lot from the first one, and I'd built up, I do love a spreadsheet, so the Gantt chart of the process, who comes in when, everything just seemed to flow really well with that one. That took us, we had a slight delay with the plumber. If we hadn't have had that, it would have taken 4 months, but it took 5.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. And how long did it take you to sell this one? Was it 24 hours?
No, I set the bar way too high. So this one actually did sell within that first month, but it fell through. So they pulled out. So we relisted it, and it sold again pretty much straight away that time, because it was somebody who'd wanted it previously, but they couldn't move at that time. They hadn't sold theirs. So they ended up buying it full asking price. So it did take a little bit longer, but we handed the keys over week before last.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you've just done just under £100,000 with just 2 flips.
Yeah.
Finding 2 properties, doing them up, selling them, which is insane. Most people wouldn't earn that working full time for 4 years.
No, it's crazy, absolutely crazy to think, you know, within 2 years we've done 2 flips and we've also bought the next one as well. So it's, yeah, crazy times.
Absolutely amazing. And now you've moved on to project number 3.
Yes. So the first year was obviously just the learning. The second was, you know, focusing on refining that flip process. I didn't want to delve too much into other strategies. I just wanted to focus on the flips. Whereas now, I think we've got that process quite set. So I can repeat now. Now we've bought the first property for the portfolio now. So the BRR. So we bought it in auction in January, and we had 56 days to complete on this one. We did it in less than that. Our solicitor was fantastic, and we got the keys last week. So it's a little 2-bed terrace that we're going to keep as the first rental. So
this one, you're not flipping it, you're going to buy, refurb, but refinance it, pull out the money and keep it. And how much net profit will you make a month from it when tenants in?
I'm hoping around £400 a month. So, and we'll bring out the majority of the cash once it's revalued. We might leave about 10 in, that's about it.
So most of your money back out, you've got an asset going up in value, giving you £400 a month. Which is lovely.
And then we'll pull everything back out and we'll go again with another BRR.
Amazing, exciting. Do you think the 14,995 investment in the academy was a wise decision for you?
Yes, it was something that I'd never spent money on myself before. I'd never invested in any education before, but we knew property was what we wanted to get into. We'd procrastinated for 4 years of doing nothing, and as soon as I'd gone on that 2 days, something just clicked. And you know, it was a fear of, oh my goodness, it's a lot of money to spend when you haven't spent that much on yourself before. But actually it was the best investment ever that I could have made. And you know, within that first year, I'd made that back anyway. And you have to get the education. You have to be educated in. And we didn't know about all the different strategies. And I'm still learning now, you know, 2 years in. So, you know, there's so much more that we can explore. And without joining, I would never have been exposed to any of that. I would have just gone for a standard buy-to-let and probably lost loads of money. It was really exciting actually, and just to have that confidence growing in me as I got more educated, you know, and had the one-to-ones and developed my knowledge, just seeing myself grow, and where I am now is completely different to where
We've got so much to cover, guys, honestly. We are going to give you longer breaks later and you'll get your lunch break, so please don't panic. But there's so much to cover and I've only got you for 2 days. So selfishly, I need to take as much time from you as possible because I really, really want to help you change your life. And there's so much to learn with property, so much to learn. So we're going to go to the next level now. We're going to dig in a little bit about the economy, house prices, and the things that you guys really need to know to help you 10x your portfolio, if that's all right. Is that okay with everybody? Time for the next level. I've eased you into it gently. We're going to go up a notch, yes. And then what we're actually going to do is we're going to go into the economy, go up a notch now. Then before lunch, I'm going to be going through 5 things for Resi property with you. After lunch, we're going to get on Rightmove and we're going to be analysing live deals, which is exciting, and ringing estate agents. Who likes the idea of that? Getting on Rightmove, looking at deals, figuring it out, is it a deal, doing it, and we'll do all the number crunching then. And I'll train you how to do the due diligence and number crunching then. So it's not just sit back and have a nice time and watch me. We are actually going to get property investing. I did this about 3 weeks ago on an event, and the woman's deal we analysed, she had an offer accepted this week. She's going to do it, and she's going to make £110,000. They accepted our offer, 20 grand below asking. So there you go, guys. We're going to actually get finding live deals. Right, I'm just going to put the chat on private. Team, can we have the slides? Let's go, go, go. So I want to talk to you about why 2025, why right now is the best time to do this. You're going to meet Paul Smith later, one of the co-founders of Touchstone, my mentor, and he's been doing property investing for 40 plus years. I've been doing property investing for the last 8. One of the things we definitely agree on is we have not seen the conditions like they are right now for you guys to make loads of money. And it depends what you're going to do. Whether you're going to be like 99% of people who won't take this opportunity, who won't build, who will let excuses, fear and doubt get in the way, or whether you're going to be the 1%, because this is the biggest opportunity we've seen for a long time. Conditions weren't like this when I started. So you now know to do something and to have a different life, you need to come out of your comfort zone, don't you? That's where the magic's going to happen. And coming out of your comfort zone will feel a little bit scary. It'll feel a bit nerve-wracking. You aren't going to know everything because nobody can. And I teach that there is no perfect time to do anything. So just get it done. There is never a perfect time to change your life, to be a property investor, to have a baby, to move house. Is there? Think about it. To get married, there's never a perfect time. You just have to go for it and you just have to do it. Is everyone all right with that? Get out of your comfort zone, feel the fear, do it anyway. So, Mark Twain. This guy should win an award for the best moustache. If you don't read the newspaper, you're uninformed. But if you read the newspaper, you're misinformed. I can't tell you how many times over the last 8 years I have read a story or 2 stories or 3. Property's bad. Property market's going to crash. Doom and gloom. The economy's over. If I'd have listened to those newspapers, I would not be sat here today with £8.2 million of property under my belt, with £400,000 hitting my bank account of passive income a year. I wouldn't if I'd have listened to all of those. So I'm going to teach you where to listen. There will always be scandalous headlines. For all normal people and journalists, it's never a good time to do anything, is it? If you read the papers, you'd think we're all going to war next week, which we are not. So here's some of the reports I want you to look at. HPI means House Price Index. So you've got the Zoopla report, Rightmove, Halifax, Nationwide, or ONS. These are reports that are either published monthly or quarterly. The one that I like to use is ONS, Office of National Statistics, House Price Index. So here it is for July. This one was released on the 16th of July, look, and the next one isn't due until the 20th of August. So what is it telling us? UK monthly private rents increased by 6.7%. The average rent is now £1,399. Northern Ireland, average rents went up to £852. Average UK house prices increased by 3.9%. What do you think, guys? Is that a strong property market? Rents are up, house prices are up. Yes, a very, very, very strong property market right now. Now, this report's really good. You can go into regions and you can look all over. It does do Scotland and Northern Ireland. It doesn't do the Republic of Ireland, though. But it's really good to use and to have a finger in the air. I call it my pulse check. It's just my check of what's going on, what's going on in the market. But this is a report that I want you guys to use. It's really good. Halifax have been doing its house price index for 42 years. That's when Halifax started doing its monthly report on house prices. House prices are up by 974%, which is insane, isn't it? Since 1983. 974%. Crazy. So if you'd have bought a house back in 1983, the average house price back then was £5,000. So if you'd have bought one of those houses today, it's now worth nearly 300,000. And this is the thing, people think property is risky, scary. Property always goes up in value. It always will. It's one of the safest things you can invest in throughout the world because it's a basic human need. People need houses. You know, AI can't take houses out. We all need somewhere to live, and property is one of the safest, and it always goes up. Paul Smith, my mentor, who you'll meet later, don't wait to buy houses. Buy houses and wait. I mean, the horses, they're a bit redundant now, aren't they? Because we all drive around in cars. We don't need as many fields anymore. But look at what still is here. The house. The houses last, don't they? The houses last. And that's what I want you to remember. Warren Buffett said always invest for the long term. Houses, properties are a long-term investment. Don't wait to buy. You buy a house and you wait. Here's a graph from 2002 to 2024. When would be a bad time to buy a house? Can anyone tell me? When would be a bad time to buy a house? Never! Correct, Barbara. Even if you bought a house in 2008 at the peak, before it went down, you've still made loads of money today, haven't you? You've still, in fact, 10 years later, it's worth a lot. If you look at 2018, it's worth a lot more money if you'd have bought one in 2008. Yeah? So as long as you don't need to sell the property, and I'll show you how to flip and also how to remortgage, then you're fine. Property, there's never a bad time to buy, but you have to buy fast because they're always going up in value. KPMG, big commercial surveyors, Shelter are a homeless charity. They came together and they predicted what the average house price is going to be in 2034. Do you know what the average house price will be? Can anybody guess what it's going to be by 2034? 9 years away. 550 grand, 330 grand, 800,000. Ooh, nearly. 900,000, guys. 900,000. So if all you do right now is just buy one and wait, you're going to cash in, aren't you? A leading economist came out at the end of May, and he reckons, on average, house prices, this is average, double every 10 years. He's telling the government, we have that much of a crisis, a housing crisis, house prices will probably double in the next 6 years, which is insane amount of growth, isn't it? So why do we have this? What's going on? Well, we have a huge housing supply problem. We don't have enough houses, which is the basic fundamental challenge. And if you have a look at this graph, we've been building less and less homes since the 1970s. Look, 1970, we built loads of homes and it's been going down and down and down and down and down. The government said it was going to build 300,000 homes a year. It set that target in 2017. It's not hit it once. Not once since 2017 have we built more than 300,000 homes. So we're building less and less homes. It's going to take the government 50 years to build the homes we need under its 300,000 target that we're not hitting. 50 years. The problem is we have a massive demand. Last year, we built under 200,000 homes. 600,000 plus was net migration to the UK. So we already don't have enough houses. We're not building enough houses. We only built 200,000 houses last year. 600,000 people our population went up by, which is insane, isn't it? No wonder we've got an issue. England's got to build 600,000 new homes a year. And since Labour came in, remember Labour? Keir came in last year and went, I'm going to build 1.5 million homes. I did the maths. I did 1.5 million divided by 5 years he'll be in. That's 300,000 homes a year. The last government didn't hit that target. How on earth, number one, do you think you're going to hit it? And number two, since you have been in, planning applications have dropped. There's less homes going to be built since Labour came in last year, which is insane, isn't it? Absolutely insane. At the same time, let me just come back. At the same time, we don't have enough houses. We're not building enough houses. We haven't built it for years. We've got this huge housing crisis. The Bank of England have been dropping interest rates. They said they're going to drop it again at the next meeting. So what happens with interest rates coming down? What happens to properties? Whenever there's an interest rate drop, money becomes cheaper, the property market booms. Houses go up. So we haven't got enough houses. We haven't been building enough houses. It's a massive housing crisis, and the Bank of England are going to reduce interest rates again, which will be the third time this year. Boom, it is going to boom. Yeah, Barbara's saying this is massive opportunity for you guys. Do you know what? You guys can help the housing crisis. You guys can be coming in and you can be part of the solution, because our government ain't going to fix this. What can you guys do? You can go and find the empty homes like I do and bring them back to life. There's 1 million empty homes right now in the UK that's just sat there empty. You guys can bring those back to life. Either do up and sell them, or do them up and keep them as rentals. You can also take houses and do HMOs. Instead of renting one full house out to a family, rent the rooms out. We call this HMOs. There's so many things you guys can do to help. But what I do know is you can't rely on the government, can you? You cannot rely on the government, because the government ain't going to save us. So I'm a business owner. I believe in business, and I'm teaching you guys today and tomorrow to have a business that does property, to not be an average landlord. So I get invited to the business chamber meetings, and I get to meet interesting people. So I got to meet a couple of months ago Rachel Reeves. So here's me with Rachel Reeves, and this is our business chamber. And Rachel Reeves is a Chancellor of the Exchequer. And I was talking to Rachel about, what on earth are you going to do? We've got this massive housing crisis. Why are you putting all this pressure on landlords and bringing in extra taxes? And she was very nice. She was talking to me about it. And I said to her, Rachel, you're a landlord. Are you going to buy more homes, more houses? She went, well, Abby, if you do the maths, over the next 5 to 10 years, housing is going to be a better investment than stock, shares, crypto. She said, so it would be daft of me not to do more houses. MPs are buying property. The banks are buying property. I don't know if you've seen, Lloyds Bank want to become the biggest landlord in the UK. BlackRock came out a few weeks ago and they said one of the best investments over the next 3 years is going to be UK property, not American property, not Dubai property, UK, and they are buying UK property. Sainsbury's, Asda, John Lewis. Why are all these massive, big corporations buying UK property? Sonny's right, Legal and General are also buying properties because they're safe, they can protect you against AI, and they're a basic human need, and they know they're about to go up. Yeah, pension funds buy loads and loads of property. So what do you need to do, guys? What is it time for you to do right now for you and your family? Yeah, Angela's saying the co-op. Buy property, guys. Now is the best time to do this. Before all these corporates leap in. I reckon we've probably got another 5 years left to get involved and to get doing it. And it is my job to get you started now. So, and a few people always go to me, oh, but mortgages are really expensive, Abby, because I don't want you to have a mortgage in your personal name. You're going to buy properties in your limited company. Your limited company has no age. So you can get mortgages even when you're in your 90s in a limited company. Your limited company does not have to have trading history. You tomorrow can set up a brand new limited company with a bank account and get your first mortgage. And here's mortgages. So I've gone buy-to-let mortgage rates for limited companies. I've used moneyfacts.co.uk. CHL mortgages, 2.35%. MT Finance, they're funding my next deal, 2.99%. Metro, I've got a few Metro mortgages, 3.49%. And Cumberland, 4.78%. What do you think, guys? Money's cheap. It's cheap in limited companies, and there is no excuse for you guys not to do this, is there? We will talk more about limited companies and the benefits and tax later, but what do you think, guys? Does this make sense? Does this make sense? Warren Buffett said, be fearful when others are greedy. Oh, Samantha's saying, what a good point. Why are the rates so low? She said, why are mortgage rates so low at the minute when the Bank of England is 4.25%? Because these lenders know it's going to come down. So they want to fix you for the next 3 or 5 years. That's why the banks will cut rates, even though the Bank of England said it's 4.25. The mortgages are competing with each other. They want your business. The limited company doesn't need to have a credit rating, Laura. Yeah? We'll do more of limited companies later. Don't get bogged down about that now. I need to take you step by step, okay? So Warren Buffett, be fearful when others are greedy and be greedy when others are fearful. What's happening to normal people right now? Normal people out there, what's happening with them? Are they fearful? They are, aren't they? They're fearful. They're talking and whinging about the government, Labour, wars. They don't like Trump in America. And they are fearful, aren't they? They're fearful and they're not doing anything. They're just whinging, as my mum would say. What do you guys need to do? Because they're fearful, now is the time for you to use this as a massive opportunity. Now is the time for you to act. You will get the best deals. You will get the best landlords working with you. Right now is your time to do it and just get started. So, Touchstone Education, we have been going since 2014. So Paul and Annika Smith, you're going to meet them tomorrow. They were made redundant on the same day from their corporate careers. Imagine that, husband and wife, on the same day, they're out of jobs. They're made redundant. Paul and Annika decided that they weren't going to go back into corporate career, that they were going to go into property. They built millions of pounds worth of property, and then their friends and family asked them to show them how to do it, and it snowballed, and they ended up setting up Touchstone so they could train all of us how to do it. We have been going for 11 years now. Can you guess? Most small businesses close in their first 5 years. Why are we so successful and why have we been going 11 years? Can anybody guess? Can you guess? Yeah, we're successful. It works. We have successful students. It wouldn't work, would it? Otherwise, it wouldn't work. Our business would have closed if we didn't have successful students out there spreading the word and showing what it can be done. So that's why we've been going for 11 years. We've got a proven track record of helping entrepreneurs all over the world grow wealth, create their businesses and the life that they want. And we have students in over, I think it's 25 different countries now, which is really exciting. And since Trump's been in America, we've got more American students than we ever have before investing and wanting to get involved in UK real estate, which is amazing. It will really help you take charge of your future. We want to stop you from just going with the flow, just seeing what happens and constantly being beaten because you've not got enough money. We want you to take control and you to build a future that you would love to be in every single day. Now, you will have been sent a pack through the post. Let me just grab it. Looks a bit like this. You guys will have had that. Yeah, Vince is saying I'm tired of living poor. Vince, I was exactly the same. I was fed up 8 years ago, and that is why I made a massive change. And if you've not got this through the post yet, team, can we share the e-version? I'm going to give you an e-version because you're going to need this little book. So this little book has some exercises in it, and we're going to be doing the analyzers a bit later. So make sure you download that, guys, if you haven't already got it. This is really, really important for this book. But don't worry, it will be coming through the post. So if you only booked on this last few days, don't worry, you will get it. And then I want you to read this. Meet the success stories. Meet the successful students. Honestly, it's absolutely awesome. We've got Jane in here. Jane did her first rent-to-rent essay. She's an interior designer, and she's making $3,200 net profit a month. So I want you to have a read of this. It will definitely be coming by post. I'm so sorry if you haven't got it, but click that link and download your e-version. Yeah, there we go, guys. So we're going to be using that a bit later. So I'm going to send out my first poll. Let's get to know each other a little bit better. How long have you wanted to be a property investor for? I'm already a property investor. Well done if you are. That's great news. I'm going to show you how to 10x from there. I've wanted to do it for the last 0 to 1 years. I've wanted to do it for 1 to 5 years. I've wanted to do it for 5 to 10 years or 10 years plus. Let me know how long you've wanted to do this. Now, this seminar, guys, the more you take part, the more you're going to get out of it. So please, please click on that poll. I want to get as many of you answering this as I possibly can, because it'll really help us shape what we can do and how we can help train you in the best way today and tomorrow. So I've got about 7% of you are already a property investor. 30% of you have wanted to do it for the last 5 years. And I've got about 25% of you saying, I've wanted to do it for 10 years plus. Wowzers. So this might be a bitter pill for some of you to follow. If you'd have started 10 years ago, imagine where you would be right now. Because I started 8 years ago. Imagine if you'd have started just 5 years ago and built your 6-figure income from property. Imagine where you would be, guys. So no more waiting around. No more thinking about it. We get started today. Can I have that as a deal? Number one, there's no more thinking, no more waiting. We are starting, and we're starting now, because you've lost thousands and thousands of pounds from not getting started. Yeah, a few of you are saying that you used to watch Homes Under the Hammer, location, DIY SOS. Yeah, well, we start today, guys. No more waiting around. We start today. It doesn't matter which side of the fence you get off on sometimes. What matters most is getting off. You cannot make progress without making decisions. And this is so true. I was sat in Centre Parks this week at the Starbucks there, and I was listening to a woman in line, and she could not make up what she wanted. She was and ahhing. And I spend a lot of time with normal people, and I spend a lot of time with the exception. The exception make quick decisions. They don't overthink things. They don't and ah. They feel it in their gut, make the decision and get it done. So today, guys, we're going to get good at making decisions, because you have to get off the fence. And nobody is staying on the fence today and tomorrow. Either I'm going to be a property investor, I'm going to take action, I'm going to give it all I've got, or no, I'm going back to my normal life. That's the decision you made. Not one of you is going to sit on that fence and go, yeah, I might do it. I might do it next year or year after. Won't happen. It's a fantasy. You're putting it off. It's a fantasy. It's a nice to have. You don't actually want it. Is that okay, guys? We're going to make decisions, and you are getting off the fence, because you are not waiting another 5 or 10 years to get started. So here's another one of my properties, and I'm going to teach you a little bit about auctions right now. So this is a property I bought at auction. I bought it with 100% private finance. So a private investor gave me the full amount of money to buy it. And I actually bid on it when I was on holiday in Croatia. So there's a lot of online auctions out there. They're really, really good. Auctions are great. The only challenge with auctions are you've got 28 days to complete. So you need to have the cash ready. So for some people, it can be quite stressful. So I'd probably not suggest you do this for your first strategy. I'd suggest that you do this maybe for your second and third, if you're a newbie property investor. So there's 3 things you need to do before you bid at auction. Number 1, you need to do your due diligence and your numbers and know what your maximum bid is. Number 2, you need to view the property and ideally view it with a builder so you can pick up anything that's going to need to be done in that property. And then the third thing you need to do, number 3, is you need to get the auction pack checked by a solicitor, because that has left quite a few people upset. So I was contacted by a woman on my Instagram, probably back in February now, and she went, Abby, I've just won some properties at auction, but I need your help. I was like, oh, what's gone on? So she didn't know what she was doing, wasn't educated, and she's London, and she's bid on these properties in Newcastle, and she's won the bid, these 3 little terrace properties for 50 grand each. So 150 grand, she's getting 3 properties. What she failed to pick up as part of the auction pack, because of the legal terms, is these properties have been empty for a number of years, and the landlord is charging backdated rent. So not only has she got to pay the 150 grand to actually buy them, she now owes him 4 years of backdated rent for each one, which is about 35 grand. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. So that's cost her. And it's all because she didn't get a solicitor to check the auction pack. So always make sure it's a couple of £100, make sure solicitor goes over it. I had another student, he became a student and we helped him out with this deal, but he did this deal before he was educated. He bought a plot of land at auction. He didn't check the auction terms and conditions. He asked the local planning officer and said, I'm going to buy it, can I build 4 houses? And the planning officer said, yeah, don't see why not. It's got, it's got everything we would look for. So yeah, put your planning app in, I think you'll be fine. Anyway, the deal of buying it from auction is the same family have owned that land for hundreds of years. They've put a clause on the deed saying that you cannot build on the land for another 100 years. So the council might give you planning, but legally you cannot build. Ouch. That's an expensive mistake to make. So he's just bought a plot of land that he can't build on. What we're helping him do right now, because he came to me and he said, Abby, help me. I said, well, you're going to need to become my proper student for me to help you properly and compliantly. We're now turning that plot of land into glamping pods for him, which is exciting. And he's actually going to make more money running it as glamping pods than if he built 4 houses and sold 4 houses. He'll make more money in 2 years. So that's what we're doing with him. So am I getting the point through, guys? Due diligence and numbers to get your maximum bid, number 1. Number 2, take your builder, view it. Number 3, auction pack check by a solicitor. Can you put a 3 in the chat box that you get that? Number 3. Yay! Got it. Awesome. So this one, and I did muck up with this one, guys. I did not do this deal properly because I did my due diligence and numbers. I went and viewed it with my builder and I got the maximum amount of bid. I got the auction pack checked. Everything's fine. Where did I fail with this one? Well, I was on holiday in Croatia. I was living my ultimate best life. On holiday in Croatia. I'd been for lunch, had a few glasses of wine at lunch. I'm feeling like unstoppable, like I'm a red hot property investor. Look at me. And I overbid on this property by 12 grand. So what I say to people is the 4th rule of auctions is don't drink an auction. Honestly, guys, like you don't drink and drive. Do not drink an auction. It takes away your common sense. I was lucky, very, very, very lucky that this property valued up. So I thought this property would value up for 270 grand, but it didn't. The valuer gave me a value of 300,000. So I was able by the skin of my teeth to pull the money out and pay back the investor. It could have been worse, guys. It could have been worse. So I should have bought it for about 150 grand. I bid over, because I was silly, 162,500. Auction fees and legals, 7,200. My refurbish costs, investor interest, 56,300. Total spend, 226,000. It revalued for 300,000. So on a 75% buy-to-let mortgage, I released 225,000. So I left £1,000 cash in this deal. Or I could have flipped it and made 75 grand. But this is a great property. It's in a great plot of land. I want to keep it for long term. It makes me about 5 grand a year. How do you pull the money out? So David, I buy it cash, do it up. I put a mortgage on it, which pulls the money out, releases the money, because the mortgage company pays you for the house, you see. Does that make sense? I will go over the numbers and how to do this later, but this is what I did. Does that make sense for everybody for auctions? Yeah? What does it mean to have £1,000 left in the deal? Well, I spent 226,000 on buying it, all my fees, legal fees, refurb. The bank valued it at 300,000. The bank gave me a mortgage for 225,000, but I've spent 226,000, so a grand is left in the deal. Yeah? And yes, you still pay stamp duty. You're never going to get away from stamp duty, though commercial stamp duty is cheaper. Sonny's saying, is it worth it for £5 rent? Well, Sonny, it's a 300 grand asset that's going up in value that gives me 5 grand a year, and only £1,000 of my money's gone in there. You show me investment where you put a grand in and you get 5 grand a year back for life, and it's an asset going up in value, because this house is now worth 340 grand. The rent's more now on it. These were the figures when I bought it. So it probably makes about 6.5 grand a year now. Yeah? But I could have used it for SA. I could have done a HMO. But I'm just showing you what I did. Yeah. A few people are saying I would have flipped it and made the 75 grand. Yeah, absolutely. So, let me talk to you about Dan. Dan's a really special guy. And I'm going to tell you what Dan did. So Dan spent $14,995. He invested in himself and his future, and he joined our Wealth Academy. Now, our Wealth Academy is my 12-month program, and it's for people that want to grow their business to earn 6 figures a year. That's what my academy does. Dan, in his first 12 months, did 4 SAs and made 120 grand profit. And he's just bought a hotel using someone else's money. Can you put a 14 in the chat box if you think Dan made a good investment? 14,995 in. His first year he made 120 grand profit, and he's bought a hotel using someone else's money. Yeah. This isn't the special thing about Dan. The special thing about Dan is he got financially free. And we say this, put your oxygen mask on, get financially free, then you can make the world a better place. And Dan makes the world a better place. He is the exception. He got himself financially free. Now he gives back. So Dan goes to third world countries. I went with him last November to Sri Lanka, and we had an amazing time supporting and helping the kids over there. Here's him in the Gambia. So every year, Dan takes some of our students, so you guys might want to join him, and we go over and we help schools and orphanages. But that makes Dan a very special guy. He's got 2 boys, and he takes his boys with him because he wants his boys to grow up and understand what they've got. But he could not have done this without the property. So how much available cash or equity can you get hold of for property? Either nothing just now, a few £1,000s, tens of thousands of pounds, or hundreds of thousands of pounds. Let me know, fill in that poll and let me know where you're at. And again, please remember, guys, before anybody's parachute shuts, it doesn't matter if you've got nothing. I'll show you how to start. And it doesn't matter if you've got a load of money. I'll show you what to use with that massive pot of money and how to use it in the best way. Either way, there will be a plan for you. Because some strategies require money to start, some strategies don't. I started in 24 grand worth of debt. Every single one of you can too. So I've got about 60% of you filling that in, guys. Please can I ask the rest of you to fill it in, because it might change a little bit what we present. So either nothing just now, you've got a few £1,000s, you've got tens of thousands of pounds, or you've got hundreds of thousands of pounds sat there and you want to know how to do it in the best way. Yeah, perfect. Love that. The majority of you are saying you've got a few £1,000 that you can do for property, which is great. So would you find, and let me just open up the chat box, 50 grand to do a deal like this, do a big commercial deal? Would you find 50 grand? Let me know in that chat box. Would you find 50 grand? Yeah. Lisa, I love that. I'd give it a go. Yeah. I'm a big believer in you find the money for what you want to do, don't you? You find the money for what you want to do. I'm a massive believer in this. If I took something precious away from you, like if I nicked your child or your dog and I said, you're not getting them back unless you pay me 50 grand. Now, someone took my daughter, she's 10, she thinks she knows it all, she's a bit sassy. You know, I might go, just keep her, it's fine. No, I wouldn't. I'd get her back. But you know what I mean? You would find the money. If it's important to you, you would find the money. If I told you there's £1 million in a suitcase waiting for you in Austin, Texas, and you've got to get to it in the next 24 hours, that's going to cost you 50 grand to get to it, you'd do it, wouldn't you? You'd do whatever it took to get in 24 hours to get to that suitcase and that £1 million. This is what you've got to do with property. You have got to do whatever it takes. So this deal was done with 50 grand. It's £1 million deal. I'm going to show you how it was done, but I want you to keep your parachute open. And I want you to remember that we as human beings do what we want. My cousin is on benefits in Wales. We don't see that part of the family a lot. But she has always got the latest iPhones. She's always got her nails done. She's always having stuff done to her face. She's got like her lips done and all the Botox and crap. She finds the money for what she wants to do in her little life, doesn't she? And she's on benefits. You will find the money for what you want. So you've got to make this your number one priority, to buy assets to give you a passive income. And finally, you know your local druggie? You might have seen them on the street, your local smackhead, your local druggie. He don't get out of bed in the morning and go, crap, I've got no money, I can't have any drugs today. What does he do? He gets out of bed and he goes and he figures it out and he gets what he wants, doesn't he? Am I bringing my point home with you guys? Am I making the point? Yes. Yes, good. Yeah. Now, obviously, I don't want you to do this illegally, like drug dealers, but think about it. They don't say they can't. They go and they figure it out. Alcoholics. They figure it out. They get their next fix, don't they? So I want you to do the same. Each and every one of you can find 50 grand to do this deal. I want you to know it and believe it. Every single one of you would be able to find this money and pull it together, taking the right steps. There's so much money out there. You could all find 50 grand. So this is Paul Smith's deal, and it's an exchange delayed completion with keys undertaking. Team, can we type that in? That's quite a tongue tire. So what Paul did is he exchanged on this building and gave 50 grand. Because he gave 50 grand in exchange, he got keys undertaken, they gave him the keys. Now he gave the keys to his builder, and his builder went in and refurbed it. Now he said to the vendor, when he gave the 50 grand, he said, look, I'm giving you 50 grand now, I'm going to exchange, I'm going to complete in 6 months. During that time, I'm going to refurb it. The vendor couldn't sell it, and the vendor said, yeah, I'm happy waiting 6 months for the rest of it, as long as I get the 50 grand. His builder, he said, look, I'm going to give you the keys, I want you to refurb it, but I'm not paying you till the end. His builder's a big builder. Paul's got the relationship, so his builder will do it for him. So Paul then refurbs the building. At the end, he gets it revalued, puts a mortgage on it, pays back the vendor, pays back the builder. He's done everything with just 50 grand. Exchange, delayed completion, keys undertaking. Does that make sense, guys? So here's the actual numbers. The vendor wanted 810,000. This was empty for 2.5 years. Paul said, I'll give you 50 grand now, and I'll give you the rest of it in 6 months. His refurb and fees were 250,000. He says to his builder, go in and refurb it. It needs to be done in 6 months because I need to value it and I'll pay you in 6 months. The builder says yes. Total amount is 1,060,000. The new value on the building, once Paul's done it and refurbished it, is 1.37 million. Barclays Bank, commercial Barclays, come and give him 80% lending, and he pulls out 1,096,000. He pays the vendor, pays his builder, he gets 36 grand cash left out, plus this rents for 96,000 a year. What do we think, guys? Do we like this deal with 50 grand? Wow, yeah, fantastic, yeah, love it. Most normal people would do this. Most normal people, we call them Mr. and Mrs. Cash, would put 50 grand into the bank for 10 years and they think it's safe. Come on, put a 1 in the chat box if this is you. You've got 50 grand. Actually do that. Put a 1 in the chat box if you've got 50 grand. The chat box is private, no one can see. You've got 50 grand and it's sat in the bank doing sweet FA. Nothing. Making you poorer. Yeah, I can see you. I'm not putting it on public, don't worry, no one else can see you, but I can see the amount of you that have got 50 grand and it's shoved in the bank. Loads of you. So 50 grand in the bank for 10 years, it's going to make you 17 grand. Woo! You've made 60, your 50 grand is now worth 67. That's not going to help, is it? That's making you poor. You can't change your life or live on that. Keeping your money in the bank might feel like it's safe, but it's making you poor because inflation is eating your money away. Mr. and Mrs. Average Landlord. These people do slightly better. They have their 50 grand and they buy a 200k house. 50 grand deposit, £200,000 mortgage, and you hear these people say, for my retirement. So 10 years after the property's gone up in value and they've had the rental profit, their 50 grand is now worth 321,000. Yeah? 321,000. So 50 grand put in the bank. That's not going to change your life. 50 grand, Mr. and Mrs. Average Landlord. They've done better, but can you do even better with your money? Do you want more? Would you like to see what Mr. and Mrs. Wealth do with their money? Would you like to see that? Yes. So most people have a job and that job gives them money and they pay out expenses and liabilities every month, don't they? They have a job, the money comes in, expenses and liabilities, and then they have to work. Who's got too much month and not enough pay? Who runs out of money before payday? Most people do, don't they? Then they hammer their credit cards. That used to be me, guys. I was that person. I just didn't make enough. And there's no shame in this. You just don't have enough money. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to put it with assets. So I want you to start keeping your money in assets, not in a bank, in assets, and starting to have property investing fundamentals coming in. So you've got another stream of income coming in and your money is protected via assets. Then what we do is we add in commercial property, auction property, deal packaging, lease options, rent to rent, service accommodation. We protect the money in limited companies. Now you've got a dam of wealth. You've got a dam of wealth. So if your job goes, are you bothered? In this scenario, when you've built multiple income streams, you've got so much money hitting your bank all month, are you bothered if you lose your job? If AI, robots take away your job? No, you're not bothered, are you? Because you've got all these other income streams. And then not only do you have expenses and liabilities, because you always will have those, but now you can afford luxury. You can afford luxury. I'm about to jet off Monday morning I'm going to the south of France for 2 weeks to stay at a 5-star beautiful villa. For 2 full weeks, I'm taking my kids. I'm going to Ibiza in September. October, I'm back at Centre Parks. November, I'm jetting off to Dubai, Maldives, and Abu Dhabi. And then in December, I will be jetting off again for New Year. That is the life that I decided I want. And my luxury affords me to travel. And I travel 5-star. There's no messing around for me. Yeah? I would love each of you to have a life where you're free. You have unlimited holiday days. You don't need to have the only 20, 25 with your boss and you're trying to work out where you're going to take your holidays off and you have 1-2 weeks in the summer. I want you to have every single month where you can go on holiday because you can afford it. Because honestly, guys, it is the best thing I have ever done. I've always loved holidays from being little. Holidays was the thing that I lived for. And I used to tell everybody, oh, I work for my holidays. That's what I do. That's why I work so hard for my holidays. Now, I don't work hard. My assets work hard for me so I can have my holidays. But I want you to think about what luxury you want. Then you can give back and make the world a better place. Is everyone okay with this? This is what we're going to build you today and tomorrow. The plan to go and deliver this to make 6 figures, 100K a year minimum. It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter how poor you are. It doesn't matter where your family was. It all doesn't matter. You can achieve anything if you have really clear goals and you work hard to learn what you need to learn. Brian Tracy started off with nothing. He's now a multi-millionaire. You can achieve anything. You need clear goals. We need to know where you're going. You need the destination, guys. And if you work really hard to learn what you need to learn, you can have anything you want. What drives you? I'm going to open up the chat box now. Tell me, is it pain or is it pleasure? What drives you? Pain or pleasure? It can't be both, Tracy. Get off the fence. You got to pick one. Sometimes it might change, but it's one or the other. There we go, guys. A lot of you are saying pleasure. Some of you are saying pain. Before I did property, I was a single mum. I'd just gone through a hard divorce. I had 2 kids under 5. I lived in a little tiny 2-bed rented house. I had 24 grand worth of debt. I was struggling with my life. I hated my Monday to Friday. I didn't mind my call centre job, but I was knackered all the time and I missed my kids. I hated Sunday nights that I had another 5 days worth of rushing around, not seeing the kids, not being there, having to work all the time. And you know what? That job never gave me enough money to look after my kids, ever. I was always scrimping, saving, cutting back, having to budget. What a horrible life to live. I was in so much pain, guys, so much pain. And I wasted days of my life wishing the days away for my next holiday. Who does that? Counts down to the next holiday. Or summer's over and you get depressed because you're not going on another holiday till next year. Yeah? Or wishing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday would be over and then getting excited because it's, the week. Yeah? I was in pain. I was brought up with a single mum on a council estate. I've got a working class background. None of my family have ever had money. And I grew up on a council estate. I went to a normal school. The difference with me, I'm a hard worker. I will work really, really hard. I'm a big dreamer. My dreams are giant. I want to be a billionaire before I leave this planet. And I want to leave my billions to philanthropy. I mean, I can't even say that word, so I probably need to work out how to say the word. But I'm a huge action taker. You tell me what to do, I will do it. I joined the Wealth Academy. So I spent 12 months with Touchstone. There's me and Geordie on my first day. And I have made so much wealth. And I'm just a single mum from Doncaster, which is quite a deprived area. And I am now wealthy through property. I get to give my children everything. And that woman in the little blue dress that you can see in the photo is my mum, who told me not to do this. It was all a scam. It was too good to be true. She told me Paul Smith all over my eyes. And I'm so glad I never listened to her. And I listened to my mum about being a mum, about house stuff. I never listened to my mum about money. I've always listened to the millionaires about money. From being 8 years ago, I was shy, I was quiet, I'd knocked all my confidence because of my divorce. And if you'd have told me 8 years later, Abby, you'd be on GB News, you'd be networking, you would be the property expert that people turn to, Abby. I was on stage with Martin Lewis. He was showing people how to save money. I was showing people how to make money. My dreams come true over and over again because I took that step. I got educated and I took action. And I am now seen the property expert in the UK, aren't I? And I couldn't tell you how different my life was 8 years ago. You know what this issue is with this world? Everyone wants a magical solution to their problems and everyone refuses to believe in magic. You live on a blue planet, circling a ball of fire, next to a moon that moves the sea. It's science, guys. Like nature is science, property investing is just science. It's just a blueprint. You follow the blueprint, you will be successful. I knew I'd made it about 6 years in, about 2 years ago, because I got a call from a producer and he said, Abby, we want you on TV. I was like, oh, okay. He said, we want you to do a program called Rich House, Poor House. He said, it's where we take a rich family, we swap them with a poor family, and they swap lives for a week to experience the other side. And I was a bit taken back. I was like, we want you to be the rich family. Well, I sobbed on that call because 6 years ago, I would have been the poor family with my 2 kids living in my little terraced house with no money. It would have been me. So we went on the program, me and Geordie did, and we were able to change Brad and Heather's life. The difference between me and Geordie, Brad and Heather, we knew how to make money. They didn't. That's the only difference between me and them. Honestly, it's life-changing, that program. Time is your most precious gift. You do this not for the money. The money's nice, but money's paper at the end of the day. You do it for the freedom, because money will buy you freedom and enough freedom to look after the people you love. Team, who play the video? I'm going to play this video, then we're going to come back and wrap up. Can we play the video, please, team?
These are roughly 28,835 jelly beans. I counted out 500 of them and used those to weigh the rest. In this pile, there's 1 jelly bean for each day that the average American will live. You might have more beans in your life, or maybe less, but on average, this is the time we have. Here's a single bean. It's your very first day. A special day, but kind of a rough day on everyone involved. Add 364 more and you have the first year of your life. Now, for a sense of scale, here are your first 15 years, 5,475 days, which brings us to the threshold of adulthood, and at that moment, this is the time that we have left. And this is, on average, what we will do with all that time. We will be asleep for a total of 8,477 days. If we're lucky, some of that time we'll be sleeping next to someone we love. We will be in the process of eating, drinking, or preparing food for 1,635 days. We'll be at work, hopefully doing something satisfying, for the equivalent of 3,202 of those days. 1,099 days will be spent commuting or traveling from one place to another, maybe a little bit more if you live in LA. On average, we will watch television in one form or another for a total of 2,676 days. Household activities, like chores and tending to our pets and shopping, will take another 1,576 days. And we will care for the needs and well-being of others, our friends and family, for 564 days. We'll spend 671 days bathing, grooming, and doing all other bathroom-related activities, and another 720 days will go to community activities, like religious and civic duties, charities, and taking classes. After we remove all those beans, this is what remains. This is the time that we have left. Time for laughing, swimming, making art, going on hikes, text messages, reading, checking Facebook, playing softball, maybe even teaching yourself how to play the guitar. So what are you going to do with this time? How much of it do you think you've already used up? If you only had half of it, what would you do differently? What about half of that? How much time have you already spent worrying instead of doing something that you love? What if you just had one more day? What are you going to do today?
What do you think to that video? Let me just open up the chat. Comments, guys. What do you think? Wow. Joe's saying it's powerful. Rob's saying it's powerful. Yeah. And I'm showing you that because I want you to get moving. I need you to understand that you don't have a lot of time. You can't put things off. There's never a perfect time. You just got to start. You've got to start and you've got to go forward, guys. Yeah, because if you start today, you take the next 12 months, you build 6 figures, imagine what your life's going to be like for the rest of your life. Because property is safe. You can be on 6 figures for the rest of your life. And you just need to start now. Start now. Work hard for 12 months, like 6 hours a week. Lisa said, I wish I'd done it 15 years ago. Do you know what, Lisa? The same. But you just got to start now. Start now and get going, guys, because you're going to change the lives of you, your children, and your whole family. 4 pillars of success. We need knowledge, but knowledge is useless without the action. We need to take the action. We need to be surrounded by the right network, and we need the mindset. They're the 4 pillars. The path to success is to take massive, determined action. You've got to do stuff, guys. Peter started his journey, and I'll play you the Peter video later because we're running a little bit behind. But Peter started his journey, and he inspired me because he was doing it at the same time as me. He took over a block of flats from a developer. The turnover was 3 million. His management fee was 20%. He made 600,000 in his first year of doing this. Peter's job was only 27 grand a year when he found Touchstone, and he made 600,000. Why? He didn't sit around, he didn't wait, he didn't think about it, he didn't sit in his comfort zone, he got going. Imagine what you guys could do. We make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give. Naman came to join us on his 2 days. He said, Abby, I need to build wealth and I want to give back to kids in Kashmir, in India. He said, there's so many, the girls get orphaned, not the boys, the girls. And he said, I want to go help the orphanages. So we helped him do that. He built up his portfolio and he now gives back to little girls, orphanages in Kashmir from his hometown. Jim Rohn said, success is neither magical nor mysterious. It's a natural consequence of consistently applying basic fundamentals. That's all you need to do. Consistently apply basic fundamentals. Mark decided. He took massive action. He worked full time. He even had a baby in his year of doing property. This is what he came out with. Monthly profit, 6,217. Annual profit of 74 grand. Total of 730,000. He did 9 rent-to-rent SAs and he bought 2 commercial property. I mean, year 2, he doubled that. Mark decided, one day I will be wealthy through property, or this is day 1. You've got to make that decision, guys. Are you doing it now or never? So we've seen Mr. and Mrs. Cash. Let's be safe in the bank. Mr. and Mrs. Average Landlord. We're going to buy 1 property for our retirement. Are you ready to see Mr. and Mrs. Wealth, the educated landlord, the business owner, what these people do? Yes, because you want more. You don't want to make 17 grand. You want something that's going to change your life and give you 6 figures, don't you? So I'm going to go over this, but we will be doing the numbers a bit later. So don't panic if you don't necessarily get the numbers. So this is what they do with their 50 grand. They purchase, because they use other people's money or bridging. They're going to purchase a house for 165 grand. They're going to spend 35 grand on the fees and refurbing it. Total cost 200,000. They get it revalued for 290. They put a mortgage on it, 217,500. They get 17,500 cash out. Monthly profit 500. Annual profit 6 grand. They do this 3 times a year, which you can do. They have the same pot of money. They recycle it 3 times a year. In 7 years, they've done 21 houses recycling their money. They've got 1.5 million of equity. They've released 367,500 cash out. Their wealth at the end of year 7 is 1.8 million. And their annual rent profit is 126 grand. 126 grand hitting their bank every single year. which is just amazing. Year 8 and onwards, they decide to triple their growth. They refinance their portfolio, they go again, and boom. Their 50 grand in 10 years is worth 7.4. And we've been very, very conservative here. 7.4 million. So you've got a choice. Mr. and Mrs. Cash, play it safe in the comfort zone. Oh, I'll take a little risk. Mr. and Mrs. Average Landlord. Or are you ready to do Mr. and Mrs. Wealth? Are you ready to make millions of pounds of property? How long have you wanted to be wealthy? Years for some of you. How much does it cost you not starting? Thousands of pounds. The time is now. And I tell you why the time is now, because you know what you're currently doing is never going to give you your dream. What you're currently doing day to day won't do it. But are you prepared to do what it takes? Get out of your comfort zone. Get educated, take action. If you are, then this can be yours. Will you do what Mel, Sarah, Naman, Mark, Peter, Dan, and thousands more in our community will do? Are you going to do what it will take over the next 12 months? And you can decide that. I'm a normal person. I grew up on a council estate. I invested in my knowledge. I took massive action. And now I'm a multimillionaire that gets to travel all over. And I am known as the expert. I get to go on TV and help people with property. The distance between your dreams and what your current reality is called action. You've got to take action. Now I get to spend time giving back. I go to Sri Lanka. I get to spend time doing wonderful things because I'm free. I don't have a boss. I'm not tied to work. So let's share the last poll. I'm determined to become wealthy for me, my family, and my loved ones. I have all the knowledge, network, and accountability to make this happen. I need extra knowledge. I want knowledge and network, or I need knowledge, network, and accountability. Please assess where you are, because this is going to be part of building your wealth plan for the next 12 months. So we know we can send you off and you are going to be successful. Yeah, most of you are currently saying you need knowledge, network, and accountability. You need all of them. So we need to build you a plan that gives you all of them. Now, if you've already got the knowledge, network, and accountability, I'd ask you why this hasn't happened. You can't. Something is definitely missing. So there we go, guys. We've got most of you filling it in, and yet 70% of you are saying you want knowledge, network, and accountability. If you want to be successful, find someone who has achieved the results you want, copy, and you'll get the same result. That's all you're going to do. You're going to copy what me and thousands of other Touchstone students have done, and you are going to get the same result. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. This is here. It's been time tested, tried and tried again, and it works. So you are going to just copy what we've done, and you will get the same result. Remember, guys, we don't have a lot of time, and time flies. This is your chance to take the next 5 months to make 2026 your best year yet, but only if you start now. So what I'm going to ask you to do, guys, I know you don't know everything yet, but team, can we share this link? Please log on for 2 minutes and complete this wealth commitment form. I want you to commit and tell me where you're going to be in 12 months' time. You don't know everything yet. We've only just started covering and scratching the surface of this. But I want you to be brave and log on and go. The 2nd of August, 2026, Abby, I'm going to be here. This is how much money I'm going to make from property. This is powerful. It's psychological stuff. We're going to email you this form back. I want you to print it out and keep it, because that's going to be your goal for the next 12 months. Don't overthink this. Just go, I'd love to be on 10 grand a month. I'd love to be on 15 grand a month. Think what you would truly love to do, how many holidays you want, what cars you want to drive. If you can fill that in, that would be amazing. We're about to go on break now, guys. I need you back here at 12:35, and we'll do the final session before lunch, because I need to prep you before we do the deal analysis. Is that okay? Back here for 12:35. You've got just under 15 minutes. Please make sure you fill in that form over the break. Is that okay, guys? Let me just open up the chat. Are you still awake? Are you still there? Are we still ready to smash this? I think you might have all gone off to fill that form in, which is absolutely fine if you have, because I would love you to fill that form in, because I want your commitment to where you're going to be in 12 months' time. So we're back at 12:35, guys, and we're going to the next level. I'm going to sneeze again. Oh, dear me. See you soon, guys. Bye.
Hello, hi Beth. Lovely to see you. So this is stunning, Beth. I love how you've prepped it up. I love the kitchen style. It just really brings the house to life.
Yes, I think open plan for modern living and family life is perfect. So we actually love to cook. So it's a big part of our day where we'll decide who's going to cook. So someone's up there, you know, we're chilling here and we can use the whole space as a family. It really works well.
It's lovely. It's big as well.
It is
gorgeous
big.
size.
It's great.
And what's through there?
Right through here, this is what's classed as the third bedroom. We currently use it as an office, but we have a day bed in, so it does go into a double bed for any guest. So this area, bit untidy at the moment, but this is Theo's station where he does his flight simulations and studying for his GCSEs as well. And this is my desk where I do my coaching sessions, my one-to-ones for Touchstone. Right, come on upstairs and I'll show you Theo's bedroom.
Oh, he's a bit tidy, Beth. Have you been in here and tidy?
Yeah, I have. It's generally pretty tidy though, to be honest.
Yeah.
This is the master bedroom.
And have you got an ensuite as
Yes,
well?
we have. Have a look in there.
Oh, wow. Rolled hot bath. Oh, love it. Absolutely love it. Yeah, this is gorgeous. The way they've used the space here is unbelievable.
Because
it's
not the biggest of properties, but it's a clever use of
really
space.
clever, yeah, it's gorgeous.
Clever. Yeah. And this is my favourite room, Abby.
Oh,
this
look
is the
at
old
this.
side of the barn.
Oh, wow.
And the beams in here were actually brought from an old ship.
Oh, wow.
So it was originally a butcher's shop called the Ginger Pig, and it became so successful it's now in Borough Market in London.
Really?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And
this is stunning.
One side of the Ginger Pig we've turned into our Airbnb.
Your Airbnb?
Yes,
How
so
exciting.
this is our fourth bedroom, fourth bathroom that we've added on and created value.
Do you let guests use this or do they just get the bedroom
No,
and bathroom?
what they do is we have a lockable door,
Yeah.
and we keep this separate as a buffer to the main house. So nobody uses this when we have any guests, so we can guarantee that they're private,
Yeah.
and that we're private as well.
Yeah,
So it locks.
perfect,
But
yeah.
our guests have another room in the garden.
Oh.
We've built a garden room, so they have that.
Oh, exciting.
So come on through.
This is lovely.
Welcome to the retreat.
Oh, wow. Oh, this is lovely. Oh, wow.
So it's got the
Oh,
vaulted
yeah.
ceiling, which because it's
Yeah.
a small room, it just makes it feel a bit more
Yeah, it
airy
feels-
and space.
it feels big, doesn't it?
spacious. Yeah. it
Oh, this
does.
is lovely. You can see why guests would like this.
So in this room, it used to house the oil boiler because we're actually on oil
yeah.
for our heating
Yeah.
system. So we removed the oil boiler because
Yeah.
it was actually ready for replacing.
Yeah.
And we've had a new boiler put outside.
Yeah.
And we've used the space that it was housed to create an ensuite.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, this is stunning. I would 100% book this and come here and be happy to book it. So Beth, I love the idea of this, but most people would be put off about having strangers in their home. How do you cope with that?
Well, I've got to be honest, at first I was a little bit nervous because you don't know who's arriving in your house.
no.
I mean, fortunately, everything's great because everything's locked to the main
Yes,
house.
yeah.
But, you know, initially, the first few times, I did lie awake in bed at night wondering who was here and were there any serial killers. But, you know, all's good and I'm still here.
Yay!
So this is the door that the guests come through when they arrive, their own front door. Also, they have use of another room in the garden. So we actually built this during lockdown as a project, but it's worked so nicely now.
Oh, so it's like their little living room, isn't
Yes,
it?
yeah. So they've got a seating area. We've also put in a fridge and a microwave because sometimes I have people who are working away for a week and,
just
they'll bring their meals and I set up with them the plates and everything that they need.
Yeah, this is gorgeous.
Sitting area here.
Oh, lovely. Oh, Tin Man, hello.
Tin Man.
He's like nearly as big as me, isn't he?
Nice garden. It's not too big. It's easy to manage, but it's pretty.
Yeah, you can see how much of a sun trap it is.
Yeah, the hot tub we had to have craned in.
Oh, yeah. But that was fun.
Because we couldn't get it through the garden gate.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, it's absolutely stunning.
Thank you.
What a beautiful house and what a great way to monetise it.
Thanks, Abby. Well, it's all thanks to Touchstone and the education that I've achieved from you. I wouldn't have thought to have done it otherwise.
Well, you don't know what you don't know, do you? So
absolutely, and the fact that I can rent a room from home and use an allowance of £7,500 a year tax-free is just incredible.
Perfect.
So I'd highly recommend it to anyone if you've got space, or if you haven't, try and make space because it's wonderful.
Worth it.
Yeah,
worth
absolutely brilliant. Thanks, Abby.
So Beth, tell me, why did you get into property? What started it for you?
Well, I think I've always loved property, to be honest. I was actually an Amazon delivery driver. A bit lost in life, really. And although I did enjoy that job, I was looking for something else. And it was then that I saw Paul Smith on Facebook talking about Airbnb.
Oh, yes.
And just something resonated with me, and I signed up to the 2-day well through property, and I've never looked back. In order to make a life change, you need to have a big why. And my why is my son. He's called Theo, and his dream is to become a commercial airline pilot. But joining Touchstone, it gave me the confidence because I was not confident in myself and my abilities, but joining this education programme and being surrounded by people who believed in me taught me that I can believe in myself. It's just amazing because by people believing in me, I've been able to share that belief now with my son.
So Beth, you bought this 5 years ago for 415,000.
That's right.
It's now today worth about 600,000. You've taken it from a 3-bed to a 4-bed, and you've used like the extra 4th bedroom as an Airbnb.
That's right, yes. Absolutely.
How much did it cost you to change it into a 4th bedroom with ensuite?
My husband and myself did quite a lot of the work. We just got the plumber in to do the actual bathroom area. So we did it for under £3,000.
Oh, wow.
So it's been absolutely incredible.
So £3,000 to turn it into a 4th bedroom with ensuite. What else do you think you've spent on the house over the 5 years, if you had to put a figure on it?
We've probably spent, we've put the new boiler in, so that was a bit of an expense of about 4,000. And then mainly, I've been developing the garden. I've bought some trees and spent quite a few thousand on the garden, and we've built the garden room. But other than that, it's mainly been just redecoration and changing the look of the house.
So 415 in, say about 15 grand over the years to take it from a 3-bed to a 4-bed, do the garden, and now you've got an asset worth £600,000.
Yes, yeah, it's amazing.
Which is amazing.
It is amazing.
And then not only that, you live here, so you get to live here and enjoy it, but then you rent this bit out as an Airbnb.
That's right.
So how much do you get per night?
So this is on Airbnb for £89 a night. And I end up getting £72.50 from that. This week alone, I've been booked for 5 nights already.
So how much on average do you think you get in monthly?
Well, I set it up last June, and during those summer months, I was making profit of £1,000 a month.
Wow! Just using your spare space in your house.
Absolutely.
So from a standing zero start where all you owned was your own home, you've converted part of your home and you run that as an Airbnb, and we've just said that gets about £1,000 a month peak season, which is incredible on your own home. what's the next project you did after that?
I bought a 2-bedroom terraced cottage in Retford that had been empty for a couple of years. It had got rising damp, there wasn't a kitchen in. I managed to get that below market value for £85,000.
And what was it? What was the market value?
130 to 135,000.
Wow.
But I only spent £13,000 on the renovation.
And then how much rental do you get for it?
I get £750 a month, which is actually £100 more a month than the house next door.
Wow.
That was renovated at the same time, but they just went in and whitewashed the walls and didn't do that extra to it. I've refinanced to get the money out.
So you put a mortgage on it,
a
pulled the cash back
mortgage,
out.
got the cash back out. I didn't get it all back out. I had to leave £9,500 in the deal, but I was really happy because when I did the return on investment, the ROI calculation that Touchstone taught me how to do, I was really pleased because that showed me how hard the £9,500 is working in that deal.
100%.
And I'm getting 38%, which if I'd left that in the bank, I'd probably be getting about 4.7%. So I'm over the moon with it.
But for most people, what Beth's just saying, they wouldn't even understand that you could do that. So you spent £9,500 of your own cash. You've got an asset worth 135 to 145 that's giving you £750 a month rent. Most people would not know how to do that, Beth. That's absolutely amazing. So you did the one at Retford.
Yeah.
That's ticking along nicely. Did really well there. What was your next one?
I was setting this room up here, but I then was in the process of transferring my pension into a SIP.
Yes.
Again, everything that I learned from Touchstone. And I'd got my eye on a commercial property and I bought it. And it's a commercial building that I now rent to One Stop Mini Market.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And how much rent do One Stop pay?
Just over £18,000 a year. And
Can you see and hear me okay? Just checking. Are we still awake? Are we ready to go? Yes, yay! Yay! Got ya! So we're going to go for about an hour now. So 1:30, I'm going to send you on lunch, if that's okay. You'll have a longer lunch break, and then what we're going to do is we're going to do live deal analysis and get on looking at properties and things, which is exciting. So this session, we're going to get prepped, ready to do the deal analysis. There's a load of few things I want to show you. And we've also got 2 of my students coming to join me, and I'm really excited for you to meet them and see what they've been up to and how properties change their life. So first of all, could you put a done in the chat box for me if you've already done your wealth commitment form? If not, team, can we share that link again? If not, can you please take a couple of minutes now and do it? Oh, look at that. thank you so much, guys, for going on and being action takers and doing it. It really is helpful because I kind of need to know what the ambition is in the room, you know, whether you just want to get to 5 grand a month passive income, 10 grand, whether you want to get to 50 grand a month, and then we can cater what we're going to give to you and make sure we're giving you the right stuff at the right time. So please, if you haven't done it, please take a few minutes now. We might change what we give to you this afternoon, tomorrow because of it. And also, what we are going to do as well is we're going to email you this and you can print it out and put it on your vision board. I kept mine my very first year and I made £148,000 and I've still got mine. I could pinch myself. I just wanted to make 3 grand a month. That was my dream. That would cover my costs, look after me and the kids. And I went on and I did so much more. But it's really fascinating when you set a goal, what you will do to achieve that. So please click that link. Please go and do it. And you should just guess. A lot of them, yeah. I know we haven't explained everything, but just guess, just give it a go, just make a decision. There we go. Thank you so much, guys, for doing that. Team, can I get my slides? Let's get this show on the road. I'll just turn off the chat box. There we go. So remember your wealth appraisal. We asked you to complete your wealth appraisal before you came here, and we gave you a score. And this 2 days is all about building your wealth appraisal store. Well, this next few sessions, today, now and after lunch, we're going to focus on assets and accumulations. What should you have in your portfolio? How do we know they're going to give you the passive income and what's right for you? So that's what we're really going to focus on now and after lunch. So there's 6 ways to acquire property. We've already been talking about some of this morning already. But number 1, we can get property just using a buy-to-let mortgage and a 25% deposit. You see average landlords doing this. They get 25% deposit, they buy a property with a mortgage, put a tenant in, and they're a landlord. Can you put a 1 if you understand that? Simple, basic. The challenge with that is you're going to run out of money. Even if you are a multi-millionaire, you will still run out of money doing this, won't you? 25% deposit, buy-to-let mortgage. At some point, you'll run out of money. This is one of mine on the screen. This is 49 Ashton Drive. I bought this probably the end of my first year doing property. I bought this property. It's been a great buy-to-let. I just put the money in there to sit in there, and this makes me just under £600 net profit a month, which is nice. And this house paid and I leased a car with it, which is exciting. So I'll tell you more about this house, but that's how that house was bought. Number 2, you can get property off developers. So if you've followed me on social media, you will have seen that I do a lot with developers. I work with developers, you know, and I buy property off plan. So I've got some slides. I wanted to show you that because that's a really cool strategy, especially for you guys that just got 50 grand sat there in the bank, not doing anything. This might be for you. Number 3 is where you do buy. So you buy it for cash, you refurb it, and then you refinance it, pull out all that money and go again. We call this BRR, and I'm going to show you another one of those so we can totally get it before we do the figures. You've then got bridging finance. So bridging acts like cash. It's short-term lending. So if you've not got the cash in the bank, you can bridge it, called bridging finance. So bridge it, which buys it, refurb it, mortgage on, pay off the bridge. You've got lease options, which are properties for £1. And finally, rent to rent, which we covered this morning. Is everyone okay with those 6? Because this is our toolkit, what we'll use when we're picking properties and we're looking about what we can do with them and how we can, you know, sort of do them. Don't worry if not. So let's go to buy, refurb, refinance. This is where you buy a house cash, which refurbs it to add the value. That then increases the market value. You put a mortgage on it for the new market value. You pull out all that cash and you can use the same pot of money multiple times. Now, this is one of my buy, refurb, refinance deals. So this one is 84 Elm Green Lane in Conisbrough. So it was a detached house. and I came along and I bought it. Now, I didn't buy it for 200,000. I bought it for 164,000. Does anybody know, because it was marketed at 200, how I got that amount of money off of it? Can anybody guess? I rock up, instead of buying it for 200,000, I buy it for what works for me and my property deal at 164. Saying, let me just open up the chat box. It's in a poor state, distressed seller, cash, before it was on the market. No, Stephanie, it was on the market. Spoke to the owner, bridging loan, cash. You're kind of there. I use speed. So I was a cash buyer, I could complete quickly, and the vendor took speed over getting a higher price, which a lot of them will. So what happened with this one was I rang the estate agents and I said, hiya, Martin & Co. I'd love to view this property. And the estate agent says, yeah, let's get a hold of the vendor and we'll come back to you. Anyway, I waited a day. They didn't come back to me. I rang them again. I said, hiya, I've not heard about a viewing for this property. They said, oh, yeah. We're just trying to get hold of the viewer, the vendor. We'll ring you back. Anyway, I got fed up with the estate agents. I thought, you're in my way. So I drove round to the house and I knocked on the door. A little old guy came out called Ernie. And he was so cute. He had little dungarees on, bless him. He was in his 70s. He said, can I help you? Proper Yorkshireman. I said, look, I'd love to buy your property, but I'm really struggling getting a viewing with the estate agents. Can we agree a viewing time? He was like, oh, he said, those bloody estate agents. He said, I need to sell this fast. They know I do. They should have offered you a viewing straight away. Come on in, Duck. Come and have a look. Yay. So I went in the property, viewed it with him, sat down with him. I said, look, your house isn't worth 200,000. I am so sorry. Look at all these in the area. Your house needs a lot of work. I said, look, I can buy it very fast. I can get it done in 3 weeks for you. And then you can take the money. So Ernie thought about this. He's like, what sort of offer would you do? I said, 160 grand. He said, 164 and you've got a deal. Now, the reason why Ernie wanted to sell this fast was he's lived in this house his whole life, was he'd got a new wife. He was 30 years old in Brazil. So Ernie's challenge was he wanted money and he wanted to get to Brazil fast. He didn't want to stay in the UK. He needed to sell this house. And I came along and told him I could do it in 3 weeks. Do you guys see that? Do we see that, guys? Yeah? Yeah? So again, it's about listening and understanding what the vendor wants. So 200,000 was the asking price. I bought it for 164,000. Tax and legals, 4,920. The refurb cost me 32,000. Total cash to do the full deal, 200,920. The new market value is 250,000. 75% loan to value mortgage. That's 187,500 out, which meant I left 13,420 in this deal as equity. I could have sold it and made about 49 grand, but I didn't. I wanted to keep this one. So I left 13 grand in. So I basically got a 250 grand house using 13,000 pounds. Everyone all right with that? Buy it cash, do it up, remortgage on it. And I've shown you one already today that I got all my money back out and extra, but I'm showing you realistic, other things. So this is, this is Ernie's house. So here's a before and after photos. How can you buy in 3 weeks? Because I don't do surveys. So I'm not big on surveys. If the house has had a mortgage before, all the surveys are fine. It's just like a system they make you go through. So I get search indemnity insurance for about 150 quid, and that means I can buy in 3 weeks. That's how I do it. Yeah? So if you don't have the cash to leave 13 grand, you'd sell it and you'd make 49 grand. Does that make sense? If you don't have the money to leave in the house, you would sell it and you would still make a large amount of money. Yeah? Before you guys shut your parachutes. I saw you. All you guys then went, oh, don't shut your parachute. Keep it open. Yeah? You know what I'm talking about, you guys. You had a panic then. Like, chill out. I've shown you ones where you get all your money back out. Yeah, chill out. So, I don't do surveys, no, Angela. I tap my builder. If we think it's fine, We can't see any cracks or structural. I don't bother with surveys either. I only do surveys on properties over like 700, 800,000 pounds, very, very expensive ones. Yes, so I bought it in 3 weeks. So here's the before pictures and after. The before pictures make it look quite nice, but it wasn't that nice, and he smoked in the house as well. Now, good old Ernie said to me, he said, Abby, if you want me to leave that carpet, duck, you'll have to pay me £2,000 because it's a decent carpet. So I said, Ernie, I said, I could not possibly take this carpet from you. Your new bride in Brazil clearly wants this carpet, so I couldn't, in all good consciousness, pay you and take that carpet. I really think Brazil is where it's at. So I think I've got a woman in Brazil that might actually hate me. So we've made it modern and we've brought it back up to standard, made it smell nice. Here's the kitchen look. We opened up the kitchen to the garden, put French doors in there, look, and just made it a nice modern kitchen. And he tried to sell me that table. He's like, solid oak duck, I'll leave it you, £800. Again. I said, Ernie, I couldn't take this from you. Brazil. So Ernie took the table to Brazil. He took the old washing machine to Brazil and the dishwasher. He literally did a rip out of the property for me, and he took it all in a container to Brazil, which is exciting. Yes, this property's staged again, look, but we're just making it nice, new and modern, aren't we? I know there's a woman in Brazil that absolutely hates my guts, but he did save me on skips and things by taking it. So what we basically did, this is a 3-bed detached house, and me and my builder, we made it into 4 bedrooms. So you see the office was too small to be classed as a bedroom, so we nicked room from either side of the bedrooms to make it into 4 bedrooms. And we did put an ensuite downstairs as well, which you can't see. So £13,420 I've left in the house. I've not lost that money. It's in the house as equity. The house is worth 250 grand. The rent is 1,200. We've just put it up to 1,400 actually. Mortgage, insurance and fees, 720. Net profit, £480 a month, which is 42%. So I've paid 13 grand to get a 250 grand asset that gives me £480 a month. And it's more now, the rent's gone up. However, I could have sold it and made fast 49 grand. But that is buy, refurb, refinance. We've seen Jenna's bungalow, haven't we? Let's have a little look at the next one, which is off plan. So off plan is where you make money before the property's built. You work with developers, and what you're going to do is you're going to buy properties before they're built. Here's my latest one in Birmingham. This one's called Smithfield Lofts, and I've actually got 6 apartments in this block. So I bought 6 of them. Now these are the CGI images, they're not built yet, but when they're built, I own 6. Now from me, I reserved them last year. They're going to be built next year, and I will have made about 10% on each of them, because that's how much they typically go up in value in the build time. So my plan is reserve them before they're built, wait until they're built. Once they're built, I can sell them and make a quick 10%, or I can mortgage them, keep them, and keep them as buy-to-lets. So Smithfield Lofts, I bought 6. The reason why I bought 6 is if you do 6 in the same transaction, in the same apartment block, your stamp duty is much lower. It's commercial stamp duty. So it's like 100 grand saving, which is huge. So each apartment cost me about 319,000. The annual rent for them, they're going to rent out about 24 grand a year. But in fact, there's one, there's some new builds that have completed down the road from me, and they're renting for 27 grand a year. So my rent's probably going to go up. But this is what the developer and JLL told me at the time, 24 grand. 5-year rental income, 120 grand. 5-year capital growth of these properties, 88,500, 208,500 for one property, which is crazy, isn't it? So off plan, you need to have cash to do this. So if you've got 50 grand sat in the bank, you could dump it in one of these, couldn't you? And yes, this isn't for you if you've not got cash, but if you've got the cash, this would be a great start for you off plan. And it's not the developer that tells you what the end value is going to be. You have someone like JLL, Jones Lang LaSalle, will come out and go, this is what we're expecting. And look, it's saying over 5 years, my return on capital employed is 108%. So I'm going to make my money back plus an extra 8%. So it's a great investment in the middle of Birmingham. But I might sell them because they're worth 300k. It'll be 30 grand. I might flip them. Next year, I could just flip all of them and make a bet and get all my money back out, plus make 30 grand on each of them. So yeah. So here's we go on development days and we take students round. So here's my last development day with our students. And this development was in Manchester. So there's only 2 places I do off plan, Birmingham and Manchester, because these cities are going like nuts. They have the biggest housing crisis. And the house prices are rising faster here. So they're a great place to work with developers. I only work with developers with a track record and that have security for my deposit. So you have to put in 25% of the property amount, and you don't want the developer going bust and losing your money. So you work with developers that have got deposit security in place, which means if they go bust, I get my money back. So really, I'm not losing anything. Put a 1 in the chat box if you like the idea of off plan. If you think, yeah, that might be something I can consider as well. Yeah, I'll tell you more. Actually, Geordie's going to tell you more about it tomorrow because it's his baby. He absolutely loves off plan. But I've just bought 2.6 million of off plan property over the last 12 months. So yeah, if you've got lazy money sat there, it's a very easy thing to do. And this is for people that have got money but no time. So I've got a lot of my students that are doctors, solicitors, have got a surgeon, they're really time poor and they're building portfolios using off plan. They're not just dumping money in a house, they're literally making money while it's built. It's really hands-free and really cool. So we'll tell you more about that. So let's have a little look at private finance. So I started with no money. So I had to learn how to use other people's money. That's one of the biggest things I had to learn because I didn't have any money when I started. And I still use other people's money today because you've never got enough money in property. Your money's always out and in buying stuff. So this is one of the private finance deals I did. It's one of the properties I bought. So you need to know how to find the investors, how you position yourself to them, how you package the offering to them, the correct procedures, the correct paperwork, and you need to be professional at all times. So we're going to train you fully on this tomorrow. We've got a massive session and we're taking you through all of this. So here's the deal that I did, and I borrowed money from someone else to do it. So it's quite a big house, look. I bought this to live in and I lived in it with my kids and then I sold it. But can you see, look, it just needed a lot of love and attention. It had been owned by the same lady for 10 years. She inherited it. She lived in Switzerland. She owned it for 10 years. And then she went and tenants moved out. So she had tenants in there for 10 years. She never maintained it, never did anything with it. Tenants moved out and she thought, crap, I better sell it. So here's the ground floor before. It was a long lounge, dining room, kitchen, garage, utility. This is what I did with it. I made a huge, big open plan kitchen diner. So we kept some of the lounge, open plan kitchen diner. We had a little office, garage, and we moved the downstairs toilet into the utility, and we put a roof lantern in, but it was a beautiful kitchen diner. Upstairs was 4 bedrooms and a bathroom. 1 bathroom for 4 bedrooms is enough in a big house. So we decided to make the master bedroom longer. We built more of the master bedroom. So it was a big walk-in master bedroom with ensuite and wardrobe, which is really, really cool as well. What do you think, guys? That good? Yeah, you can see what we've done. So we've taken a 4-bed house and we're open plan kitchen dining it. We're making a big master ensuite. We're making it into something which is really cool. Now, this was on the market for 220,000 and I ended up buying it for 200,000. And we completed on it in 6 weeks because it was empty. She's had it for years. It was a buy-to-let. She didn't know what to do with it. She was Mr. and Mrs. Average landlord. She only got 1 property. So I did offer 195, but they said 200,000 would do the deal. So that's what I did. So I'll show you the numbers, then I'm going to take you through the photos. So asking price was 220,000. I bought it for 200,000 and it was investor cash. So this was an investor that I met as part of Touchstone. He had a lot of money, so he gave me the 200,000 cash to buy it. He also gave me 40 grand towards the refurb. And then I put 92 grand of my own money in it, because this was in my second year of doing property. I did a flip a couple of months before and I've made 100 grand on my flip. So that money went in here, loaned from my business. So total cash, 332,000 to do this. Now, when I finished it, the new market value was £375,000. I put a 90% loan to value mortgage on it because I could, because this was my own house for me and the kids to live in. And I got 337,500 cash out. I repaid the investor 200,000 to buy it, 40 grand towards the refurb and the 6% interest. So that was 254,400 going back to the investor. I repaid 83 grand back to my business so I can do more property investing. So basically, I did this full deal, a brand new house from scratch and all the furniture, 8,500, and I built. So 8,500 left as equity in the house. I then sold this 2 years after I'd done it, and it sold for 450 grand. So it's just making money every step of the way, isn't it? Do we get that, guys? Do you think that's a deal? So you could do this for your own dream home, like I did for me and my kids. Because I didn't want to go and leave a massive deposit in a house. I wanted a beautiful house that I could do with the kids from scratch. So there's the house while we were doing the extension look, and the grass just like grew arms and legs. There it is, look. My big extension. There's my kitchen going in. And it was a big kitchen because I wanted a big kitchen diner. There we go. That's the living room. I do love a bit of paneling. In all my refurbs, you'll see a lot of paneling. That's the extension. My Juliet balcony, which I love. There we go. And this is it looked like it had snowed. This was in August. We got it rendered and it looked like Santa had been. It snowed. There it is today, look. Fully complete. All the windows and doors match. So I absolutely love that. No, Tim, the refurb was 130 grand. It was just financed part by the investor and part by me. There's my open plan kitchen diner, which is beautiful. The other side of it. See how much I built? I'm so excited. No, I didn't do any DIY in this. I didn't strip any wallpaper, do any decorating. The builder did all of this for me. I got out the way and I got it done. Yeah? There we go, guys. See? How cool is that? And that was using another person's money plus some of my own to do this. And I lived in here for 2 years with me and my kids. We had the best time. From a tiny little terraced 2-bed house rented to me building the wealth to be able to do this. Love this. So there's my valuation for mortgage purposes, look, and it was valued at 375, because the downside of doing this would be if I didn't get it valued for the end price, I wouldn't have been able to get the money back out and repay the investor. So you've always got to make sure the end value is right. And after the lunch, I will show you how to calculate the end value to make sure you get it right. Is that okay? But please make sure that's in your head. You have to be certain on your figures. So it had not been valued for 375. I couldn't refinance it and I wouldn't be able to pull all my money back out. Everyone all right with that? Yep. Vince is saying always calculate the end value. It's one of the things you absolutely... And you know what, guys? This is I'll just drop the slides for a minute. This is the honest truth. You get the numbers right, property's easy. Property deals go wrong because people don't spend time getting the numbers right. So if you spend time doing your due diligence and analysis and you get the numbers right, the rest of it will come. It's super easy. You just need to spend time on getting that right. Put a 1 in the chat box if that makes sense. You get the numbers right, property's easy. Yes, amazing. Can I get my slides back, please, team? Here we go. So lease options. These are really, really cool. And not many people know how to do this. Michelle's saying, please help me get the numbers right. We're doing it after lunch, Michelle. Don't worry. We're going to do a live deal analysis and number crunching. So I'll show you. And I'll show you the hacks. Because I'm not good with maths. I failed maths at school. So I'll show you the hacks as well to really help you. So this is lease options. Most people don't know about these. So have you ever seen a property that's for sale and for rent at the same time? You drive around the street and it's for sale and for rent at the same time. Have you ever seen one of those? Yeah? Yeah? So typically these are where the owner needs to get rid of it. They've got an empty house. So you're looking at people that own, like an accidental landlords, accidentally got a house, they don't live in it, it's empty, for sale and for rent. Normally they're in financial difficulties. This was one of mine. This is what you can do. You can take the property for 10 years on a lease option agreement. So you've got it for 10 years and you've got the option of buying it in 10 years' time. You take over the property and you're responsible for all the repairs. You're going to cover the mortgage every month. So you don't pay rent on a lease option. You pay enough to cover the mortgage and let the person's mortgage be paid. 2,300 to refurb. This one cost me. I've done ones where it's cost me just 100 quid. But this one cost me 2,300 to do all the electrics and things I needed so I could rent it properly. And it was all done with legal contract through solicitors. Let me show you the numbers because this is going to blow your mind. So the market value is 220,000. The purchase price on this that I agreed to buy it, but remember I'm buying it in 10 years, is 230,000. So, but in 10 years, what is it going to be worth, guys? Put in the chat box, what is it going to be worth in 10 years' time? It's 220 now. I say, okay, I'll give you 230. Yeah, double. Yeah. So in 10 years' time, we can safely say it'll be worth over 400,000. It's a 10-year term, but I can buy it at any point during the 10 years if I want. I pay £625 to the owner every month to cover his mortgage and insurance. My tenant pays me £1,000, so I make about £375 cash flow a month. But that's not the significant thing. The exciting thing is every payment I make comes off the purchase price. So in 10 years' time, I'm buying it for 230,000. I've made 75 grand of payments to the owner over the 10 years. I've got 155,000 left to pay. And the house is going to be worth over 400,000. How exciting is that? Can the owner break the agreement? No, it's a legal agreement and it's on land registry. So they can't break it and they can't sell the house without you. Can you use it for SA? Yeah, of course you can. You can use it for SA, use it for social housing. Once you've got the house and the keys, you use it for how you want. Is the price fixed? Yes, it is. They can't change it. Once the initial paper, because you're taking the risk, aren't you? They're walking away, the mortgage payment's paid, they don't need to worry, and you're taking all the risk. Now, the guy that did this one with me, his wife said to me, if I'd not have done this with him, he would have ended up in hospital. This empty house was making him sick. He was trying to pay the mortgage. He had to pay insurance every month. It had been broken into. He said he'd had enough of it. And this was a great way for me to do it with him. Yeah? So Gemma's saying you're technically renting to buy for 10 years, but it's not really rent because you're not paying rent. This rent's for £1,000. I'm not paying £1,000, I'm paying the mortgage. But I see what you're saying. Can you make extensions on it? Yeah, of course you can. This is called lease options. And the legal contract to do this is £1. The legal options to do this is £1. Rob's saying, what if they're in mortgage arrears? You'd sort that out with them, Rob, and you become an interested party as part of the mortgage, if that makes sense. So it's £1 to do the legal contract, and then whatever repairs and maintenance the property needs doing. Are there many of these out there? Loads. I've got a student, she came on my 2 days. She joined me for a year. She said, Abby, I'm not doing any strategies. I'm just doing lease options. I'm going to build a business of lease options. I was like, brilliant. She got out there. She built them. She got to 12. She had 12 of these in her limited company. And her pension fund approached her and offered to buy the limited company from her with these lease options, and they would give her a couple of million right now today. And then they've got to see out the 10 years. So we ummed and ahed what she should do. The lease option is going to be worth a lot more than that in 10 years. So she's decided to keep them. She didn't sell it, but she could have sold it. And I said, you could sell it, make a fast couple of mil and go buy some Costa Coffee, some commercial property. But this is exciting, isn't it? A few people are worried if they don't pay the mortgage. But if you're worried about that, you bypass them and you can pay the mortgage payment straight to the mortgage provider. You go on the mortgage as an interested party. What does it mean to invoke the option? It means if I don't want to wait 10 years, I can buy it at 5 years. Yeah? What if the property doesn't double? Rashmi? Well, it'll definitely go up in value. So if it hasn't quite doubled, you can always walk away. It's an option. You don't have to buy it in 10 years, but I think you absolutely will want to buy it in 10 years. That's the thing, isn't it? You absolutely will want to buy it in 10 years. Do they have to sell to you? Yes, they do. It's in the contract. They absolutely have to sell to you. You don't have to buy though. What companies do lease options? Us, we do them, Anusha. You can't walk up to a company and get one of these. You need to go and make it happen. Yeah? Yeah, so the mortgage payment to the owner, the £625 over the 10 years, adds up to 75 grand. And the 75 grand comes off the purchase price. So I've got 155 left to pay. How do you qualify for a lease option? It's not qualifying, Linda. It's finding them. You need to find empty houses that are for rent and for sale at the same time. One of my students, Steve Potter, you'll see him tomorrow, he found 2 of these in the Lake District. So in the Lake District, a retired teacher couple owned 2 properties. They had enough of them. They hadn't repaired them over the years. So they agreed a lease option. So they took them over. He took them over for £1 each. That's £2. He did refurb them. He got them running as holiday lets. The holiday lets have made so much money, he's buying them early from them. He's able to raise a mortgage from the holiday let income, which is exciting. So this is called a lease option. Lease option, guys. The fees are £1 for the contract and the money to enable you to rent it out or do what you want for it. Gosh, we've got a lot of fear in the room, guys. What happens if the owner doesn't pass on the payment for the mortgage? I'm going to say this again. I have said it twice already. You would bypass them, pay the mortgage company direct because you're on the mortgage as an interested party. Can I please remind you guys, though, why are you worrying about detail in the future? You haven't even got one of these yet. So take one step at a time, guys. You don't need to be panicked about what if, what's, or maybe. This has all been thought through. It's all been done before you. All these questions and everything's been thought through, and it's all in the legal contract to fully protect you and to protect them too, because you have to pay the money. If you don't pay the money to them, the lease agreement's off. Yeah? This is such a cool way of buying it. There's more of these around nowadays because we've got a lot of people that are fleeing the UK. Where are they going? Where are a lot of people going to live right now? Do you guys know? Let me open up the chat box. Where are a lot of people going to live? They're all buggering off. Spain, Dubai, Mediterranean, Australia, yeah. And they're leaving empty houses. They don't want the risk of having a tenant. They want something like this and they're happy to have something like this. Also, there's a lot of landlords that are tired and they're happy to do stuff with you because it helps their tax bill. You know, every so many years being able to sell one of these or some of these. Yeah? Yeah? So there's loads of opportunity to do this. So finally, before I get my 2 students on, being a deal sourcer. Who likes the idea of being a property finder? So you find great deals, you pass them on to someone else and you get paid a finder's fee, anything from 3 to 10 grand. If you want out your job in the next few months, this is how you can do it. So I did this in my first year. because I really wanted to take my children abroad on holiday. I wanted to pay off my debt, and this enabled me to get debt free, this strategy. So I would go and find great deals like this property here, and I passed it to another investor, and I got paid a finder's fee. So this property, I negotiated the price to 46 grand. The works on it were only 7 grand. It's only a little terrace to be tenanted. The new market value was 72 grand. An investor paid me 3 grand. It was an investor from London, and they still got this property today. What do you think, guys? Fast money. Yeah? So you can do this as well if it's just properties that you don't want to do. Can't you? Yeah, this is a great strategy. Absolutely great strategy. Olga's saying, where do you find investors? Let me just open up that chat. Put one in the chat box if you would pay 3 grand to get an amazing property deal. All your money back out. Or 50 to 100 grand flip. There you go, Olga. They'd all buy one from you. If it was legit, if it was worked out, because what does it save people? My clients that bought deals from me and still buy deals for me, I still do this today, and they want it done for them. So they want hands-free. So I'm working with a guy at the minute. He wants me to find him 2 properties in York. He lives in London. He's busy in his business. He just wants, he doesn't want to do viewings, doesn't want to negotiate with estate agents, doesn't want to get everything right. He wants it done for him, and he's going to pay me 5 grand for each property I find him. They've got money, they just haven't got time. And there's so much demand for this, and there's not that many people that are doing it. Yeah? Do you need to be an expert to do this? Sophie, you need to be good at getting out there, taking action, negotiating with people, and finding deals. Yeah? Michelle says, I can't wait to find out how to find investors. Michelle, they're here. Here's some investors for you. Do you have to do the refurb? No. I do finding only. I do a property finding only, and that's what I get paid for. You can do the refurb as well and get paid a project management fee too. Some of my students do that. It is totally dependent and up for you. Yeah? Do you find the deal or the buyer? You do a bit of both, Jane. A bit of both. But what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to train you properly on that tomorrow. I've shown you it today, because after lunch we're going to get on Rightmove and Zoopla, and it might be we might source some deals. We might not do them ourselves, but I'll show you the difference. Is that okay? I will be training you properly on being a property finder tomorrow. In fact, I'm not training you. Geordie's going to train you on how to do it, because he's made millions from doing this strategy, and he does it all the way from Dubai, because Geordie lives full time in Dubai. So he's going to show you how to do that tomorrow. We're going to train you. So I have got 2 very special people joining us right now. Can we give them some love? Because it is a bit nerve-wracking coming to join me and speaking to you guys. Let's give them some love, guys. Here we have Karen and Barry. Oh, look at all that love coming in for you guys.
Hello.
Hello, how are you guys doing?
We're good, thank you.
Oh, good. So would you tell these guys a little bit about you 2 and what you were doing before you came on your 2 days?
Absolutely. So I was a teacher. Barry will tell you a bit about his stuff, but he ran his own companies, and yeah, it was just getting to a point. We've got 2 young boys, or we had 2 young boys. They're growing up fast, but and we just wanted time with them, and it was getting quite stressful. Both our jobs were stressful, and we just didn't have the time and the freedom that we wanted to spend the time we wanted with the boys, and you don't get that time back. So we just felt something needed to change, and just came across these 2-day events and thought, well, we've got nothing to lose, let's go for it. And we did, and we don't normally sign up for things straight away, but we just felt everything we learned. We had a lot of faith in what we'd learned and the people that had taught us on that weekend, and we signed up and never looked back.
I was in the food industry, like franchises and things. So before kids, you don't realise what unsociable hours you work in, but then when you have the kids and they're out of school and you're missing time with them, it suddenly becomes, it hits you quite hard, and then you're like, wow, we need something different.
So you guys joined our academy, you joined us for 12 months, and you're quite risk averse, aren't you? You don't normally just make decisions like that, but you were in with us, which was exciting. What have you done since? Can you tell us about some of the things you've done?
We've tried a few different things. I mean, we always do buy, refurbish, refinance. It's what we specialise in. So we always put that, and it's just a good way to make money, add extra value and make money into your deal anyway at the start. But we start with some rent to buy stuff because we felt, again, it took the risk out of it. And then we've done some buy to lets, flips, HMOs. Yeah, the HMOs is what we're doing at the moment.
Which is exciting. So taking one house and renting out the rooms instead of the full house. So could you take us through the numbers of one of your latest deals?
We just had a cracking deal on a 6-bed actually, but we bought it for, was it
167?
167. And I think when we buy it with tax, legals and the refurb in there, we come up about 297. And then that got revalued at 410. So with a 75% loan to value mortgage, we actually pulled out about 10 grand because we got, I think it was 307.5 back.
And and I think someone mentioned about investors, and we were fortunate. We managed to invest the purchase of that from people from the Touchstone community. So it really does happen, and it can happen if you just share what you're doing. And like you said, Abby, if you show what you're doing and you're doing it well and you're doing it right, people do want to invest in you. So yeah, that's stick for us as well.
Did you think that when you were on your 2 days and we were saying you can get all your money back out the deal plus extra, plus other people will fund it for you, did you actually think you would be able to do that?
No.
No, I mean, there's lots of things on the weekend. You sit there and like the investors and all things, I was sat there going, no chance, no chance, no chance. But we still thought we could do it to a level. And then everything you said, we have done. We don't get all the money out every single time, but we're always trying to find deals where we get the bulk of our money back out so we can go again. But yeah, no, it's if you just have to follow the steps you guys say, really.
And and like you guys have said, majority of our investors are either friends, family, or from the Touchstone community. So it really does happen if you just follow what you're taught and take the action and do things properly.
How long was it before you were able to leave your teaching job, Karen?
So for me, it was just under 12 months in the end, because I joined a little bit after Barry because I was still working. But and in the end, in all fairness, I did jump ship a little bit earlier than planned. We felt we could support that, and we just felt that the business would push forward faster if I could put all my time to it. And all my passion and was for property at that point. So it just felt like the right time to leave. So yeah, just under 12 months for me.
Which is exciting. And then you've gone on and fast-tracked your business. And how did you get over the people around you telling you not to do it? Because we've all got them, haven't we? Like gremlins in our life that don't understand what we're doing. You guys cope that.
I think you had that.
I think it was. I think it's quite a difficult one because you think, when you're starting something new, it's going to be your friends and your family that you're going to go and talk to about. But if they don't know anything about it, and you're convinced, you shouldn't get told you can't do something by somebody who doesn't know about it. And I think that's why this community really, really helped. Because all my best mates, I grew up with 4 lads my whole life. There was 4 of us, sorry. One of them lived in Stoke-on-Trent, which is where we live now. He told me there's no point buying in Stoke, it's rubbish. The other one was a mortgage advisor, told me pretty much there's no way I could do a pre-6-month mortgage if I want to flip things quickly. And then the other one said, no chance, you're too thick. There's no way you'll be able to do that. So you end up just not talking to them, and you end up making new friends.
Yeah. Not about that.
I don't talk to them about property. They say, how's your business going? Say, yeah, fine, thanks. And that's about it, because there's just no point. But from this community, we made some unbelievable friends from this community, and you can sit there, I'm sure you do it as well, Abby, but you can sit there and talk property all day long once you're in it.
Yeah, it's like addiction, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But it's great to have those people to do that with, and we're constantly making new connections and new friends, and that will just continue forevermore.
And I think it's really important you do that, and you talk about what you do, but you talk to the right people. We were sat in the pub the other night. I got chatting to a lad, and I got to know him over about 3 or 4 little trips in there. There's a friend's friend. He sat there one night. We walked in. It was only me and Karen, him and his wife. He was asking me about a certain deal, and he said to me, "I'll fund that for you." And it was £400,000. He was interested in just funding. So you find different people, and yeah, you have to talk about what you do.
Yeah, it is a big thing, isn't it? What do you think has been the hardest part of building your portfolio? if you had to put one thing down?
I thought, tricky one. I mean, I suppose.
I think get going. Property number one.
Definitely, yeah.
Property number one, because you question, you overthink everything.
Yeah. Try and do everything.
You do some basic numbers, and you still question that. You speak to the wrong people at the start, and then they stick their 2 pennies in, and then you go, oh no, I won't. I think number one is the hardest thing. And I remember sitting there and Geordie just saying to me, for God's sake, Barry, stop looking at these big deals. Just go and buy a terraced house and just flip it, or just renovate it and get it as a buy-to-let. Just stop worrying and just get on with it. And we went and did that, and then we went and bought 4 that first year. And yeah, it was, but that first one was difficult.
Yeah, I think for everybody in it's just because it's so new. It's like driving a car for the first time. The first time you get in, you think, I'm never going to be able to drive this, and then we all drive now like an autopilot, don't we?
Definitely. And I think, and the other thing is, you know, a bit like the driving, you know, you're not going to be perfect straight away. That there's going to be, you know, bumps in the road, and you know, you'll make mistakes. But I mean, we're quite risk averse, and obviously by getting the education, those mistakes are limited, and things that we think are a bit of a disaster, well, actually they're not really. They might be to us because we had expectations up there, but you know, if you do things properly, you know, those mistakes aren't so bad. And again, like with this community, there's always someone who's probably had that same bump in the road, and they are more than happy to talk you through it. And we do the same for other people. You know, if you read a post and someone's having issues and you've tackled that yourself, you just go and tell them what you've done, and it's massively supportive in that way.
Yeah, we come into property, we didn't know anybody else doing it, and we have hundreds of people now that we can just jump on the phone, and they will happily talk to us, and they phone us about things. So yeah, the community is massive for us.
Yeah, it's fab, isn't it? I like that it's very positive people, because I go into my normal life and my brother's a bit negative and they're whinging and whining, but I love our community because everyone's just so happy and positive.
Yeah, I think it's one of those businesses where everyone wants everyone to do really well, and there's plenty out there for everybody, so why not be supportive? And it does very much seem to be that way.
To put some things in perspective for these guys, so your latest deal, all your money back out, plus like an extra 10 grand, how much profit is that giving you per month?
It's about £1,700 a month. It was an extra £100 because the mortgage company come back with a different figure after we'd signed everything.
We were like, whoa.
They were like, you sure? They were like, yeah. So it was about an extra £140. So it was about £1,750 a month profit.
Wowzers. And for some people on here, just one of those would be game changing for their whole life, just that extra money in, wouldn't it?
Massively, yeah.
I mean, HMOs have transformed us. The last 3 projects we did were HMOs, and it's it's a game changer if you get the confidence to go with it.
And I think, but again, you know, I've said this to you before, Abby, we said we're never going to do HMOs because I think it's about finding what's right for you at the time. And when we first started out, you know, that first one is scary, and that was a bit too scary for us when we started out, but you'll get to a point where you've done a few and you think, yeah, I'm ready to do that. And the beauty of this is you can jump on that training when you're ready. You don't have to drown yourself in everything on day one. You can revert back to the other stuff when you're ready, which is exactly what we did. Followed that blueprint at that point, and then that's how we were able to do that, and we're happy to keep going with that. But you've got to do it at the right time, otherwise it just adds the stress that you don't need.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone needs to start off and do their own individual thing. Not everyone wants to do every strategy because there's so many, isn't there? And
absolutely. And some people are ready for that straight away. We weren't, so it's got to be what's right for you.
And come down to time, stress, money, whatever's right for you. It doesn't matter as long as you're taking that step. It doesn't matter whether it's a tiny buy-to-let or if there's a massive HMO. Whatever's right for you at the time, and just don't compare yourself to anybody else. Just go at your speed.
Yeah, I love that, and I think that's great advice. What would you say has been the biggest change in your life since you started property? From those people sat here now thinking, oh, I'd like to do it, but I'd love to know what you think, what you get most out of it.
Flexibility, 100%. We came in this not chasing money. We came in this to be flexible around our kids while they were still reasonably young and still wanted to spend time with us. And we it took a while, but we've now got to the point where we had a month off in March where we just went away with the kids. it's a 6 weeks holiday now. We won't work that much. We do always work. You know what it's like in property. You can work 24/7 if you want to. So we still get up in the morning. We still do a bit. I've got a couple of properties that's just come empty. So there's tenants changing over. So I'm in sort of redecorating those and bits. But we won't do much for the 6 week school holiday. So it just gives us that flexibility. And that was the main thing. The money will come in time.
Yeah, which is, I absolutely love that. Yeah, so he's going 6 weeks. Wowzers. What would be your best advice to each and every one of these on here today? Obviously, they've only done half a day one, so they've not seen everything yet. But what would be your best advice to help them?
Don't get carried away with everything. It's such a jam-packed weekend with so much information, and I think the negative for some people would be is you try and take too much on, and I tried to do everything at once. My first deal, I was trying to buy hotels. I was going to turn into self-check-in service accommodation units. I was going to rent out the bar and restaurant downstairs, and I ended up about 8.5, 9 months being absolutely flat out doing nothing. And really, if you just go, yeah, I'm going to do property and I'm going to keep it really basic, I'm going to go and buy one property and I'm going to turn it into a buy-to-let, and then I'm going to start from there.
Yeah, I love that. I think that's great advice. Just focusing, just taking one step at a time.
Yeah, definitely. And I just completely back that up. Don't get swamped in everything. There's a strategy that's right for everyone and their position at the time, and just learn a little bit about all of them if you want to see what opportunities are there. But you really do need to pick a strategy that's right for your situation, smash that, and then obviously all the others are open to you as and when you need them.
When I say, everyone there, so 6 weeks of holiday, wow, it's brilliant. When you're in property, you work incredibly hard at certain times, and you can work 7 days a week. But the flexibility is just nice. We bank up that 6 weeks of holiday, no problem. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, and I know someone said, what do your day-to-day lives like? Sometimes we are completely manic, hectic, but the difference is we still do the things we want to do with our kids. So, they're getting too old for me to walk them to school now, but I know those days are gone, but I was able to do that for the time I wanted to do that. And yes, I'll work hard around that, and we'll work incredibly hard some days. And we've even got them working for us this holiday. So they're doing all our IT and tech stuff. So yeah, it's just changing as they grow up. They're part of our company, and you guys taught us to get them as part of our business from day one. So they're invested in it already, and they enjoy helping us out with that. So it's really good.
I think also the difference is you're spending time building your own business instead of working for someone else and making someone else rich. You're doing your own business, aren't you? And you guys, you're very hands-on with a lot of the refurbs and things, aren't you? Someone's doing. Does it really take? Because we explain to people they can take 6 hours a week to do this, which depends what you want. If you want and stuff, then you're going to be more.
And that exactly. So for me, it was either do I carry on doing the job I really didn't want to do, or do I work in this for a while? Eventually we'll hopefully not do as much as we do, but if you give me that choice, I'll take this every day. So yeah, it just depends. If you're working full time, then you're going to need to find other strategies and not be doing all the stuff. But for us, we'd rather be doing this than having to work for someone else. So you just whatever's right for you.
We have multiple sections of our business. That's why we can work all those hours, because we have multiple businesses going within it.
Yeah, and I love that, and I love how great you're on. So you guys ticked off a bucket list holiday this year, didn't you? Will you tell these lot where you went?
Yeah, we went to Bali. We'd had some ups and downs last year. We'd worked really, really hard, and we just thought, let's do it. So yeah, we managed to take the kids out. We went for 3 weeks, and it was just one of those things we'd really wanted to do. And because of what we do, we were able to do that, and things just keep on running while we're away. So yeah, it was absolutely incredible, the quality time we had with them and the experience we had.
It didn't matter where we were, did it? It was just the quality time with the kids for 3 whole weeks. So it's actually sat around eating breakfast, lunch, dinner together,
talking over the dinner table, not rushing to get out to football. Just the little things.
Very busy life in this house with our kids' football and stuff. So we never get time to sit around together.
Nah. I love that. 3 weeks in Bali, and then you went to Benidorm, didn't you?
Yeah, we won't talk about that.
Bali to Benidorm.
The come down that was.
Yeah.
How can these guys find you and follow your projects?
Yeah, so we're on Instagram, we're on Facebook, we've got Gold Star Property Group, we've got a page on Facebook as well.
Our names, isn't it?
But so Karen Marshall say, Barry Marshall say, and what is it on Instagram?
Master Your Refurbs.
Master Your Refurbs on Instagram. So yeah, and we're in the community and the Facebook groups as well regularly. So
I love that. I'll get the team to put those info in so these guys can come and follow you. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure, and thank you for inspiring these guys. I know it'll have meant the world to hear from normal people like you guys, you know, on and done amazing things. So thank you so much, guys.
No problem. Thank
you. Have a good weekend.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Soon. Bye. There we go, guys. The team's going to put Karen and Barry's details in. Go and follow them. They show you a lot of their refurbs, the upsides and the downsides, and you can see what they're doing. Smashing it in the property world, really. So, guys, there you go. Sunny's put the Instagram page in there, and the team will put all the details in. So, are we ready for some lunch? Who is ready to have some lunch and have a little bit of a break? Well, there is no break for you guys. I've got work for you to do. We're going to go on lunch now. We're going to be back at 2:10. But here's what I want you to do. When we come back, we're going to have the whiteboard up and we're going to be doing deal analysis. So I need you to get your deal analyzer ready. Team, can we share that link, please? So you are going to be on page 47. Woo, 47 there. So grab your analyzer, either click it or get on page 47. And I'm going to want you to go find some deals. So I'd love you to get on Rightmove, get on Property Pal, find deals and post them in the chat box. We're going to pick a few of them and get some analysed. Now, no over 55 retirement homes, no auctions, because I do want to ring the estate agents. Just keep it basic. Normal houses that are for sale. Is that okay, guys? Is everyone all right with that? And when we come back, we'll get our deal analyzer. We need pen, calculator, and we will crunch some numbers and I'll show you how to do it. I'm rubbish at maths, so I designed a really quick and easy way to do it and to cut out a lot of the stuff. Yeah, Laura, just stuff for sale. Any houses, apartments for sale, as long as they're not over 55 retirements or auctions, post them in the chat box. Rightmove or Property Pal, depending on where you are, and we'll pick a few and we'll get them analysed. Is that okay, guys? Have you enjoyed the first half of the day? Have you enjoyed the first half of the day? Yes. So we are going to go for lunch. When we're back from lunch, we're doing deal analysis, and then we've got Paul Smith joining us live. He's going to be taking you guys through limited company, LLPs, and you're going into the world of commercial property and pensions. So we have got a jam-packed afternoon for you. We're back at 2:10, guys. I will see you then. Don't be late. We've got deal analysis to do. See you soon, guys. Bye.
Come on in.
Wow, look at this. Oh my God. And that's a wand.
Yeah. Our own Whomping Willow in the
Whomping
house.
Willow. Does it hit you?
No, it doesn't. No.
It is amazing.
It's about 5,000 to 6,000 per month.
And how much do you think you take as profit from
So
that?
profit is about £3,000.
£3,000 profit from this house in York is incredible. I am in the beautiful city of York and I'm coming to see a Harry Potter themed serviced accommodation unit. So a Harry Potter themed holiday let. Oh my gosh, and we are here. Hi, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for coming.
Oh my gosh, look at this. Wow, look at this.
So this is the first room, which is the reading room.
Oh my gosh, look at this. Amazing. So what inspired you to do this room?
So this is pretty much the feel of like Sirius Black, kind of Sherlock Holmes sort of thing.
So yeah, this is what we call the reading room, where we've got all the lovely old leather-bound books, and then also TV to watch the Harry Potter films. Yeah.
It is insane.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, look at this!
Our own little Whomping Willow in the
Whomping
house.
Willow, does it hit you?
No, it doesn't, no.
It is amazing. The attention to detail here, and I cannot tell you, because I saw the photos of this before I came, but oh my gosh, this blows me away. These photos don't do it justice. I love how you've used the understairs space. This is just beautiful.
This is pretty much like an extra little corner for the kids to enjoy TV, because the TV also hinges out to also enjoy a film.
Absolutely beautiful.
And into the kitchen.
Oh, just brilliant. It's just so in keeping with a Harry Potter themed house, isn't it? To keep the aspect about having to come and stay here.
Yeah.
So like as a proper holiday let with the Harry Potter stuff. So you've seen some places and it's like you can't actually stay in it because it's like over the top or too much, or you couldn't actually cook, but you could cook here, couldn't you?
You could, yeah. So this is what I wanted to do, was create a little bit more like an authentic feel. So it's like you're stepping into the film. Yeah, so it's very much like the Weasley household in here. So we went for like these brick slip tiles rather than wallpaper, because I wanted it to be really like in keeping with the rest of the house. So everything feels like real. And this is the Emerald bed chamber.
Wow, look at this. Oh my gosh, the mirrors either side, the bed. How on earth did you get this up here?
So because I couldn't find a bed like this, I made one. And because of the issue with the narrow staircase, we actually built it in-house and then suspended it from the ceiling into the attic, so it's extra secure. And then we just built it round.
Amazing. Yeah. I mean, look at the wardrobe.
Yeah, so the wardrobe we actually found from Facebook market groups, because 80% of the contents of the house, it's sourced from Facebook market group, eBay, charity shops, vintage shops,
and just
the
whole wallpaper, the interiors, it just looks like you've recreated a film.
Yes.
Like literally in the house.
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
Do you know what? I would absolutely love to sleep in that bed. I want to jump on it, but I'm not going to, because I know you've got guests coming. But I just genuinely would. Absolutely stunning.
And we've had such fantastic feedback from guests saying it's one of the comfiest night sleeps they've had. So that definitely makes me happy. Yeah.
Definitely.
Thank you. And then also complete in the hallway is our very own floating candles with wand activation.
Oh my god! And that's a wand!
Yeah. So it keeps the kids and the adults entertained.
And it stops it looking like just a boring space, because I've seen where people have done this and it's just boring in these, you know, these beautiful old style terrace houses, but you've just done that, nailed it.
Yeah.
How on earth did you get them that far up?
So, great balance, and on a telescopic ladder. So I'm the only one that goes up, and I change the batteries. They only need changing every 3 to 4 months. So the life of the batteries is brilliant. And this is the bunk bedroom.
Oh my gosh! Oh, and it's bunk beds!
Mm-hmm. Adult size.
Did you build these as well?
I didn't build these, I'm not that good. I've got a joiner. I got a joiner to do this, so they're secured to the ceiling and the floor, and they're built to sleep adults as well as children. So at least I can get 4 adults in, or children if it needs be.
Yeah. I think I might be changing my mind. I think I'm coming to sleep in one of these. Look at the curtains, that is insane!
Yeah. Luckily my mother, she's a seamstress, so she helped me with pretty much everything in the house to do with fabric. So we made all the curtains, the bed, everything. So yeah.
And look at these as well.
Yep.
Absolutely stunning.
We had to make some letters as well, of course. And then we had this. It's actually tissue paper. This was tissue paper that I had for about 8-9 years. It was the old All Saints packaging. And I worked for All Saints years ago, and I kept a big roll of it. And I just loved, like, it had the writing details, and it was just, yeah, it was perfect in keeping with the house. Loved it.
Beautiful. And obviously a black radiator.
Of course, yeah.
What more could you want in a Harry Potter themed house?
And into the bathroom.
Oh, and the green tiles. Look at this. So tell me about the bath.
So this was the smallest bathtub that I could find. 1,300, and of course it had to be gold.
Yeah.
So I painted it and then had like a melting candle effect on it.
Just everywhere you look, it's like you've thought about every single detail.
Exactly. It is
Beautiful.
all about the detail. Yeah.
Even the old style toilet.
I had to have a high level toilet.
Yeah.
That was the first thing I wanted, because originally the layout of the bathroom was that there was a very long bath here.
Oh yeah.
Toilet was
there, yeah.
Sink was there.
Yeah.
And I just envisioned as soon as you come into the bathroom that the bathtub had to be there.
Oh, and the hooks. Oh, I love it.
And of course they had to be wonky. Nothing in the house is straight. It all has to be wonky.
I bet that did your tradesman head in, because they're so used to getting things straight.
It was actually my father. So my dad, he helped a lot with a lot of the DIY stuff, and it killed him to put it on wonky. He was like, can I put one on straight? And I was like, for you can, but I said the rest have to be wonky.
Brilliant. Well done, Hannah. This is exceptional. I'm here today in York with one of our Touchstone students, Hannah Chapman, and oh my gosh, what Hannah has created is incredible. So Hannah, you have created a Harry Potter themed serviced accommodation right in the middle of York.
Yes, set it up last year, so we've been going for just over 12 months now. It's been incredible, so yeah, I'm enjoying it, yeah.
What were you doing before property?
So before property, I was a full-time personal trainer for 6 years.
It's a bit different then.
yeah, quite a bit different. But again, about 8 years ago now, I actually set up my own studio, and I did the renovation work.
Wow, yeah.
So again, slightly property, and then worked in the business as a personal trainer, and then COVID hit in 2020.
Oh yes.
And I lost my business literally overnight.
Yeah.
Sort of like it presented itself an opportunity for property.
Yeah.
Started off as like a management role, and then I had the chance to get this, and I wanted to do something different. So I was like, do you know what? I'm gonna do a themed kind of Airbnb. And I'd done my research and everything, and I hadn't seen that there was a witches and wizard themed sort of Airbnb, and I knew the amount of tourists that came to York who loved the shambles, Harry Potter, witches and wizards, ghosts, and there was nothing like this. So I was like, I'm gonna do a gamble, and I'm gonna create it. So luckily the property that I chose, it had so many amazing features.
It must have been really hard when COVID hit, and like a lot of personal trainers, you lost everything. How did that feel?
I got into a very, very deep depression because I couldn't see a way out. I was struggling. I had a place to stay, so that was one less stress. But I really, really struggled because I was thinking, how am I going to recover from this? When are we going to come out of lockdown?
Yeah.
So a job opportunity came up, which was to do with property management, and luckily I grew up with parents who did property.
Yeah.
So I was kind of in and around it, and I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty. So like this, I did majority of the work apart from anything electrical or plumbing. Wallpapering, decorating, DIY, I did it all. So yeah, I loved the idea of the challenge.
Yes.
And yeah, I went in and did it.
And how did you find out about Touchstone?
So Touchstone, I actually came across that on a Facebook ad. Yeah, I saw your face.
Look at me.
I saw your face. So I was like, oh, she seems friendly. So I was like, okay, well, I went to like it was like the online sort of intro.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I jumped online and I was like, oh, okay. And again, it was just the the quality of the education and how you could learn all the different aspects of a limited company, the rent to rent, Airbnb, so service accommodation. I was like, oh, okay. So I looked into it and I signed up, and the amount of stuff that I've learned from Touchstone just by signing up in April, I've learned so much already that has benefited my business here, but then also going forward to building something bigger. So
Exciting.
Yeah.
So let's get down with some numbers.
Yes.
How much did this cost you?
So the purchase price of the property was 230,000, and then the renovation costs was just under 40,000.
Oh, well done.
Yeah, so
Nailed
it
that.
definitely helps the fact that I did a lot of the work myself.
Does that include all the furniture as well?
Yes. So the furniture,
Wow.
the furniture, because again, I'm very eco-friendly. I hate waste. So 80% of the contents of the house is from Facebook Market Group, eBay, charity
Brilliant.
shops, vintage shops. So that's what pretty much did most of the property.
270 total cost in. What's it worth today?
So I recently got it revalued in, again, April. Got it revalued April just gone, and it's now worth 275,000 as it is.
As bricks and mortar
As
valuation,
bricks and mortar.
yeah.
As a business, obviously, I haven't yet done that. So I've been in business for a year.
Yeah.
After 2 years, we'll then be able to get all the books and the correct figures to then do a projection of how much it is actually worth as a business.
Yeah, so just so for everybody else out there, so you get two types of valuation. You can have a bricks and mortar valuation, so 275, perfect. That's basically your cash has gone in and you've made an extra £5,000, plus you've got an asset that's giving you money, a long-term asset, which is amazing. The second type of valuation is more of a commercial valuation where they value the book, so how much is the property producing, and that's exciting, you're going to get it done.
Yep.
So I'm dying to know, how much do you make per month from this property?
So from the property now being in its first year, it's about 5,000 to 6,000 per month.
And how much do you think you take as profit from
So
that?
profit is about £3,000.
£3,000 profit from this house.
One 92% occupancy already. So yeah, it's good.
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
What would you say, Hannah, to people sat at home, they've just been watching and watching about it, thinking about property for years? You know, we have people say, I've been thinking about doing it for years. What would you say to those people?
Well, I was one of those people, and you don't get any younger. It's only given me a bigger incentive to just go after the bigger projects, because I mean, it may be high risk, but then it can equally be high reward. You can always earn more money, you just can't earn more time. So
you cannot earn more time. That is so important.
And the worst case scenario is it doesn't work out, you go back to what you were doing before. That's actually how I thought.
Yeah, 100%. So what would be your number top tip or two tips for beginners?
For beginners, I would definitely say knowledge.
Yeah.
You have to, a bit like with Touchstone, like education, you need to know what you're getting into and how to do it and how to do it properly, so you save yourself money in the long run. Because I have obviously made a few little errors with this. If I'd have known earlier, then I would have saved quite a bit of money and everything, but I'm correcting that error. And I would just say, just take action. Yeah, because you're never going to be perfect. You only learn along the way, so just get it done and then just refine it as you go. Yeah.
So you heard it here. Get educated, take the action. So hi Richard.
Hi Abby, how are you?
Thank you so much for joining me today. Could you tell us a little bit about your past, what you did for a living, and what got you into property?
Well, I started off as an engineer, corporate project manager. Property and refurbishing property and investing in property just became a passion. And now I'm a Touchstone coach as well, which brings me a great deal of joy because I'm able to give a lot of that knowledge and experience back.
Amazing. Can you tell us about your first deal in property? How did that feel doing the first one?
Oh my goodness, it's got to be the 1980s and we're talking Luton in Bedfordshire. myself and a friend were buying awful properties with roofs missing, walls down, and we were buying them on credit cards and cash.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and we had a friend at Midland Bank, a guy called Derek Brown, who'd every now and again say, do you want a small loan? And we go off to auction and we buy those properties. I think the first one was 29 Hartley Road. They say you always remember your oldest girlfriend, but that was my first property, and it had a big chunk missing out of the roof.
Wow.
And no kitchen. So yeah, that was my first one. We refurbished it, and we didn't know what to do. In those days, the lettings market wasn't really that mature. A few estate agents had a sideline which was letting, but we thought, well, how about we actually find a tenant? And that tenant stayed with us for about 10 years. I think we bought it for a few £1,000s. We sold it for about 35,000. It's now worth about 300,000. And it's a simple 2 up, 2 down.
Yeah.
In a sort of pretty rough area of Luton. So yeah, that was the first deal. Yeah.
And Richard, you do primarily HMOs, don't you?
Absolutely, Abby. Yes, mainly HMOs.
Now this to me doesn't look like a HMO area.
No, it's not,
You know,
Abby.
people think like slum landlords, don't they? Like ruined properties, but this is gorgeous.
No, this is community. There are families, you know, there's couples live here, and it takes the pressure off the local authority to provide affordable housing. Every HMO has a central notice board.
Yep.
It's a way that the tenants can communicate with each other. Plus, also it holds most of the documentation that are so important to the amenity standards and licensing that we have to adhere to.
Yeah, and this one's a 5-bed.
This is a 5-bed, yes.
And what type of tenants have you got in this one?
These are all white collar, I call high-end professionals, mainly working in the fintech and industrial locations and firms within Stevenage.
And do you mix men and female together?
Yes, we do, yes. It works absolutely fine. And what we do find is one of the tenants becomes quite matriarchal in the HMO, tends to look after it, puts up rotas, keeps everyone in check. So yeah, we love that.
I was going to say, if I lived in a HMO, that would be me. I'd be bossing everyone around to go, get this clean.
Absolutely.
So here's the kitchen.
As you can see, nice and spacious.
Yeah.
These properties really benefit for the fact that they've got a double oven, which from a HMO point of view is really important. So the tenants will actually get 2 means to cook with.
Yeah.
And we've also got the freezer here. Really important in a HMO to make sure lots and lots of fresh storage.
Yes, definitely.
Just behind there we've got a dishwasher, tumble dryer, all built in.
Wow, look at that. They've definitely been cooking. So how do you make sure that your garden's kept tidy for your HMOs? Because with 5 tenants, how does that work?
Absolutely. Well, the cleaners obviously keep an eye on the garden.
Yeah.
We have a gardener during the sort of growing season, sort of spring to summer.
Yeah.
We have gardeners every month. They keep everything down.
Yeah.
We try and buy properties and convert properties which have very small gardens, so maintenance isn't an issue.
Yeah.
We try and keep it as normal as possible for the tenants.
So this is lovely for the tenants to use in the summer, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, really nice. Yeah, gorgeous. So in this house, you've got 5 tenancy agreements for the 5 different tenants.
That's correct.
And on average, how long do they stay?
Between 3 and 4 years.
And how much rent do they pay a month?
In this one, it ranges from about 680 to about 750 per month. That includes all bills. We've got high-speed broadband.
Yeah.
We have cleaners twice a week.
Yeah.
And obviously all the utility bills, and we pay for TV license and so forth.
So how much are you looking for one of these houses to cost you?
We normally buy just under the 400,000 mark.
Under 400,000.
But once it's converted, they're worth between 450 to 460,000. These are great because these were built around about the 2000s.
Yeah.
So a lot of the fire standard work's already been done. You know, costs are fairly low for these type of properties. You don't need to go back to a full back to brick conversion and rewire and replumb and so forth.
So you've bought it for under 400, spent 60, 70 on it refurbing it, so 470 all in, and then what will one of these make you a year?
It'll gross around about 40, just over £40,000 a year, and then after you take your utility cost and any finance cost, you're most probably left with about £20,000 net profit.
That's not bad, is it, for a property that's, you know, about 470? And just think, if you had 6 of these profiting at 20 grand each, that's 120 grand a year. So with that HMO, you actually got a garage with it as well?
Absolutely, Abby. So there's a garage and car parking space. So we'll rent that out to one of the lucky tenants. Oh. £40, £50 a month.
Oh, brilliant.
But it keeps the cars off the road, and it helps stop congestion around the whole development.
Yeah, but that's great. You can rent it out and one of the tenants is interested for an extra £40, £50 a month.
Absolutely, yeah.
What made the decision to come out of the corporate world and just go full-time into property?
Well, a couple of things sort of coincided. One of our children was ill. I was faced with a possibility of going to America for him to have proton radiation treatment, and also spending, you know, large chunks of time up at Great Ormond Street. Yeah. And I spoke to my accountant. I said, well, what can I do? And he said, well, you've got this portfolio. Why don't we make some adjustments?
Yeah.
And that'll pay your bills and your mortgage. And I went out and bought loads more property so that my cash flow was big enough to support me and the family while this all went on. And that's really one of the turning points.
It's lovely that you had that option though, because a lot of people, when one of their children gets poorly or a relative or something, doesn't have the option to give up work full time. But because you built the property portfolio, you had the option, didn't you?
And I didn't realise it. It was staring me there in the face, and it was only my accountant, Paul Windmill, who actually said, well, if we just sort of move the furniture around a little bit financially, we can do this.
And today you've got quite a big portfolio, and you also run a lettings agency.
Yes, we run a letting agency. We realised that no matter what we did, we needed someone to manage the properties, find the tenants, look after the maintenance, and we built our own letting agency back in 2012, 2013, and now that manages, I think, somewhere in the order of about 160 to 170 tenancies, individual tenancies. We take on properties for other landlords, other investors. It's a tough game, it really is. You know, tenants aren't easy. But got an amazing team. My wife Catherine runs that, and we've got a fantastic sort of front of house and back of house set of staff. 24/7 call centre. So tenants can get hold of them at any time. Yeah. And it allows us as a couple and as a family to add more properties into the portfolio fairly easily. So this is a 6-bed HMO. These investors came to us a couple of years ago. Yeah. They have their own careers, yachting, boats in the Mediterranean.
Oh wow!
So very much hands-off service.
Yeah. So how much would this one turn over a year?
Similar sort of figures, slightly less than the ones we saw earlier, but yeah, you're still looking at £35,000 a year. Turnover. Most of our properties, we have a waiting list of people wanting to rent.
There's not enough housing.
Just not enough.
And Stevenage has an Article 4 area, doesn't it? But you do these outside of the Article 4.
Yeah, this where we're actually standing now is now an Article 4. It was brought in about 2014. Okay. Yeah. But this was obviously refurbished and licensed before it became Article 4. So it makes it even more valuable. Yes. So Article 4 gives the local authority the power to determine that any property that needs to be turned into a HMO has to go through planning permission. So it can't be done under permitted development. Yeah. The person wanting to convert would have to adhere to maybe parking, refuse collection, those sort of constraints.
Yeah. Why do the local authority do Article 4 areas?
It was brought in to stop areas of the country becoming ghettos. Yes. Especially around university towns. Yeah. They didn't want a proliferation of, let's call it, almost bed sits. Yeah. But it's had quite a peculiar effect on available accommodation.
Yes.
And I think one of the reasons why I think we were running out of accommodation for people is because, you know, they've brought some of these things like Article 4 in.
Yeah. Well, I love this one. I think it's a fab looking house, and what a great turnkey investment, really.
It's a money box, you know, it's, you know, small amount of money in, and it just keeps on giving.
So Richard, you're a really experienced property investor. Can I ask why you decided to come to Touchstone in the first place to get more education?
Really good question, and I've spoken to a lot of the other Touchstone coaches and also the students. The fact I've got 30 years experience in property, there were still things I didn't know, and I think that became quite apparent when I watched some of the videos from Paul and Anniko, that there were different techniques, things that I was doing the long way round.
Yeah.
Property is a very, very lonely game, and you need, I think, peers around you to bounce ideas off. So for me, it was very natural. It was a very natural move, and I wanted to give something back. So yeah, it was a perfect fit all the way around.
And do you feel like you've got good return back on your investment in your education?
Oh, absolutely. I think I'll give you an example. You know, we've just done a deal where we purchased company to company, and we've saved huge amounts of stamp duty.
And you wouldn't have known to done that before the education?
No, absolutely not. It's really interesting. It's like, you know, sort of a musician not knowing how to play a certain note in a tune. You know, it's coming up to a year that I've been with Touchstone now, and to now be a coach, I think just shows you how much I'm enjoying it.
And in your role as a coach, you get to see the students once a month and give them coaching. What do you think is the number one thing that holds some of the students back from really getting success in property?
I think there's two. There's two elements. First is confidence, and secondly, it's having a plan. I don't mean a plan as in, ABC. No, it's much more about, you know, so many strategies in front of them. And a lot of the students get hung up on which strategies to start with.
Yeah.
So when we do the one-to-one coaching, we look to, as you say, support and challenge. Support them in moving forward, but also challenging some of the decisions and some of the actions they're going to take, so that they're fast tracking.
So many people are so afraid of coming out of their job and doing something different than everybody does. And one of their biggest fears is, I'll come out of my job, I'll come out of my safety net, I'll go into property, get something wrong, it's going to cost me loads of money and it's going to be really stressful and I'll lose all my life savings. What would you say to someone having that dilemma?
Yeah, it's a tough one, and yet you can understand it. You know, it's fear. I guess, you know, people, you know, you got to take a leap of faith. You know, I had to do it because life presented certain things to me. Would I do it again without those? Yes, I would. You know, there have been moments where you feel like you're just leaping off a cliff with no parachute. I think we've all been there. I mean, I know some of the deals that you've done.
Yeah.
You think, oh my goodness, what happens if?
Yeah.
But I think you've just got to get past that fear feeling.
So Richard, if there's anyone, you know, watching this, loves what you're doing here in Stevenage, how could they get involved? How could they invest?
Well, you know, we can do everything. We can source the property, we can convert the property, we can find the tenants for the property, and we can look after the property. We can do everything, cradle to grave. We've got a website called HMO Property Sourcing. Go onto the internet, hmopropertysourcing.co.uk.
So click the link below, you'll be able to get hold of Richard. Now, the most important thing Richard said was education, education, education. So if you haven't already, make sure you get educated so that you can become a good, profitable landlord.
Many students come from broken families.
Some of the schools haven't got some of the basics.
We have a lot of talented students. Their parents don't have any courage to push them to the top level. So
just being in here with the kids, you can feel how hot it is here. Bye. So this is an orphanage and for disabled adults. There's 43 of the orphans here, plus staff, and the state of the fridge, which is just heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking.
Really. Oh wow! I think she's calling you mother.
Water came to the classes,
Yeah.
so it's also very difficult to handle when it is raining.
But government don't give you money to keep the building up.
Most of the money goes on staff and medication. Some of them don't have any family at all, do
No,
they? No
no.
one visits them, and that's really heartbreaking to see as well.
When you've put your oxygen mask on, when you've built your wealth, I'm a massive believer that it's your time to give back, to help other people. So this is the one that will put electricity in for you. So we've just had some ceiling fans delivered to site. We've got an electrician here who needs to put them up. So here they are. So this is really helping to get more kids to come to school and also teach them some of the modern ways that we know. So I'm here in Sri Lanka. We've been fundraising back in the UK and we brought the money out here to use to try and help some of the schools and orphanages out here. The biggest challenge in Sri Lanka is the poverty gap. You go into some of the cities and it's quite affluent, and you come and see some of the schools, and some of the schools haven't got some of the basics. Like this school hasn't got any smart tech, they've got no laptops, they've got no Wi-Fi. But come with me today and see what we're doing over here to help.
This was the first school we visited when we came to Sri Lanka, and this school is a very rural school. At one point it had hundreds of children, and now it has only 60 and is at threat of getting closed down, and there will not be a school in this region. What we want to do is develop the school so that it can have a really good education and really uplift the local rural area.
Many students come from broken families. Many students live with their grandparents.
Where are their parents when they live with their grandparents?
Yeah.
The parents not there?
No, they are separated. This school implemented in 1952. After a few years, there were a lot of students. Some parents try to drag them to the urban schools. If the government decides to close this school, it could lead to students in continuing their education.
So this is the one that will put electricity in for you?
Yes,
yeah.
you have to implement electricity.
Ah, this will be nice decorated, won't it?
The electricians are in now measuring up for the wiring. This particular school has a school block without electricity, so these guys have no lights, they have no ventilation, and it's just extremely hard for the kids to study under those conditions.
So we've got the electrician here with Dan just measuring up so we can hook this up with electric, this classroom as well, which will be huge for them. So this is really helping to get more kids to come to school and also teach them some of the modern ways that we know.
I am deeply appreciate your support.
Thank
and
you.
whatever you do for us, all are welcome.
Thank you. We're at another of one of the underfunded schools here in the region that we're in. So this school looks after 200 students. What they're lacking here is the government funding. So we're here today, we're going to connect some toilets, do some stuff with the electricity, put some ceiling fans in and help with the classroom divides. And we've also brought them some musical instruments because they said that they'd really enjoy that. So we nipped to a music shop and got them some instruments as well.
Water came to the classes,
Yeah.
so it's also very difficult to handle when it is raining.
But government don't give you money to keep the building up.
After Corona, we didn't receive those things because of that financial problems in government sectors. We have 25 to 30 students per class, so it's very
tight, no space.
Yeah. There we have a lot of talented students. The case is their parents don't have any courage to push them to the top level. So this is the only place they get that.
happens with the camera every time we try and change it. There we go. Can you guys see that? Let's get our deal analyzer up. So, oh, let me just open the chat box. How are you guys? Did everyone have a good lunch? Did everyone have a good lunch? Yeah? Yeah, are you still alive? Are you still awake? Or are you tired? You're a bit like, I've eaten now. I could go to sleep. What are you? Yeah? You still awake? Yay, excited. Oh, sausage and egg butties. Very nice. Olga's not had lunch. Yay. Still eating it? Well, thank you so much for all the deals sent in. What we're going to do in this next session is we're going to crunch the numbers. So I'm going to show you how I crunch the numbers, how I work out whether it's a deal, what's the deal, etc. Keith's saying this session's gone on for too long. Keith, you've just had a lunch, just had a break. Haven't even been going 2 minutes. So what we're going to do right now is we are going to crunch the numbers, and I will show you from start of getting a deal online all the way through to is it a deal, is it no deal. Now, what this is the deal analyzer before you view it. So what I do is I pick up the deal, I look at it, and I do a back of a fag packet. I do high level numbers. This helps me to not waste time and to really go for it. So high level numbers, does it work, doesn't it work? And then I know where I am. So is that okay? So what you're going to do is you're going to do these numbers, then you'll ring the agent, and then you'll go and view it. Then you'll do advanced analysis whether to buy it or not. Does that make sense? So back of a fag packet, it isn't in depth, it's high level numbers so we can scope out whether it's worth us viewing or not. Because back in the day, I used to be really excited. I didn't have a lot of time because I had kids and I worked full time. And I would view properties typically on a Saturday, Sunday. My mum would have the kids. Then I'd come back and do the numbers and they wouldn't work. And I'd be like, oh, I've just wasted my time. So I developed this as a pre-analysis so that you only go and view the properties that you know could potentially work. Put a 1 in the chat box if that makes sense. Does that make sense, guys? Yes, that makes sense. Amazing. So Vicky, are you there, Vicky? See if Vicky's there. Are you there, Vicky? Because you sent it, sorry, not Nikki, Vicky, you sent a deal in. Now it is for sale by modern method of auction. So we will talk through that and the benefits and downsides of that. But I think this one would be a really, really good one to do. Is that okay, Vicky? Can we share your deal? Sonny, I'll show you about that in a bit. Don't you panic about that. We'll put renovation costs in. So can we please share Vicky's deal? And then can you all make sure you've got your analyzer, pen, paper, and calculator? So let me get my calculator. Here we go. Awesome. There we go. There's Vicky's deal. So we are going to put it up on my screen, but if you want to click and follow through yourself, you can. So this is in Manchester, in Bury, which is exciting. So we're going to look through it, then we're going to crunch the numbers on the screen. So this one is a semi-detached, 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, and it's big. 1,435 square foot is big. So let's have a look through the photos. We can see the front of it. It needs some work. Some of the renderings come off. Let's go through them. There's a side of it. The garden needs a good landscape. It's just been left to overgrow, hasn't it? There's the insides. I mean, the carpet and the wallpaper. I think that was some sort of office, was it? There's a load of stuff left inside of it. So this is an empty house. Nobody lives here. Look at that. The carpet's really old, isn't it? So it needs a full renovation, top to bottom, doesn't it? Jim's saying it's a lot to fix up. Yeah, Jim, and you might not want to go for these, but I love doing these. Because remember, it's not you that's fixing it up. You're going to fully outsource this to a builder. Let's have a look. There we go. Other side of it. House. someone's obviously not living here anymore. I don't know if it's someone's died in the family, but this needs a lot of work to bring it back to life. But look, it's on a lovely street, isn't it? So you could bring this back to life and it could be worth quite a bit, wouldn't it? Rob's saying would love to do it. Yeah, me too. Absolutely. So what we're going to do is we're going to come out of there. Let's have a look at the floor plan. Can we help Alexander with the analyzer, please? There we go. So we come in, we've got hall, lounge, study, dining room, kitchen, downstairs toilet, bedroom, 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 bathroom. So this is crying out to be a 4-bedroom house, isn't it? We could easily make this a 4-bedroom house and put another bedroom in and an ensuite. So what I would love to do is redesign downstairs. So you come in, you've got this like hall, lounge, study, dining room, kitchen. I'd love to make a big open plan kitchen diner there, make a downstairs bedroom and have a lounge as well, which you could do because the floor, it's easy, big enough. And you could build a utility as well. Where this kitchen is right now, you could make that into a full utility, open plan kitchen diner, bedroom lounge, and then it just needs modernising and bringing up to speed, doesn't it? I'd also put an ensuite on bedroom 1. So I'm going to take it from a 3-bed house to a 4-bed with 2 ensuites, family bathroom, open plan kitchen diner. So it's definitely what people need. Rob, I'm not going to extend it. It's massive already. I'm just going to do internal restructure. I really don't think you'll get the end value from extending it. Luke says 2 ensuites and 2 bedrooms. That's exactly what we're doing, Luke. We're going to put an ensuite upstairs in bedroom 1, and bedroom 4 that we make downstairs will have an ensuite in. Yeah? So we understand what we're going to do with it. Vicky, anything else you want to do? Because you have to have your end value, what you ultimately think you're going to do with it. Is it cheaper to change internals and stuff? Yeah, changing internals is definitely cheaper. So Vicky, what do you think? Is there anything else you would want to do? Yeah, team, can we share the link again? So for those of you that have lost the analyzer, it's page 47 in your books, or we will share it now for you. There you go. You can go and get that. Yeah, we're going to open plan the kitchen diner. Absolutely. Oh, Vicky wants to build a drive as well. Good point. We'll landscape the outside and build a drive. So we're going to take it from a 3-bed to a 4-bed house, 2 ensuites on 2 of the bathrooms, downstairs utility, toilet, open plan kitchen diner, landscape the garden and put a nice driveway in. Is that all right? Because we need to know what we're doing for the end value before we go and crunch the numbers. Yeah? Bifold doors at the back? Yeah, definitely agree, Rob. We can definitely put them in. Luke, I won't run away with a log cabin or anything yet. They don't add that much value for the property because we're going to value this as a Rick's valuer. So we're just going to keep to the inside and landscaping the outside. Yeah, part of landscaping is adding the patio and doing the stuff. But yeah, I love the idea of a log cabin, but they literally don't add that value. So that's more of a lifestyle thing. Don't really need a garage. Garages don't add values because they're not classed as livable space. What adds values is livable space. We're definitely not putting a hot tub. Conservatories are a big no-no. Don't add value. We don't want to do conservatories. Garages don't add value. Sorry to let that know. We don't want to go in the attic, expensive, and it's got, this house is big enough. Yeah? Okay. So if we can just move the toilet from the dining room. Yeah, we'll do that, Jim. I'm not an architect, so I'd have someone draw this for me. And I tell them what I'd want, and they draw it and make the most out of the space. So what I'm going to do is we're out of here now. The first thing we need to go and find out is the end value. Once we've done everything, what is it going to be? The end value. So come out of here, please. There we go. And if we go down, we are going to go to property sale history. So if we click on that property sale history, it says no sale history found. Can you see that? That means this house hasn't been sold in a long, long time, which probably means there's no mortgage on it. So that they've got room to negotiate. If it had been sold last year, you'll know they've got a mortgage and there might not be a lot of room to negotiate on. So what I'm going to do, guys, in a minute, I'm just going to turn off the chat because I don't want us to distract everybody, and I'll put the chat back on in a minute. So what we're going to do is we're going to value this property like a RICS valuer would. A RICS valuer is Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors. So it's what the bank sends out to value the property. So there's two people that can value properties. There's estate agents and there's RICS surveyors. Now we're going to value this not as an estate agent, because estate agent does aspirational price, as a RICS valuer. And a RICS valuer looks for three things. They're going to look for properties sold in the last 12 months. Properties have been up to half a mile away, and they have to be like for like. And the RICS valuer will look at this as comparables and then go, the property's worth this. So we need to keep in mind, once we've refurbed it into a 4-bed, 2 ensuite, open plan kitchen diner, landscape the garden, put a driveway in, how much we think it's going to be worth. That's what we're going to be. We're going to go and try and find properties that have been done. Does that make sense, guys? Does that make sense? So we're going to look at this like a RICS bank surveyor, so that we know. We might want to flip it and we'll probably get more for it if an estate agent valued it, but we've got to know plan B is we can put a mortgage on it if we need to. So is that okay, guys? I mean, Luke's saying yes, he's got this. Put one in the chat box if that's okay. You're with me before we go to do it. Yeah, so what we do is, underneath no sale history found, we're going to click a little tab, go to nearby sold prices. You can't go to recently sold and under offer because they don't want that. They want nearby sold, and it's got to be sold. Team, can we put what the RICS valuer is in the chat, please? Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors. Here we go. So we're looking for a 3-bed. And was it a semi-detached? I can't remember if it was attached at the back. If someone could clarify, team. Yeah, it was a semi. So we want to find 4-bed semi-detached. So the last one that was sold on this street is 2022. So we're going to go out 1/4 mile. Let's go out 1/4 mile. There we go. So we've got a 3-bed semi here for 387. Ours is going to be a 4-bed, so we're going to ignore that one. We're going to keep going. We want to find, there we go. We've got a 4-bed semi here for 445. Let's have a click in that one and let's have a little look. So it's got the garden done look. Their garden's been landscaped. Got a little door. Let's have a look. So this is, I wouldn't say this has been brand new done, but it looks all right, doesn't it? There we go. What's their kitchen like? Open plan kitchen. So I wouldn't say this is brand new modern. We've not got some of the stuff our house will have, though it's a good benchmark, isn't it? Oh, it's got like a conservatory thing on the back, hasn't it? People love conservatories, don't they? They're my pet hate. I'm not a fan of conservatories at all, and they don't add the value. You might as well just build under permitted development and put something properly on it. But nice outside garden look. It's been done nice. So that's 445. Let's have a quick look at the floor plan. I think ours might be bigger. This is slightly bigger because they've added in the loft room study. So we've got bedroom 1, 2, 3, 4, living room, dining room, small kitchen, really this size of house, and the conservatory on the lower ground floor. Perfect. And this is on the market for 445. Oh, it sold for 445, didn't it? Amazing. Let's see if we can find another one. Let me mark that one up. There we go. That was one of them. Have we got another 4-bed semi-detached? That's detached. And we're going, that's a 4-bed semi-detached, but that's a lot smaller than ours, isn't it? So let's keep going. Ours has got a lot of land with it that we need to compare as well. And now we're going back a bit to last August. We've got no photos on these. So these look like they're all new builds that have been done. That's a 3-bed. 4 bed. Let's have a look at that one. 4 bed semi-detached for 570. Have a look. Okay. So this one's had the driveway done. Let's go through. Oh, so this one's been newly renovated. Look, you can see interior design has been in. They've got paneling, which is nice, isn't it? There we go. They've got a nice roof lantern there. So these guys have built and got a nice outdoor bit. That looks lovely, doesn't it? 4 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. They've done it nice. Don't know why they've kept the kitchen that little. But yeah, let's have a look at the floor plan. Is there a floor plan on this one? No floor plan, that's annoying. And this one, so this one's definitely more modern than the other one. 570, look at that. 1999, sold for 85 grand. 2024, so what, 25 years later, 570. That's not even doubled every 10 years. That's more than that, isn't it? Which is insane. So I'll put 570 on here, and that's more newly modern done up, but it's only got 1 bath. So it's got neither of them have got the en-suites, which I think will be good. Perfect. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go and have a look at how much we could rent it for. So it's brand new, all done. How much can we rent it for? So we're going to go to Zoopla. Now, the reason we're going to use Zoopla and not Rightmove for rentals is Zoopla has more property to rent than Rightmove because Zoopla is cheaper for agents to list on. So Rightmove costs estate agents about £3 grand a month. Zoopla's about £700 a month, so it's a lot cheaper. So you get more rental properties on Zoopla. So we put in the postcode to rent, and we're going to search. And then we're going to do 4 beds. Then let's have a look what that gives us. Vicky's asking why we put the bedroom downstairs. Massively in demand, Vicky. There's less and less bungalows. There's more baby boomers and more old people than ever. And more families are moving in, older generations to live with them. So more people than ever crying out for a downstairs bedroom. And valuers know this, and the bank knows this. So you will get more valuation for having a downstairs ensuite bedroom, if that makes sense. But great question. But yeah, I was a bit skeptical at the beginning, but the properties I've done with downstairs bedrooms, blown. Got more rent for them, get more end value for them. But yeah, it's because it's massively in demand. So we've got a 4-bed detached here, 1990, 4-bed £2 grand. We've got this 4-bed 2250, 1 bath, 3 receptions. There's not many in the area, is there? But I think overall we're looking at about £2 grand, aren't we? If you look at some of these. What do you think, Vicky? Are you from the area? I don't know the area, you see, so I'm just going off of this. But what do you think, Vicky? Are you from the area? Rentals go quick. Oh, rentals go quick everywhere, Vicky, because right now in the UK, there's 14 tenants for every 1 rental property available. So there's just not enough. David's saying he's not written anything in his deal analyzer. David, we're not writing our deal analyzer yet. Hold fire. We're not doing the numbers yet. Yeah, Vicky's from the area. It goes fast. What do you say about £2 grand, Vicky, for rental? We good with that? £2 grand to rent it? Perfect. Right, we can drop the screen then. And I'll just put 2k here to remember. So, what are we going to do first is we are going to pretend we're buying with a deposit. So we're going to buy with a deposit and mortgage. What most normal people would do, just put a load of money in it and see what that gives us. Then we're going to go flip. Then we're going to go buy, refurb, refinance. Is that okay? And we'll do 1 box at a time because there's loads of you on. So I want to make sure that we capture you 1 by 1. So deal analyzer, the first thing we need to do is market value. Market value. So we saw a property for 445. I wouldn't say it was brand new and modern. A property for 570 that's been done lovely. They've put a lot of money in there. What do you think ours will be worth? We get hold of it, we put the en-suites on, open plan kitchen diner, we interior design it so it is beautiful. You've seen some of my refurbs. Yeah. I was thinking about that, Mara. I would probably say about 500,000 you could get it to be worth. I think realistically, you know, without going crazy, yeah, 500,000, perfect. So market value 500,000. The next thing we need to work out is a purchase price. So I'm just going to put on here what they want for it, and they want 315, don't they? 315k. I am going to start that because I don't know if I'm going to pay that yet. I'll come back and work out what I can afford to pay to make it a deal. Yeah? So, next is rent. We said that we're happy that it'll rent out for 2k a month. I think you could probably get more than that at the time it's done. And what I'd say, guys, is you don't want to be the cheapest landlord. So you want to set your rents good because you will attract good professional tenants. Don't be cheap. Always set a higher rent. You can always reduce it. But right now in the UK, there's 14 tenants for every one empty property. So it's worth putting it on for a higher price and just see for it going. And then the next thing we need to work out is the mortgage. This is 75% of the purchase price. So if we're going to buy it for 315,000, we need 75% of that. I get 236,250. Can someone that's good at maths follow along with me? Because I'm not the best at maths. I've got fat fingers just to make sure I'm doing it right. Yeah, 236,250. Perfect. There we go. Oh, that was a bit big. 236,250. That's box 1 done. Is that okay, guys? Put a 1 in the chat box. It's a whistle-stop tour because you're going to be doing this a lot, so you need to get fast at doing this. Yeah? When you do the advanced analysis, you're going to look at price per square foot. You might print a Google map off and you'll really get this down to a T. But for just doing a finger in the air one, whether you should view it or not, this is fine. Yeah? This is fine. Perfect. Next one is we're going to do money in. We need the deposit. This is 25% of the purchase price, so let's work out that. We buy it for 315,000 times 0.25. I get 78,750. Yeah, Sarah's saying 78,750. Any more for any more? Yeah, brilliant. 78,750. That's a deposit. Now the tax and legals. So this is a stamp duty and legal fees, and we normally use just 5.5% of the purchase price. So if we are buying it for 315,000 times 0.055, I get 17,325 for stamp duty and legal fees. Yeah, Tim's saying yeah. So tax and legals, 17,325. Now, because this is modern method of auction, typically the auction fee is about £6,000 as well. So because we know it's modern method of auction, we're going to add in the 6k. So that totals, let me just add that in, 23,325. 23,325. So that's the stamp duty and legals because this is an auction property. Yeah, it's normally 5%, Sonny, then we have 0.5% for the legal fees. So remember, this is quick back of the fag packet. When you viewed it and you know you're interested, you'd work out the exact stamp duty, you'd work out the exact legal fees. But for today's analyzer, this one's fine because you're going to do quite a few of these before you do. 6k is the auction fee because this is modern method of auctions. That 6k is the auction fee. Yeah? So the next thing we need to do is a refurb. Ta-da! So what do we think we are going to spend? New kitchen, new bathroom, 2 new en-suites, knocking through walls, making a utility, fully doing the whole house, landscaping the garden, put a driveway. What do you think? What do you think? Wowzers, look at that, no idea. I'm going to say 60 grand, and I'm going to do 10 grand contingency because I've not checked the roof, I've not checked everything. So I'm going to say this is a big boy, 70k is what I'm going to say. Does that make sense, guys? 70 grand refurb, 60k to do it all, I think, plus an extra 10 grand. Yeah? So you guys asking about the modern method of auction, if you read the Rightmove listing, it says in the description that this property is being sold by a modern method of auction, which is an estate agent way of selling property. And basically you go and bid on it, and if you buy it, you pay the estate agent 6 grand fees and you complete in 56 days. So it's not like a proper auction, it's just a different way of it being sold. And the fee for that is 6 grand. How do you estimate renovation costs? I've got good at doing it, but what you would do when you get to the advanced analysis is you have a spreadsheet and it shows you price per square foot, and you work out the square foot of the property, how much it's going to be, and we also have prices for landscaping. So that's what we go. Are we not losing 6 grand? No, you pay the 6 grand if you win it. But don't get bogged down in the auction details, guys. I know it says 6,600 on the listing, but I'm just keeping stuff top level. We've not even viewed this property yet, have we? We don't know. So I'm just keeping things finger in the air, top level. Yeah? Is that okay? Sonny, we are not doing the advanced analysis yet. Come back with me. We're doing it step by step. If I stood here and trained you the advanced analysis, we would be here for 2 hours and there would be no point because the deal might not work. So please bear with me. So what I'm telling you to do is this. You're going to analyse 10 deals. You're then going to view 3 of them, and then you're going to buy 1. This one's going to be the best one. Between viewing and buying, you do the advanced analysis, which is in depth. Here, you do not need to do advanced analysis. We're doing quick analysis to get you through the numbers, because property is a numbers game, guys. It's a numbers game, and we want to make sure that you get through them. Because out of every 10 deals, 3 will work and give you the money. Is that okay? Yeah? Bear with me, guys, bit by bit. This is not my first rodeo. I have been doing it for 8 years. I've made all the mistakes. I got analysis paralysis, and I got bogged down with maths and analysis and didn't get anything done. So this is what I created to do it fast, so you get rid of the stuff that won't work and you can pursue the stuff that will. You're going to go on quite a few viewings. So refurb 70, we're just going to total that up. We're going to add those all up now to get the total amount of cash. So we have 78,750 plus 23,325 plus 70,000. That gives me 172,075. Yeah, perfect. 172,075 all in. Everyone okay with that so far? So that's box 2 done. Give me a 2 in the chat box that we're okay with box 2. Yes, amazing. Box number 3. Let's work out the mortgage payments. So we are going to do, so on your analyzer, it might say a 5% interest only mortgage, but we're going to do a 4%. Team, can we make sure that is changed on the next deal analysis? 4%. So instead of 0.05, we're going to do 0.04 to get a 4% interest only mortgage. We saw earlier you can even get 3% now. So what we're going to do is we're going to do 0.04 times the outstanding mortgage, and the outstanding mortgage is here. So we've got 236,250, and we're going to divide that by 12. So I get £787.50. £787.50. Anyone else? Nope. Yeah. So I'm just, guys, for those of you losing the well, it's in your deal analysis, look, and it says 0.05, but we've done 0.04. for a 4% times the outstanding mortgage divided by 12. Team, can we put that in the chat for everybody, please? I divided it by 12 because I want the monthly payment. I don't want the yearly mortgage payment. I want to know how much I'm paying per month. So that is £787.50. Yep. 0.04 times the outstanding mortgage, which is here, divide by 12, gives me the rough interest rate. Yeah, got that. And yes, Angela, current interest rates on buy-to-lets are below 4%. So we're keeping it safe by doing a 4%. We now need the management, which is the letting agent fees. This is 10% of the rent. The rent's £2,000, so my fees are probably going to be £200 a month, being 10%. Then we're going to do maintenance and voids, because you will need to maintain that house. So, and you probably won't need to do anything for the first few years, but after that, you're going to have to reinvest and put money into the house. So we say keep 10% of the rent aside so that you can pay for upkeep and keeping the house maintained. A lot of old-fashioned landlords that have had property for 30 years, they take all the rent as profit. They never keep a pot of money, and then when their properties need maintenance, it's a big deal. I've got a big pot of money saved. Anytime any of my properties need anything, some of my properties are coming up to being 6-7 years old now, you know, so little things need doing. I've forecasted at 12 years I'll put new kitchens in, so this is saved in a pot of money. So we save 10% of the rent, and that's our maintenance fund. If it's empty, and you'll probably pay insurance. Your insurance is probably going to be about £27 a month. Yeah? Insurance is about £27 a month, but keep it in, it's part of this. So I wouldn't add it separately. Yeah? So mortgage will be a standard 25-year mortgage, but don't worry about that because you've got it in a limited company. So you can just remortgage every so many years. So if we add all those together, let's get the total. So we have 787 £50 plus 200 plus 200 gives me 1187.50. Is that okay, guys? 1187.50. Yeah? The £27 insurance is your insurance, your landlord insurance. Look after the property and do your rent safe security. Yeah? Can we put a 3 in the chat box that we're okay with box 3? Box 3 is done. Yeah? Yay! We're getting there. We're getting there. So the next thing is monthly cash flow. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the rent minus the expenses. So the rent's £2,000. So if we do £2,000, take away 1187.50 gives us £812.50 a month. £812.50 a month. Yeah? That okay? Then if we times that by 12, we'll get the annual cash. So if we times that by 12, get the annual 9,750. 9,750. Everyone got that? Everyone got that okay? Yep, perfect. And then we do ROI. Now this is a calculation not only used in property, but it's used in all investments. So it's return on investment. And it's looking at, we put a total of 172,000 in this property. It's given us £9,000 a year. How hard is our money working on us? How hard is our money working? So what we're going to do is we're going to do the annual cash flow, which is 9,750, divided by the total money in, which is 172,075, times by 100, and I get 5.6%. 5.6%. Yeah. I got the monthly cash flow. I took away the rent. The rent's £2,000. from monthly expenses to get the 812. Yeah. Repeat the figure for mortgage payments. Maria, it's on this spreadsheet. So if you go to mortgage payments, instead of 0.05, I did 0.04, interest only mortgage. So 0.04 times outstanding mortgage, divide by 12. Why is the ROI not over the 315, David? Because we're not doing yield. That will be doing yield, which I don't think is a good estimate. ROI is saying, this is how much money I put in, this is how much it's giving me. Yeah? So that's why I would always recommend doing ROI. Yeah? Is that okay with everybody? So that is, you're shoving a deposit in, buying it with a mortgage and refurbing it. What we're going to do now, do we have to subtract some inflation? What are you guys thinking? Property goes up in value, rents go up in value. Inflation's got nothing to do with anything, has it? I'm not talking about anything tax right now because it depends how you're set up and how savvy you are. We'll talk about tax later, just bear with me on this. Yeah? Sonny, inflation happens to everything. So Sonny, you do a 9-to-5 job that makes you 10 grand. You've got the same problem as everybody else. What I want to do is get you to make so much money that it doesn't matter. Yeah? 5.6 is okay. Ideally, you want 8% above. So if I'm leaving money in a deal, I want it to make 8% above. Ideally, I want my ROI to be infinite. So there's no money left in the deal, but I'm getting out. Yeah? But I'm getting out. Luke, why would you want to self-manage? Why are you working in your business and managing it? To save a pesky £200, you'll never build wealth. Rich people don't go, oh, I'll just cut my garden myself, you know, save a couple of quid. Rich people go, I'm outsourcing my garden to be done because I'm going to work over here and I'm going to make more money. Yeah? So try not to get into the poor mindset of, I'll do it myself, I'll save money. Rich people aren't interested in saving money, they buy back their time. Right, let's do BRR and flip now. Buy, refurb, refinance, or flip. And I'm going to show you the calculation, which is pretty easy for this. So we still need to buy the property, 315k. We still need the tax and legals. And off the top of my head, that was about 23,000, wasn't it? I'll keep it round numbers so it's easier for us. Yeah, 23k. And we still need to refurb it at 72k. So let's total up the amount of cash to buy and refurb this property. Let's add this up. So we've got 315,000 plus 23,000 plus 70,000. I get 408,000. Anybody else get that? Yeah, 408,000. Perfect. So what we've done then, here's the house. Look how beautiful this is. Before anyone gets jealous, I'm great at drawing. I've practiced it for over 8 years. You will get good at drawing too. Little houses. Here it is, look. Here's my little house. My little chimney. See how good I am? Yeah. So, you've bought the house, you've done everything, you've spent 408,000 on it. Here's a little bank Rick's valuer. Oh, give him a big head. He comes and values the house and says, well done, this house is now worth 500,000. Yeah. So what the bank will do, the bank will give you 75%. So 75% of 500k, what's that? Let's work that out. 75% of 500k. 375,000. So you spent 408,000. It's worth $500,000, but the bank's going to give you 375. But you spent 408. So you spent 408k. Bank, the cash out is 375k. So money left in is, what's that? 375, 33 grand. So to do this deal, you'd leave 33 grand in the house as equity. Or if you get it for 33 grand cheaper than its asking price of 315, this would be all your money out. So what would that mean we'd need to offer? 315 minus 33,000, we need to offer 282. So number one, we could do this deal as a buy, refurb, refinance. We'd have to get offer accepted at 282k to do it, wouldn't we? We'd have to get offer accepted of 282k and we get all our money back out. Yeah? Everyone okay with that? Or we can flip it. So we spent 408, it's worth 500. Let's work out how much profit that is. 500,000 minus 408,000, 92 grand. There you go. Without even getting any money off it, we could flip it and make 92 grand. Beautiful flip. Chris has just said, how do we find deals where we make 50 and 100 grand profit? There you go, there you go, Chris. Right move, Manchester. We just picked this one up by accident. Yeah? How do you get 92? Because we spent 408,000. It's worth 500,000. We just minus them off to get 92. Boom! It is a deal. Thirdly, what we could do with it, and we've not looked at this yet. Where's my little thing? We could HMO it. We could rent out the rooms. So rooms rent. But we've not looked or done figures for that yet. Number 4, could we Airbnb it? Use it as an SA. So do it as one big holiday home. I don't know if it's a holiday place or for contractors, but we could do that. Number 5, this house is big enough. We could title split it. We should get the property and we could split it into apartments. So title split means you take the one property, let me draw it quick, and we make it into apartment 1 and apartment 2. So we make it into 2 apartments. Not done the thing on that, but that's what we could do with it. Number 6, could we do a lease option? Would the vendor let us take over that house and we'll buy it in 10 years? Looks like it's empty, they want it to sell it, but maybe a lease option. Number 7, could we deal source it? It gets 92 grand profit, so you'd be able to deal source this and make a quick 5k. Do you see how many options there are for one property? Yeah? Do you see? So for me, I go with what's easiest, will make me most money, and along with whatever I've got going on at the time. Yeah? So Chris, you don't have a mortgage. The 408 is without a mortgage. So to do buy, refurbish, refinance, you don't have a mortgage. This is all done cash and you get a private investor to give you that money, or you could bridge it, or you could do vendor finance. So you could say to the vendor, I know you want to sell it, but I'm not going to buy it from you yet. Let me have the property, let me renovate it, I'll sell it, and then I'll pay you once I've sold. Exchange, delayed completion, keys undertaken. Let's write this down. So we could do this via vendor finance, or we could do exchange, delayed completion with keys undertaken. Loads of ways you can finance it. We will talk about financing tomorrow, but these are all the things we could do with this one property. And we haven't even done advanced analysis. This is finger in the air until we view. Can you understand now why we don't do advanced analysis until you've viewed it? Because you'd be here all day doing analysis. You'd never get out. Everyone okay with that? Yeah? Everyone all right with that? So I'm going to ring the agents and I'm going to talk to them about an offer of 282. See what they say. It is modern method of auction, so I don't know what she's going to say. but let's have a little chat to her. Can you bring up the listing, team? Let me just get the number. Vicky, you in? If I get it for the price reduced, you in to have a look? Right. Let's have a look. Thornley Groves. Vicky says she's amazing. 0161 524 9399.
Rightmove is connecting you. This call may be recorded for training and monitoring purposes. Calling Harwold Sales and Lettings in Prestwich, which has recently been acquired by Thornley Groves Estate Agents, Manchester's leading independent estate agent.
Great news.
To direct your call efficiently, please select from the following. For lettings, press 1. For all things property management, press 2. For residential sales, press 3. For a cut.
That was a big menu, wasn't it?
Your call is important to our sales team, so please leave your name and number, and we'll get back to you the moment one of us.
We'll give them a ring back in a minute. That's just so typical of estate agents. It's Saturday. People want to get out. People want you. How are you not, like, even open? So, have a listen. I'm going to play a video. I've done a Blue Peter of one. So I'll play the video and then I'm going to give them a ring again and I'll show you. But have a listen to this video and this one where I got 30 grand knocked off on the phone. Listen to this. Team, can we play the video, please?
Please note all calls. If you'll call to the correct department, please select from one of the following options. For residential sales, press 1. For residential lettings, press...
Let's go with 1.
Good afternoon, Bramwell, still speaking.
Hiya, you've got a property for sale on Huddersfield Road. I wondered if I could talk to someone about it, please.
Okay, let's have a little look. Give me a moment.
Thank you. It's a 5-bed end of terrace and it looks like it's empty.
Is that the one sold subject to contract number 508 Huddersfield Road by any chance?
It just says Huddersfield Road on here, end of terrace, a 5-bed. Thank you.
Yes, it's the one I'm thinking of. It's sold subject to contract.
Oh.
But for some reason, it's not wanting to load on my system. Give me a moment.
It doesn't show sold on Rightmove yet either.
Unless it's fallen. I've been off, I'm afraid, for a little while. And just returned back the last few days. And I haven't looked at this one for a little while.
What it is I'm about an hour and a half away from you and I'd really be interested in buying it and buying it cash, but I wanted to check what the wiggle room is the price was because I don't want to waste anyone's time or an hour and a half driving to it if there's no wiggle room on price, you see.
Totally understand. Just try one more search. Give me a moment. Why it's not coming up? Huddersfield.
It's one of those days today, isn't it?
It is. It's just want to play ball with me. It's always, don't you think it's always like that when you come back to work and you know,
yeah.
you're like, let's get this done, I've got a cash
yeah.
Everything seems to take longer than it should when you really don't want it to.
No, I'm having one of those days too. My systems are playing up. And my brain.
I couldn't even log in this morning. It's an absolute nightmare. I had to get my colleagues to sort of send me new links.
Oh no. Have you been up for a while then?
Yeah, I was off a month, unfortunately. I just had a minor, it was only a minor operation, but things never go to plan, do they?
No, they don't. Are you feeling better now?
Oh, I'm absolutely tip-top now. I just wish my brain would recognise that.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're back and well.
Oh, bless you. What I'm going to do, just give me a moment. I'm going to run over to the sold wall and see if I can find this one because it's not coming up.
Thank you.
Or archived, and I don't know why. Give me a moment.
Oh, thank you very much.
Make it easier. I've got the door number now. 253.
Finally, there we go.
Ah.
So 253 Huddersfield Road. Let's have a look. So it fell on the 19th of December.
Oh, it has sold.
The sale fell.
Oh, the sale
No,
fell
no,
through.
The sale fell.
Ah.
Yes, the sale fell
Oh,
through
bless
on the
them.
19th of December. Yeah, and it's been a long and arduous process for this particular property, and I don't think it should be that way, really. It's big. The problem with it, if there's any problem with it, there's not a lot of parking for the property.
Right.
So you have space at the back to bring in a full parking space, but it
Okay.
would probably just be enough for one car.
Yeah.
And the rest is on-road parking.
Right, perfect. So I'd be looking to pay for it cash, and I could get the deal done in 4 weeks, cash, like a cash buy, but it'd be about 270,000. So I don't know if that's too low for them or whether they'd let me come view with the, you know.
Yeah, I think what we ask you to do, if possible, I know it's a long way. I don't think 270,000 is a million miles away from where they would want to be. So I definitely think it's worth looking. Let's have a little look. I'm just reading the notes from my colleague while I was off, and I say minimum would be, we'll stick with that. If anything else comes in, let us know. Okay, so you're not a million miles out with that figure. I think it's definitely worth, I know it's a long way, but it's definitely worth it.
Yeah, definitely. If we can come to some negotiation. Brilliant. What I'll do then, if you don't mind, I'll give you a ring back once I've got my diary in front of me, and then I'll get the viewing booked, and then I can send you over proof of funds and everything, so you know I can move fast. Then I'll come and view it with my builder.
That makes perfect sense. You let us know when you're ready, and we'll get you booked in.
Oh, thank you so much. Lovely to talk to you.
Lovely to speak to you too. Take care now.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
There you go, guys. What do you think? 30 grand under asking price on Rightmove. And I didn't offend anyone. I just said, you know, it's a long way to go. Do you think it's worth me viewing? I'm getting the estate agent on side. Yeah? Team, can we have that one up? Let me see if I can ring them again. Was it Bland Road? Yeah, if I get the listing up, let's give them a ring. Let's see what we can do. We said 282, didn't we?
Rightmove is connecting you. This call may be recorded.
Yeah, 282.
Monitoring purposes. Following Harwold Sales and Lettings in Prestwich, which has recently been acquired by Thornley Groves Estate Agents, Manchester's leading independent estate agent. To direct your call efficiently, please select from the following.
Sure, it's number 3.
For lettings, press 1. No. For all things property management, press 2.
No.
For residential sales, press 3.
See if they'll answer me this time.
Your call is important to our sales team, so please leave your name and number.
Ah, Vicky, I'm so sorry. Looks like they might be short. Are you okay to give them a ring on Monday? And what I want you to say to him is, hiya, really interested in this. I've been doing my figures. I don't want to waste anybody's time, but I'd be looking at probably putting an offer in a 282. What do you think? Is it worth it? Is that okay, Vicky? We're on it. Go on, Vicky. It's so exciting if you get that, because that is going to be a beautiful property to do. The property was listed for 300 and you offered 270. I don't know where you've been. Those aren't my figures. What was the property on for? The property was on for 315 and we were offering 282. Oh, you mean on the video? Did you mean on the video? Yes, 300 and we offered 270, sorry, on the video. Thought you meant that then. I got to 282 because we minused 33,000 from the purchase price. Because remember, if I didn't do anything, we're leaving 33 grand in the deal. I don't leave money in the deal. So to get it to pull all our money out, we've got to get 33 grand off here. That's how we got the 282. Is that all right, guys? So this is the simple analyzer. You do this. If I was going to do Airbnb, HMO, I would do more analysis, then I get on the phone. So your job, guys, is to analyze 10 of these. You're going to view 3 and you're going to buy 1. This one is going to be the creme de la creme, 100 grand flip, the one that makes you the most money, but you're going to do this 10 times. Then you're going to view 3 of them, You'll do the advanced analysis here with proper stamp duty and stuff. Then you'll go through and you will buy. Yep, back it a fag packet calculation. Do you know Mark Zuckerberg, who did Facebook, Meta, Instagram? That's how he started Facebook. Literally, small calculation, worked out how much money he could charge, boom. And he used a private investor to get off the ground. Yeah? Don't worry if you're lost. We can help you through this. That's not a problem. Where to buy them? My friend's neighbour is empty house and I want it. Would you leave a letter through the door? Yeah, Angela, I'd go knock. Go knock the door and go, hiya, I'm your neighbour. I see it for sale. Don't, in today's world, just talking to people is magic. People don't talk to people anymore. It's not like back in the day. A lot of people, you know, would like a chat. Yeah? Does that make sense? Yeah? So who enjoyed that, guys? That is literally a snapshot of what I do week in, week out with our students. We have daily sessions with our coaches, with our students, and we're analysing deals. You get this numbers right, and I do the advanced analysis with my students. You get this right, you fly. The deal's okay, the deal's done. Don't worry, Milena, we can help you with analysis. That isn't going to stop you. Amazing encouraging. Thank you, Maria. How do you fund private investors' interest? So we'll talk about this tomorrow, Adam. Private investors funding, we're going to do a full slot on it tomorrow. Today, it's all about, here's all the types of deals you can do and how you do them tax effectively. Tomorrow, we're going to do about the funding. How private lenders lend money to newbies. Oh, are you shutting your parachute? Are you going, I'm brand new. No one's going to lend money to me. I can't do this. 400k is too expensive. Should I get my little violin out for you? Hang on. Team, have we got my tiny violin? No, because we don't do it. We don't let our students do victim mode or have a pity party. I was brand new to property. I worked in a call centre. I had 24 grand worth of debt. My credit rating was awful. My first investor gave me £200,000. My second investor gave me £500,000. Guys, if I can do it, each and every one of you can do it. Right, what I'm going to do, put a 1 in the chat box if you enjoyed that. And team, can I have my slides, please? Let's get wrapped up and get you guys sent for a break. There we go, we enjoyed that. So, in order to become the 1%, the exception, you've got to do what 99% of people won't. 99% of people will stop themselves and they'll never do this. You have to do it. Someone's saying, I hope it gets easier. Guys, remember, it's like learning to drive. You didn't get in and drive around for the first time, did you? You took it step by step. Property's the same. It's going to feel scary. You're going to think you can't do it. And all of a sudden, it'll come easy. And it's like you've got your eyes shut. Yeah? Step by step, guys. Yeah, and Barry and Karen both said the first step's the hardest. When you've done the first one, it's easy. It's like anything. When you've done the first one, it's easier. Just remember, it's your nerves. It's getting out your comfort zone. You also need to remember that you don't want this. Every single year, you want a better financial future, yet you keep getting whacked in the face. This is your opportunity to make sure 2025 doesn't whack you in the face. You go into the new year in a totally different ball game and you stop living the same year over and over. This is to get you to live a life of freedom. So there's 333 of you at this event. 260 of you filled the wealth commitment form in. So well done, guys, you action takers. And 238 of you would like to come and work with Touchstone, which is really, really exciting. I would love to work with all of you for the next 12 months. But unfortunately, we have to cap our numbers. We only have 41 spaces available. We run an academy, we protect our students, and we had 41 people join us this time last year, and now we've got 41 graduating, so we can take on 41 of you, which is exciting. So I don't want to take away from today's session. So tomorrow, We're going to do 9:15 to 10:15, and we're going to talk to you about the Wealth Academy, our 12-month program. So if you're interested, what we're going to do is ask you to come and join us for an hour tomorrow before we start day 2. This isn't if you want to be Mr. and Mrs. Cash. This isn't if you want to be Mr. and Mrs. Average Landlord. This is if you want to be Mr. and Mrs. Wealth and work with me and my team for 12 months to build a 6-figure business from property. So 9:15 in the morning, team, can we share the link? Because we've only got 41 spaces, we'd like to ask that you register and let us know you're going to be attending. So we won't give all our spaces away without talking to you first, just to make sure whether you want it or not. It's completely free in the morning, so come and join us, and then you can decide whether you'd like a space or not. The price for a year's coaching, training, daily support, all our courses, everything you're going to need, all our legal contractors, analyzers, is $14,995 minus anything you've already paid. The best thing about what we do in our academy is we offer a double your money back guarantee. So if you join our academy, you work with us for 12 months, and you don't at least make £30,000, we'll refund you your initial $14,995 investment. Does that sound fair, guys? Does that sound fair? So there's a no-brainer. Either you join us, you do it, and you build a 6-figure income from property, or you get your money back. End of. There's no risk here, is there? The only risk, I suppose, is wasting your own time. But I tell you, once you put that money on yourself, you are going to work super hard to make it work for you. I was adamant I wasn't going to get my money back, that I was going to build loads of wealth. Someone's asking how I afforded it. I had put half of it on a credit card, and my brother borrowed me half. So I got more into debt to do this. But do you know what? I just knew it was for me. And I thought, if it doesn't work, I get my money back and pay off the debt. Or if it does work, I will give my children the world. And obviously, it ended up working for me. So a few people are having issues with a form. If you come in tomorrow but you can't fill in the form, please put a 1 in the chat box. I will answer all your questions tomorrow, guys. So people are asking what time to commit, coaches, blah, blah, blah. I'll answer all of that tomorrow because I don't want to take away today. Is that all right, guys? Is that okay? Yeah, is that all right? So it's 12 months and you're going to be paying $14,995. Obviously, it's not for everybody. We cannot take everybody either. We've only got 41 spaces. So click that link and register to join us in the morning, or put a 1 in the chat box. We'll register for you. Come and join us for an hour in the morning, and you can decide, yes, I'd like to spend a year with Abby and the team making it happen, or no, thank you, I'm okay. And that'll be up to you. Whatever you decide, we fully respect. What we won't let you do, though, is sit on the fence. So you will make a decision either way. And yes, I worked full time. I had kids. The minimum requirement to do this is 6 hours a week. 6 hours a week. Unless you're like Barry and Karen that do their own refurbs because they like the DIY. But if you're like me and you outsource to builders, 6 hours a week. So tomorrow morning, 9:15 to 10:15, I'm just going to talk about our academy. I'm going to tell you everything about our academy, and you can decide whether you would like to join us or not. And we offer a double your money back guarantee. So if you don't at least make £30,000, we will refund you. I think that's super clear, isn't it? Is that all right for everybody? I don't want to bang on about this, but I will log on. There's a load of you saying that you can't. So if you're struggling with a form, put a 1 and the team will get you registered. And just a reminder, guys, because we're 3/4 of the way through day 1, remember to be the exception. To be the exception, you've got to do what most people would never do. Most people would shove 15 grand into a car or get into 15 grand of debt to go on holiday. So many people wouldn't invest it in themselves. And I find that so hard to believe, because the best investment is in yourself, your own education, knowledge, and then you will go through and you will absolutely smash it and build what you want to build. And just a quick reminder, Remember, you want the right mentality. Poor mentality is success is unimportant. I'll blame other people. I'll spend money, refuse to learn, focus on the past, income driven, think small, fear change, criticize, waste time, think about problems, single stream of income, I'm going to be work driven. I want you guys to be rich. Rich mentality is success is an obligation. I have to do this. I'm going to take responsibility. I'm going to invest money. I'm going to continuously learn. Focus on the future. Network driven. Think big. Buy time. Embrace change. Complement. Solve problems. Multiple stream of income. Be goal driven. But that's what we want to build for you, isn't it? Your dam of wealth. And that's exactly what we'll do, hand holding you for 12 months to help you build your dream life. So guys, we're going to go for a quick break now, and we have a very special guest joining us when you're back. It is Mr. Paul Smith himself, co-founder of Touchdown Education. He's a multi-millionaire. He lives in Monaco. He has a rich mindset and he's excited. We don't normally have him. He's not been on one of these events training like this for months. So we're so lucky we've got them. So please be back here at 3:30 because we're going to be joined by Paul Smith and he's going to be taking you to the next level. We're going to be talking about limited companies, LLPs, tax efficiency, HMOs, pension investing, and Paul's favourite, commercial property. Can you put a 1 in the chat box? You are excited for the next session. And we start back here at 3:30, guys. And can I say, thank you so much. There's a lot of you on today, 333 of you. And it is never easy doing deal analysis with so many people, but you guys smashed it. So thank you so much, guys. See you back here at 3:30. And I'll see you at 5:30 when I do the coaches at panel with you. See you soon, guys. Bye.
We're going to go back in time and have a look at a property that I bought in Windermere. I bought this property back in 2021. So we're going to have a look at what I did with it and some of the tax benefits from how I structured it. It was the first real period out of lockdown where you could go travel, and me and Geordie said, yay, let's go to Windermere for the weekend. It's the first time they're letting us all out. Let's go. Anytime I travel to anywhere new, I always say to myself, shall I have a look on Rightmove? Shall I see? I found a few, rang round a few, and I found this house. And I rang the agent and he said to me, you can't book to see it. It's gone, it's sold subject to contract. I was like, oh, that's a shame because I'm only going to be in Windermere for 3 days. I said, but I'm a cash buyer. If anything changes, ring me back. Anyway, the Thursday before we left on the Friday, the agent called, he went, you'll never guess this. They pulled out the sale. So do you want to come see it? I went, brilliant. He says, you'll need to get up early though, so it's 9 a.m. okay? So I said yes. The minute we walked in and saw the views of Lake Windermere, wow, game changing everything. I've just pulled, and it's really exciting, so I found this in the cupboard, I've just pulled our project plan and all the paperwork out for it. So let me take you through this project. This property was on the market for $465,000. It's on a street where no other properties have sold for 17 years. We spent about $190,000 refurbing it, which was a lot because we had to damp proof, do everything in the basement. Total cash we spent was $670,000. The new bricks and mortar valuation for it was $750,000, and the commercial valuation, which is where they take into account the money it makes per year. So instead of bricks and mortar, this is the money it makes, is over $1 million. So this is a great property. You can see why we bought it. So the first thing I've got designs from the interior designer, which is exciting. What the interior designer does for us is she'll put together a few bits and bobs and says, how about this? How about this? This is what I'm thinking for you. And looking at what she's done, so this room's the family room. It's a snug. It's what was the basement, but we turned it into a snug. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, gosh, these look exactly like what the property looks. So this was when she initially presented to us, but my gosh, I think we've nailed what it looks like, which is really exciting. Even the plug sockets, mirrors, table, I love all this stuff. Now going through, you can see we've got layout and spec drawing. So this was the middle floor. You can see where we've got the patio. So here's the drawings and here's what we're saying that each trade needs to do. You've got windows, paint and decorating, etc. You've got the location site, because we had to do planning because it's in a conservation area. This is really interesting. This is a steel staircase that we were going to have put in. We didn't do this in the end because we felt it would take too much away from the land, putting in a staircase to the first balcony. So we just left it with 2 main balconies. Then we did a Juliet balcony, so we got that lovely view. But while I was looking back in this, I found 2 really interesting things. The first thing I found was the original valuation. Because what we did with this property is we mortgaged it. Instead of putting cash in, we put in the deposit in and we mortgaged it for 2 years, and then we're going to refinance it and pull out all the money. You wouldn't typically do this, but we were buying 5 properties at the same time because it was a big stamp duty savings in COVID. So we mortgaged this one, and the plan was to remortgage after 2 years because we'd have the books then, so we could remortgage onto a commercial mortgage. I'll just go through the property. So he's saying, yeah, the property is generally okay from his point of view. It's got 2 car parking spaces, huge demand for sale in the area, so that's good news. He says, as a tenancy, you can get this amount of money for it, which was like £900 if I was going to rent it as a tenancy. Holiday let will likely gross an income in the region of £40,000 per annum. It's going to gross at about £160,000, and it's going to make us over £100,000, this one little property a year from holiday letting. But I thought that was really interesting. And I found the old picture of the really red bathroom. But the other interesting thing is, to help with tax and structure, is a lot of property investors use capital allowances. So capital allowances are part of the annual investment allowance that businesses can use to offset plant, machinery, land, buildings. So as a property investor, you can use this on commercial property, and serviced accommodation, which is what this property is classed as commercial. So we sent a capital allowance surveyor out, and this is his report, which is very exciting. It's just saying the types of relief you can get. So he's talking about what you can do with HMRC. He says annual investment allowance, which is 100% deduction, plant and machinery, which is 18% write-down allowance or 130% super deduction scheme. The allowances he's identified are 233,000. And tax saves, that means an actual tax we get back is £98,000, which means I can go and make £98,000 now, tax free. And what you would do is your accountant sorts all that out for you. So purchase price £452,000, refurb and cost, legals, planning £190,000, total spend £670,000, end value bricks and mortar. So if we just left the house empty, £750,000, running it as a holiday let, commercial valuation over £1 million. And we have a capital allowance report here that's identified 233,000 in capital allowances, which means we've got £98,000 saved in tax. So we can offset tax by £98,000, which is amazing.
Maximum money, minimum effort. Does that sound good? What I just talked about was wealth. What's wealth? Wealth is when you receive money, you receive income from an asset. And here's the critical thing for wealth. It's in exchange for none of your time. My name is Paul Smith, and I'd like to welcome you to this week's edition of Money Matters. And in this week's edition of Money Matters, I'm going to explain to you the simplest and quickest way to get maximum money for minimum effort in property. And in the world of property, I've been a property investor now since 1982, so that's 41 years. And of all the different property strategies I've looked at, the one where you get most money for least time on your part is commercial property. So what is commercial property? Well, it's shops, which is what most people seem to go straight to. But it's also offices and gyms and amusement parks and factories and warehouses. In fact, it's actually simpler to say what commercial property isn't. Commercial property isn't somebody's home. And that's it, really. If nobody lives there, if it's not residential, then it's commercial. So this property cost me £30,000. I've had it for years and years and years. And the previous tenants, fantastic people, they used it as an office for a film production company up in Scotland. When the previous tenant was leaving, I put it up for rent for lease. This property, you can see here, this is called heads of terms. It's just a 3-page document. And this has been agreed between me and my commercial surveyor, a chap called Gregor, and the new occupants. When you do a residential tenancy, when you get a tenant move in, or family or something move in to live there, in most of the UK, they would sign up to an AST, an assured short hold tenancy. It'd be different in Scotland, but the principle is that they would be expected to stay there for 6 months, and then after that, they can decide to leave. The period for which you're sure of your money, if you're a landlord, if you're sure of your income stream, is quite short. Well, instead of 2, 3, 4, 5 months, with this particular property, I've got 5 years. And that actually is on the low side for most of my commercial property. I've got commercial properties that I've just relet for 10 years, for 20 years. I've even got one at 25 years. So imagine if you didn't have all the kerfuffle and the paperwork and the advertising and the expense and the legal bills of changing tenants every 6 to 12 months, which is not unusual in residential property. So there's lack of aggravation, number one, that saves you a load of time. Number two, almost all commercial tenancies are on what's called an FRI basis, full repairing and insuring basis. Now that means if something breaks, the tenant fixes it. You know, the classic, oh, the central heating's broken. Can you please send a plumber, Mr. Landlord or Mrs. Landlord? No, in the commercial sense, you're responsible, you fix it. And by the way, when you move out in 5 years' time, 10 years' time, whatever, you do something called a dilapidation.
Welcome everybody. How is everyone doing? Have you had a good day so far? And what do you think of Abby? 3 questions in one go. Give me some feedback. Can you all hear me? Can you all see me? Okay, perfect. Well, to make sure I can see your names properly, I might just use my glasses. I'm told I look a bit like Harry Potter. What do you think? Who thinks Harry Potter? Who thinks something else? Okay, Expelliarmus, indeed, and all that. Abby is contagious. She is. She is. Love it, love it, love it. Gringotts owner, Harry Potter. Does he own Gringotts? That's the bank, isn't it? He doesn't own the whole bank. Right, enough of that. We have had, or you have had, hopefully, a fantastic day so far. I get the pleasure of spending a couple of hours with your good selves. And then I get off to go and see Oasis. I'm sat here in a hotel room in Wembley, just over the road from the stadium. So what do you think I'm more excited about? Put 2 if you think I'm more excited about spending 2 hours with you, or put Oasis if you think I'm more excited about going to see them. I actually am more excited about spending 2 hours with you. It's going to be more fun. Okay, right. And the good news is I don't have to choose. I'm sure Abby may or may not have said this. Poor people ask all questions. People with a poor mindset. They say, should I do this or should I do that? Guess what? I get to do both. Wealthy people ask and questions. How can I spend 2 hours with you guys and still go and see Oasis? So there you go. Right, Bianca, if you're ready, can I get my slides up, please? Very kind. Okay, so I'm going to be talking to you. We are going to be discussing together slightly more advanced versions of wealth through property this afternoon. Then we'll get more advanced tomorrow morning, and then even more advanced tomorrow afternoon. So Abby has very kindly kind of, put the building blocks in place so we can start to accelerate a little bit. And what we're going to be doing is reinforcing and building on the learning that you've already had so that you can see, that's why I was told this morning, and that's how this fits into this jigsaw puzzle. Wealth through property. I'm going to say it again, wealth isn't about the money. And if you've seen any videos of mine, you'll have seen me say this lots of hundreds, if not thousands of times. Wealth is not about the money. It's about the choices that money gives. That's aspect number one. So what do I mean by that? I mean, it's not that, you can have a Rolex or a Ferrari or whatever, if that's what you want. But you could also pay for private school fees or private health insurance, those kind of things. Those are genuine choices. You could travel more. You could give up your day job. You could spend more time with your family. So that's what wealth to me means. It means it's an asset that gives you income in exchange for none of your time. Can I get a 0 in the chat box if that concept is now embedded? You've got an asset, in this case a house or a flat or a factory or a whatever, some piece of property, and it gives you an income in exchange for none of your time so that you can spend your time however you want, and you've got sufficient money that you can have a really, really good quality of life as well. These lovely people are all here to make sure that your learning, your immersive learning in the various courses gets translated into action, because the skill set without the mindset will just leave you upset. So the technical capability to do things without the execution that mindset allows. If you think you can, you think you can't, you're probably right. So you have to have both. You need the skill set, the technical capability, the knowledge about the tax laws or whatever it is, as well as the mindset that Abby or Geordie or looking across, there's so many of these wonderful coaches. I think we've got 22 and they're all over the UK. So we've got Northern Ireland. I can see Nick from Liverpool, got Bav in there from North London, got Dee from South London. We've got Indy from the Midlands. We've got top right, we've got Sen and Chris from Scotland. So whatever part of the UK you're in, Northern Ireland, Wales, England, Scotland, we got you back, we got you covered. And even if you're investing from abroad, that's possibly when the likes of Geordie would come in and possibly myself and Anniko, because that's what we do. We live overseas. Anniko and myself live in Monaco and Geordie lives in Dubai. So whether you're investing from outside the UK into the UK or whatever part of the UK you're investing in, we got you covered. Principle I'm sure some of you would have heard before. Everybody operates within their comfort zone. But what is your comfort zone? Your comfort zone by definition is something you're comfortable with. You might not like it, you might hate it, but you're comfortable, you've got the knowledge, you've done it for a period of time, and that's got you to exactly where you are today. So whatever you've done in your past has led to you being in the position that you're in today. And if you want to change that, if you want more money, more time, less stress, a different boss, no boss, if you want to change those kind of things, you need to do something different. If that's you, if you want to be where the magic happens, could you just do me the kindness of putting me in that chat box? Are you one of those people that needs a different life because whatever it is that you've been doing within your comfort zone just isn't cutting it for you? It's not doing what it is that you wanted it to do. That's a lot of people saying me. All right. Martin Luther King said famously, and very wisely, I think, you don't need to see the whole staircase just to take the first step. And there's even older sayings You don't need to start to be great to be great to start, but you need to start to be great. So a huge amount of this is just about getting you to take that first step. And what this session is about is really helping you to make that first step by helping you to understand, well, what are some of your choices? Warren Buffett also said, and I know Abby's covered this already, never depend on a single stream of income. Make an investment to create a second source. So whether that's accommodation, whether it's commercial property, whether it's lease options, just make sure that you've got multiple streams of income to build that. So just have a think about, well, what do most people do? Should we do that too? Should we not do it? Should we do something different? I would argue that most people, over 70% of UK adults, play the national lottery on a regular basis. Chances in winning are 1 to 45 million. You've got 45 times more chance of being hit by lightning than winning the national lottery. So yeah, you could win the national lottery, but you've got 45 times more chance of getting struck by lightning, and none of us want to get struck by lightning. You've actually got a 1 in 12 million, so you've almost got 4 times higher chance of being an astronaut than winning the national lottery. Most people, therefore, I think, are simply wasting their money. If they're doing this with the objective of becoming a millionaire or a multimillionaire, then you're putting your money in the wrong place. And it's just a simple fact. Most people want something different, and they think, you know, a lucky dip for Saturday night is going to sort their lives out. Well, it might. In fact, many years ago, I used to work for Cadbury's. Cadbury's is a 25 Cadbury Schweppes. Cadbury's is a 25% shareholder in Camelot, which runs the national lottery. Did you know that? Just give me a yes or no. So Cadbury Schweppes owns 25% of the national lottery. So it's big companies that own chunks of this because they make a lot of money out of it. And the very first national lottery, all those years ago, do you remember we used to have the ping pong balls coming out of the machine, and everyone's watching the TV on a Saturday, and they're all getting very excited about and they're writing their numbers down, and they're studying what numbers came up the week before, and all of that stuff. You remember all that? If you're my age or possibly older, you will, or maybe even a bit younger. I don't know. Well, the very first Saturday night where the national lottery was drawn, I was then running the Coca-Cola Schweppes plant in Edmonton in North London, not too far from where I am now. And the warehouse, I was a general manager, and we were all away in Great Yarmouth. It was an Easter weekend. And about 400 of us, the social club, used to go out to Great Yarmouth. And every year, it was an Easter tradition. The factory shut down for 4 days and off we all went. And we were in this massive ballroom in Great Yarmouth, like 400 people, and there's food and there's plenty of drinking going on, and it's all a bit of a laugh, and you know, we're all there together. And the national lottery numbers are getting called out. Now, because Cadbury's owned the national lottery, I'd said to the bosses, you know, the directors, I'd said, do you think we could get 5 quid's worth of tickets for everyone? And they said, yeah, make it 10. So I gave away £10 of tickets to everyone that had come on this trip. And the warehouse had put all the money together. They'd done a little syndicate, so they had like hundreds of tickets. So the entire warehouse had sort of pulled it all together. So the first number comes out, way, from the warehouse in the corner. Okay. Second number comes out, way, we've got 2 numbers. Third number comes out, way, we've got 3 numbers. Fourth number comes out, way. Fifth number comes out, way. Sixth number comes out, ugh. So they got 5 numbers. I then get this delegation from the warehouse, because I'm the general manager, and they said, we've just won the lottery. So with all due respect, Paul, you know, we like you, but you can stick your job where the sun don't shine, and we won't be seeing you on Tuesday. So about 40 of them resigned. They were a bit full of beer because they got 5 numbers on the lottery. Put 5 in the chat box if you think that was a really, really bad idea. That's what happens. 40 people resigned because they got 5 numbers on the national lottery. Tuesday morning, we're all back at work, all the hangovers have gone and, you know, whatever. I get this shop steward knocking on my door, and he said, the boys from the warehouse might have overreacted a bit, Mr. Smith, because I'm back at work now, so it's not Paul anymore, it's Mr. Smith now. If they come and apologise one at a time, do you think you might be able to see your way clear to giving them their jobs back? And I said, nah. I said, just tell them. I said, don't do it again. So people do, and now the point of that entire story is people do really stupid things on the basis of really poor information. So they thought they won the lottery, and they did. They won, I don't know what they won, 60 or 70 grand or something between 40 people. It's like 2 grand each. Nice, of course. But you can't be retiring on 2 grand, can you? On the other hand, if you put your mind to it, and if you've got a proper business plan, and if you're properly supported, your chances of becoming a self-made millionaire are actually 1 in 4. Give me a 4 in the chat box if that statistic shocks you. That's a little bit better than 1 in 45 million, isn't it? Now, if instead of wanting to become a self-made millionaire, you want to become a property millionaire with the right support, the right guidance, your chances go up to over 90%. As long as you've got the right education, and as long as you've got the right coaching, and as long as you've got the right environment. How do we know? Because we know that 94% of our students do exactly that. Okay, so just bear those statistics in mind as we go through the rest of this session. This national lottery winner and this ex-footballer have got one thing in common. Do you know what it is? They're bankrupt. Most lottery winners end up bankrupt. What's the relevance of that to wealth through property? If someone just gives you a load of money, but you haven't been through the experience, you don't have the knowledge as to how to handle it, can I just get a yes or a no? Does it make sense to you that most people that are just given a load of money go bankrupt because they do the wrong things with it? And their life actually ends up far worse than it was before. And it varies slightly country by country, but approximately 60% of professional sports people go bust. And you get some in the headlines like poor old Gazza, you know, Paul Gascoigne or whoever, because they get into trouble with drink or drugs or gambling or grannies or, you know, whatever it is that tickles their particular fancy. And they end up very, very, you know, much worse off than wherever they started. So we don't want to be doing that. We don't want to be chasing an easy dollar. We want to make sure we know where it's come from. We want to make sure we know it's making money. And we don't want to go spend a load of money on stuff that doesn't make money, because none of those things are wise. There are exceptions to every rule, and you just pick one up there, Robbie Fowler. So if you're a Liverpool fan, you might, back in the day, you'd be familiar with "We All Live in Robbie's Houses" getting sung around Anfield. So yes, there's exceptions to every rule. But how did Robbie Fowler make his money, his real money? Property. So the footballers and the golfers and the whatever that actually got their head screwed on, and they know what they're doing and they've got the right advisors, they will get the right advice and they end up being wealthy because they've got money, but they've done the right thing with it. Having money on its own, not great. Tyson Fury is an interesting one. He has got millions. I met him in Monaco. I'm not sure he's going to hang on to it for very long, but I hope I'm wrong. Let's see. Which level of financial freedom do you think you're at? Don't put it in the chat box. Well, you can if you want, but this is for you. Level 1 on the wealth staircase, thinking about what Martin Luther King said, is you're not stable. Your income is less than your expenses. You've got credit card bills. You're really struggling to make it month to month. Not good. Level 2 is better, but only just. You're having to watch every penny. You're barely surviving, but your income is kind of equal to your expenditure. Safety. Safety is where your income covers your expenses and you've got a safety fund. And that safety fund, you know, a few £1,000s, you've got a few quid in the bank, not loads, But, you know, if you lost your job tomorrow, you'd at least be able to afford 2 or 3 months to go and find another job. Debt-free, except mortgages. Debt-free is when your income covers your expenses and you are totally free of bad debt. I'm going to talk about good debt, bad debt in a minute. Security, you've got an emergency fund, you're debt-free, and the investments that you've got are now paying for your essentials. Independence is when your investments and passive income are paying for your lifestyle and you don't even have to work. And true wealth, true freedom is level 7, and that's where we want to get you. That's where people get to on the Wealth Academy. So they're managing their investments, they're traveling around the world, and they're doing things that they're passionate about. So can I get a 7 in the chat box if it makes sense to you that 7 is where probably all of you want to be? You don't want to you can work if you want, if it's a vocation, if it's something you love doing, but you don't have to work. And if you do, it's for jam, it's for extras, you know, it's paying for round the world cruises. It's not paying for your Tesco shop. It really is for extras, 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 extras. So let's start with the very fundamentals with buy-to-lets. Owning a car versus buying a buy-to-let. One is a debt. Well, sorry, both are debts. One is a good debt, one is a bad debt. One is an asset, the other is a liability. So which one is the liability? Is it a car or a house? Which one is the liability? Let's make sure we understand what these things are. Yeah, I mean, there's very rare exceptions. There's an exception to every rule, more or less. Super valuable, collectible Ferraris or whatever, it could go up, but your normal Volkswagen Golf won't. And a house is an asset. So borrowing money to buy a house, tick, good idea. Borrowing money to buy a car, bad idea. So let's look at this in practice. A car in the UK is owned for an average of 4 years. Roughly 10 million people change their car every 4 years. I just want you to think about this, because there's actually 2.5 million landlords, 10 million people doing this. So there's 4 times more people changing their car every 4 years than there is that are being landlords. 4 times as many. Could I just get a 10 in the chat box if you know someone that's one of those 10 million people that changes their car every 4 years? And the average car in the UK, Mr. Google tells me, is now about 25 grand. Loads of you know people that change their car every 4 years. Okay, well, little 3-bed detached house with a garage up north, Middlesbrough, somewhere like that. In 2025, you could still buy it now for 120,000, and you'd have to put down a deposit of 25,000, and you'd make a monthly profit of 270 quid. If the house price goes up by 7% a year, and in the Northeast last year, the house prices went up by 13%. I don't know if you saw that or not, but they did. But even just say it's 7, that would move the value of the property from 120 to 157, 7% a year for 5 years. That isn't 35%, it's 7% compound, so it's more than that. And don't worry if you're not following the numbers, just believe me, that I've put these, you know, through the appropriate calculators, they are correct. And the 4 years rental profit will be 12,960. So over 5 years, your total profit will be £50,000. So you've put down 25 and you've made 50. Can I get a 50 in the chat box if you roughly follow the logic? You've bought a property, it's gone up in value for 5 years, and you've collected 5 years of rent. And you need 25 grand to do that, a £25,000 deposit, if you just do it the simple way. So this isn't advanced, this is just simple. Now, let's put the two side by side. If you bought an average car for 25 grand, you could have bought a buy-to-let. Just get a yes or a no if everyone can follow that logic. So all these people that are running about buying cars, they could have used that money to buy a buy-to-let instead. They don't, but they could. Year 4, again, according to Mr. Google, The average value of a new car 4 years later is £9,000. So they've lost £16,000. And what do? They go and buy another car. Can I just get car in the chat box if you're following that logic? Buy it for 25, sell it for 9, go and buy another car. And I don't know, borrow the difference or upgrade it or whatever. And that's what most people do. And they somehow think this is a brilliant idea. Well, if you bought the house, if the house then went up in value and you had the rental profit, what you could do is you could release some equity and that would give you the deposit to buy another house. So instead of losing money, you gain 50,000 and you use some of that as the deposit on the next house. So one house becomes 2 4 years later. So can I get a 2 in the chat box if you follow that logic? So you save maybe some of the rent, you release some of the equity, and it's just a deposit for your next house. This is very, very simple portfolio building, but it's exponential. Can anyone tell me how many houses you would have 4 years after that if you did the same thing again? So over the first 4 years, 1 becomes 2. If you wait another 4 years, 2 becomes, yeah, there you go, the balloons, 4. So after 8 years, you got 4 houses. You wait another 4 years and the 4 become what? So after 12 years, the 4 become 8. After 12 years, the 8 becomes 16. After 16 years, the 16 becomes 32. So it's an exponential doubling every 4 years. Now, again, don't worry too much if you don't follow the maths. I can see quite a lot of people do. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, and it's an unstoppable train. If that was your only strategy, how many years would you need to do it for before you'd have enough houses? Just think about that. Betty's got it. So Nelson thinks 32 would be enough. Okay, let's take the number 32. A typical buy-to-let will give you £400-500 a month profit. So if you had 32, you'd be making about £16,000 a month, roughly. And to get to 32, 1 would become 2, 2 would become 4, 4 would become 8, 8 would become 16, 16 would become 32. So you'd need to double it 5 times, which would take you 20 years. So you could do that. I don't want you to do that. But would you all agree with me, yes or no, this is better than wasting all your money on cars? Just as a first simple comp. So I don't know why people go and waste all their money on cars. And by the way, I'm not saying you can't have a car, because here is the magic trick that wealthy people know. And I learned this, I didn't learn this at school. I learned this the hard way many years ago now. Wealthy people buy assets and they lease liabilities. So you could take the income from just one of your properties and go and lease and whatever you want, but an Audi A4, would that be okay? Just give me an okay in the chat box if you would just put to one side 300 quid, and this is leasing.com, by the way. So you just pop off to leasing.com and you would lease the liability. Then every 4 years you give it back. So this is ground zero. This is stage 1 where we want to move on from, okay? And here's why most landlords have got a problem. Of that 2.5 million landlords in the UK, 93% of them, this is government stats, English Private Landlord Survey 2024, 93% of them are people, not limited companies. Now, if you're a person as opposed to a limited company, what issues do you have? What problems do you have as an individual versus a limited company? Do you know? Tax. You will pay a shed load more tax. So when you read in the paper and it's like, you know, all these landlords are leaving the market, they're leaving the market, and this is going to sound cruel, because they don't know what they're doing. The average landlord has got these problems to deal with. Section 24, that was the tax that Osborne brought in 2016. They pay a personal, what's the highest personal tax rate? It's 5%, yeah? Plus, they also pay 6% national insurance. So it's the highest tax rate is 51%. Now, by the time you get to 8, 10, 16, 20 houses, you will be a 45% taxpayer. And can you put a 51 in the chat box if you think 51% tax would be painful? Because that's where you're headed if you buy more in your personal name. The top rate of corporation tax, on the other hand, is 25%. If you use a limited company carefully and sensibly, you can also mitigate inheritance tax. Inheritance tax is 40%. So if you just blindly buy a load of properties in your own name and then you die, because you will at some stage, sorry to be so cheery, but then 40% of that is going to be lost. If it's in a limited company and you've got the share structure correct and you've passed it on to your children, but you've still retained the income, your inheritance tax will be 0. Give me a 0 in the chat box if you would like to pay 0 inheritance tax. Next, you benefit from a limited liability. What does that mean? Well, it means if anything ever did go wrong and everything's in a limited company, I don't know, you've got a workman doing whatever he's doing or she's doing, and they manage to electrocute themselves and die, and then their family sues you for £1 million. Well, if it's in your personal name, that is your personal problem. If it's in a limited company, it doesn't affect you. Give you a different example. Let's say the Labour government does something crazy and decides to put a wealth tax of 20% or something mad on all investment assets. Well, if the company goes bankrupt, it doesn't affect you. If a company has to stop trading, what's the worst that you can lose? What is the worst you can lose if a company shuts down? The company, whatever you've put in the company. They can't come after your house, they can't come after your car, they can't touch your stuff as long as you haven't broken the law. So you can manage CGT and you can much more easily get additional lending. If you're a person that's got a bad credit score, then it's the limited company that's getting the mortgages or whatever, not you as an individual. So there's many different ways of using limited companies to manage all of these things. And could you just put tax in the chat box if you'd like to learn more about all this stuff? Because this is just, like I said, ground zero, basic stuff. 94%, I can't say it differently, 94% of every individual landlord in the UK is doing it wrong. And if you come and work with us, you're one of the 6% that's going to be doing it right because you'd be a professional. Should you use an LLP or a limited company? Well, we'll start to talk about that tomorrow because most people don't even know what an LLP is. An LLP is a limited liability partnership. Has this ever happened to you? Have any of you ever been phoned up by some guy from, in a suit with a very posh voice saying, "Hello, this is HMRC. We're just calling to let you know that you can save some money in tax. And in fact, what we'd like to do is send you a dirty great tax rebate." Has that ever happened? Just give me a yes or a no. Because I don't think you're ever going to get a call like that. I honestly don't think you are ever going to get a call like that. It is your responsibility to pay the correct amount of tax. Not too much. And clearly, you've got to pay enough. But enough is determined by how you buy the property. Did you know, for example, there's something called capital allowances, which you get with commercial property. You can earn £1 million a year and pay 0 tax of any kind. Give me a 1 in the chat box if you'd like to learn how to do that, because we'll show you that tomorrow. That's one of the more advanced pieces of strategy that we like to help. Okay, so is it super simple to do all of these things? My answer is yes, as long as you know how. But then even if you know how, you still need the right mindset to make sure that you actually go and do them. This is one of my courses. Within the Wealth Academy, you've got some of my courses, some of Abby's courses, some of Anniko's courses. So one of my specialist subjects is limited company, taxation, limited liability partnerships, pensions, all that sort of stuff. So part of the Wealth Academy is, it's a 2-day course. Most people probably take 3 days to do it, but you could sort of plow through it in 2 days. And it really, really, for me, is the base point. I wouldn't want any of you to start really without knowing this. And you know, absolute minimum, if you are desperate to rush ahead, then what you need to do is make sure you're buying property in a limited company. But it isn't, there's more to it than that. And it really starts with, well, what are you trying to do? Okay, so that's tax. More of that tomorrow. Like I said, we'll come back to it. Both Abby and myself will be talking about that a lot more tomorrow. An investment in knowledge pays the best interest. Benjamin Franklin said it, Barack Obama said it, Michelle Obama's said it, many, many people have said it. The best investment is an investment in yourself, and you'll get the return many, many times over. One of the ways I invest in myself is on a daily basis. I spend at least 2 to 3 hours learning. This morning, I was learning about, doesn't really matter what I was learning about, but I'll just tell you anyway. I was learning about US REITs and M REITs. I was looking at real detail on that. That has led me to the point where I'm in the fortunate position now that myself and Anniko, we live in Monaco, we're worth more than 100 million. And the picture on the left, I'm humbled to say, was Madrid a couple of months ago now, when I was awarded CEO of the Year. So I'm really shouting about that. It's just, you know, I want to make sure that you don't think I'm talking out the wrong end. It was literally one of the very proud moment for me. So I got to dress up in the, you know, in the dicky bow. Anniko got to put on a ball gown, and to be recognised. Apparently, I'm going to be in Forbes magazine and various other things. But European CEO of the Year, which was pretty stunning. So thank you, everybody. So I'm talking to you not from a position of nonsense. I'm talking to you from a position of, I've done it. I've been professionally recognised for it. And do you have kids? Yes, I've got 6. I do. I've got 3 boys and 3 girls and 2 grandchildren. But where I want to make sure that you know is that I'm super grounded. I'm the kid that left home at the age of 17, and I had 170 pounds. So give me a 170 in the chat box if you'd love to be the person, which is me, if you'd love to be like me in the sense that I left home with 170 quid, and now I live in Monaco and I'm worth more than 100 million. And I still have to, like, are you serious, Paul? How the hell did you do that? And then I have to realize, it's like that. Is it L'Oreal advert? I'm worth it, or something like that. You are worth it. You're just the same as me. There's no difference between you and me. Well, probably, there is probably. I'm probably older than you, because I'm 61 tomorrow. So that's probably the only difference between you and me. Okay, so Abby was talking about this in one of the break videos I saw. So this is in one of our, thank you very much. This is in one of our joint investment companies. We've got a company called GAP, G-A-A-P, which is Geordie, Abby, Anniko, and Paul. Very imaginative. I thought it was funny. I don't know if I've got any accountants here, because we've got, it's an acronym for the Generally Accepted Accounting Principles. Does anybody else think it's funny? Put me, if you're an accountant and you think it's funny that I've got a company called GAP, because I thought it was funny. But anyway, we've got this property in a company. As you saw Abby saying, it was on the market, thought it had sold, 465. That's the floor plan before. She showed you in the video what we'd done. So she showed videos of the outside, but basically we put balconies on. We knocked some walls through and turned them into French doors so you could walk out onto the balcony, that kind of stuff. But yeah, like ABBA. That's the correct, almost like ABBA, but GAP. That's what it looks like now. So it's the same footprint, but we've changed the internal configuration. We've put in a second lounge. It's 4 bedrooms. but picture's worth 1,000 words, isn't it? So on the left, you can see what it was like before. And on the right, you can see the paneling. That's a lot of Abby's influence, and the colours. And then, well, if we went up to the window, we could see Lake Windermere. So are we liking this? Does it look nice? There's the kitchen before and after. You can see we do love the paneling. So the kitchen's gone from a bit kind of through to, we've now got a balcony, we've got the paneling, we've got the mirrors, da-di-da, right? Bathroom, the one on the right, to give you a clue, is the after. I think it looks very regal. It was a bit weird, this bathroom, I've got to say before, because on the other side of that window, yes, there's a window in the bathroom. Put me, if like me, you think it's a bit weird that there's a window in the bathroom. I mean, fine, whatever you want to do, but to have a window in the bathroom is a bit weird, in my view. And the other side of that is a bedroom, which is fine. But I think it looks a bit better now. So that rose pink, whatever the bloody colour is, away, put a nice new modern one in there. Yeah, 1970s bathroom. Master bedroom, you can see this is one of the rooms where we've taken out the window. And by the way, we had to get, this is in a conservation area. The whole of Windermere is a conservation area. So we took out, it's not window to the outside, it's an interior window to another bedroom, which is a bit weird, but you know, we didn't buy it off you, did we? But anyway, in this bedroom, we've got a window. Windows in bedrooms are normal. In fact, they're required. It's a legal requirement. You have to have a window. So we had to get the planning permission, which took a bit longer because blah, 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 blah. It's a, you know, conservation area. But can you all see we've changed the window to a patio door with a balcony? So you can just walk out and you can see Lake Windermere. So Abby's already given you these figures. We bought it for 450 or 452. With stamp and legals were 18. Refurb was 180. So this isn't, you know, probably not your first one. This isn't cheap as chips. This is a more significant investment. I mean, clearly we've got properties at 100, we've got properties at 500,000, got properties at 1 million, got properties at several million. So, you know, pays your money, takes your choice. So the critical thing is we spent 650-ish, 650,080 pounds, and then it revalued 830,000. So we made £179,000 profit. Now we could have sold it, but we chose to keep it, and we now run it as serviced accommodation. So just put sell if you would have sold it, made 179 profit, or put keep if you would have kept it to run it as service accommodation. What would you have done with it? Because that basically is enough money to get pretty much a high enough valuation to recycle all your money out, basically. I think we might have left a little bit in it, 10 or 20 grand or something. Sell it, keep it. You're sort of 50-50. See if this changes your mind. All right, so just remember what you said, because I can't remember all them. Remember whatever you said, and let's go through now and say, would it work with a private investor? Because we used our money for this, but let's say we'd had to go to get a private investor. Well, let's say we'd have borrowed the money and we said, we'll give you 10%, and then we'll put a mortgage on at the end, because that's what Abby was doing during the deal analysis piece that she just did with you just now, yeah? Well, you'd still make 114,000 profit. So just put 114 in the chat box if that would still be okay, even if you paid 10% to an investor. That's still a decent profit, isn't it? And by the way, just while I'm on the subject, what's the highest mortgage you can get as a percentage of the valuation? So the highest LTV, the highest loan to value. Do you know? 75? Yeah, a lot of people think it's 75. It's actually 80. So it's 80%. 80% is a pretty common LTV. So if I just get my calculator going, fire it up, put some coal in it. So the new valuation was how much? 830. 830,000. There you go. So if I put 830,000 on there, times 0.8 equals 664. So if you did put a mortgage on it and keep it at the end with a private investor, you'd be leaving round about 50,000 in it. If you did it with your own money, you could pull all of your money back out again. Okay, yeah, LTV, sorry, loan to value. Sorry, I've been doing this for 42 years, so I might use words that kind of second nature to me, but you're like, what's he just said? So if I start dropping bombs on you and you're like, what does that mean? Then just tell me and I'll go back and I'll try and explain. So as service accommodation, here it is on booking.com. That's the booking.com screen. You can recognize probably some of the pictures there. This makes a profit of £6,593 a month, or if you multiply that by 12, it's about 78 grand a year. So even if you did have a private investor and you had to leave 50 grand in there, and then you paid them that 50 grand at the end of year one, at that point, you've got rid of the investor and you've probably still made a small profit. Have you now, who's now changed your mind and they would actually keep it? Put me, if you said previously sell, but now you discover that you can make 70 grand a year, 78 grand a year, you say, oh, actually, no, I'll keep it. It isn't as simple as it sometimes appears. Shall I sell it or shall I keep it? This is Richard with Abby. Richard's one of our coaches. Richard lives in Hertfordshire, and most of his properties are in Hertfordshire and Bedfordshire, and he specialises in HMOs. So he's got many, many HMOs. This is one of his HMOs. This is in Stevenage, which is in Hertfordshire. I don't know if anybody knows Stevenage, but I did my primary schooling in Yorkshire, that's where I was brought up and whatever. Secondary school in Hertfordshire. So I was actually brought up in Hatfield. So St. Evenage, okay. HMO is a house in multiple occupation. That's where you're renting a room by the week instead of the property by the month. Now, this particular one, he's got 5 rooms that he lets out individually. So it could be to students, could be to workers, could be to professionals, you know, blah, 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 blah. Give me a 5 if you now understand what it is. So this is a house in multiple occupation. It means multiple people just rent a room instead of someone or family renting the whole property. So this is the townhouse that he bought, 3 floors. You can see the ground floor, the first floor, the second floor. And can you all see, this is his hand drawing, that he's put an ensuite in every room. So he's ended up with, just give me a yes or a no if you can see that. He's kept the kitchen pretty much as is. And then he's got 5 individual rooms, 1 on the ground floor, 2 on the first floor, 2 on the second floor, all with ensuites, nearly. The 1 on the ground floor got an ensuite. The 2 on the first floor got an ensuite. 1 on the second floor has got an ensuite. The other one on the top floor, can you see he comes up the stairs and then there is a bathroom, he's got his own bathroom, but you've got to walk across the landing to get to your particular bathroom if you're in bedroom 2 on the second floor. Everyone see that? Okay, so it is 5 bathrooms, 4 en suites, 1, what should we call it, out suite or landing suite or something like that, just over the top of the stairs there. Off suite, yeah, I like that. Let's go with that, Nicholas. Off suite. So 5. Now, he bought it as a 3-bed. He's turned it into a 5-bed. The rent, if it was a normal buy-to-let, 1,800 quid. His monthly expenses, including the mortgage, 1,100. Monthly profit will be 700. 700 times 12, 8,400. Just get too sweet. Give me an. I've got a load of comedians on here. Give me an 8 in the chat box if you can follow the logic how that 3-bed house in Stevenage is going to make you 8 grand as a buy-to-let. Obviously, from that, he's taken his various expenses. He's taken his mortgage. He's taken his landlord's insurance. He's put 20% to one side for, you know, repairs and maintenance. It's not bad, is it? So, you know, you get the right house in the right area, 700 quid is all right for a single let, for a buy-to-let. But if you rent the 5 rooms, £700, 700 quid a pop, 7 times 5, 700 times 5 is 3,500. So Abby and me are not, we've got different skills. Abby is much more bubbly, she's much more interior design. Me, I'm much more numbers. So I don't need to reach for the calculator very often. And I'm saying that because Abby does, and she used to get quite, I'd say almost embarrassed about it. But if you're one of those people that needs a calculator, use a calculator. Don't think that, you know, somehow you're a lesser person, because you'll have skills that I haven't got. I just happen to be pretty good with numbers. Is that making sense? Can I get a yes or a no in the chat box? Is that making sense? We're not all good at everything. I happen to be reasonably good at numbers. I'm not very good at loads of stuff. Do not come to me for cake decoration, flower arrangement, or advice on which kind of cat to get. I am not your person. I'm going to be useless in all of those areas and many more. But I can do numbers. Okay, so 500 quid, 5 rooms, 700 quid, 3,500 a month. Your expenses are a bit more because you're now paying for the Wi-Fi and the gas and that. So your monthly profit as an HMO, 2,160, annual profit, 25k. And between us friends, shall we say, that is 3 times more, 300% more. You're making 2,100 a month instead of 700 quid. Give me a 3 in the chat box if you'd like to learn more about HMOs. Yes, I know. Even if you think you're good at numbers, sometimes you better use them. Pharmacists, I don't want to be given a 50 milligram tablet when I'm supposed to be given 5 or whatever. Can you turn your own home into an HMO? You could. You'd need things like licenses, which is a few £100s for, you know, every 5 years. So you need to know the rules. So part of the Wealth Academy, again, you want to know how to turn properties into lovely HMOs like this. These are just, you know, the bedrooms. This is in Property Investment Fundamentals, which is one of Abby's courses, which is why I had Abby and Richard on the picture there at the start. Does HMO work as student accommodation? Yes. You could have student accommodation. Yes. You can do rent to rent. Within the Wealth Academy, we've got rent to rent course, and we've got property investment course, and we've got commercial course, and we've got service accommodation course. And what I'm trying to do today in this couple of hours is just give you an overview of these various things. And then we're going to spend, you know, 45 minutes to an hour on each of these things tomorrow. So today I'm just kind of, what are you interested in? Tomorrow it's more like, oh, that is how you actually start to do all this stuff. Yep, you need electrical certs and gas certs for every rental property, or sorry, every residential rental property. And this is what it all covers. Okay, so that's what, so each of these individual courses, typically 2 days, but within the Wealth Academy, you can do them as many times as you want. You've got courses for life, etc. So I'm going to take a pause at that point because I've started to batter your head with a little bit of too much information, probably. And we are going to take a short break from the slides. So maybe we can drop the slides for a second, Bianca. And hopefully in the background somewhere, we've got Marnie. Marnie, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Here comes. Hello, Marnie. I can see you. Can I hear you?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, perfect. Gotcha. Just turning you up a little bit.
Good to see you.
So, good to see you, Marnie. We've never done this before, have we?
Nope. I've just been told 2 seconds ago that I'm doing this with you.
Yeah. Are you okay?
I'm absolutely fine.
Perfect. So, Marnie, I've been doing my background sneaky research on you. I actually watched a video of you talking to Abby a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I do know a little bit about you. And the reason I've asked Marnie to come on and share 10, 15 minutes of a valuable time with everybody is because Marnie decided to join the Wealth Academy in January this year, didn't you?
January, that's right, yeah.
Yeah. And I know that accent pretty well because I spent 20 years living in Scotland. I was in Argyll and Bute, so I was than that because you, if I've got the figures right, are in Ayrshire.
East Ayrshire.
East Ayrshire. Okay. So let's make sure Marnie's not feeling too lonely. Got any other Scots on here or Scottish-based investors? Just give us a
Hi, everyone.
Yes, or whatever. Yay! You got a few Scots in the house.
Good stuff.
Oh, blimey, we've got quite a lot. Glasgow.
That's good to see. That's good to see, Paul. Wow. It really is.
Hey, look at that. My 2 little ones, I've got 6 kids, Marnie, and my 2 youngest, Jenny and Jude, were both born in Glasgow. So I got a couple of Ouija's.
I was going to say the West Coasters, so they're all good.
Yeah, they're definitely West Coast. Definitely West Coast. So, I want to focus mainly, if it's okay, Marnie, on what you've done since January. But just in terms of background,
Yeah.
You weren't new to property, were you, before you found Touchstone?
No.
So,
The very
many
first
years?
property I ever did was in 1989 with my dad. I was 19, just turned 19 years old.
Well, you're only
And
a baby.
I was just a baby, and he was very much into property, and Dad had several different companies and stuff, and very much a self-made man. And he said to me, the one thing you're going to have to learn about is property, so you might as well start now. And
Yeah.
that was it. History's repeated itself. I'm doing the same thing with our kids. We've got 26, 25 and 18, and I'm repeating the process. But then my husband and I went into property in 2003. We built up a very healthy portfolio of buy-to-lets, and we did a lot of flips. And then the markets crashed in 2008. And because, as you know, Paul, in those days, most people had everything in their own name, we were completely wiped out. We lost a lot.
Sorry to hear. So did you hear me wobbling on just now about limited companies and yeah, you're biting your
My
tongue.
most favourite prized things now are my limited companies.
Okay.
So it was a very tough lesson. We lost 14 houses, including our own, and we lost a lot. Now, you could have done one or two things. You could have rolled over, great a lot, and said, I'm never looking at property again. But that's not really the Scottish way. I carried on doing work with other people because I did a lot of the project management. I then went into project management and I did work for other people. And then I saw you and Abby on Instagram and Facebook, and I started watching your webinars. And before I know it, I was on a 2-day course like this, and then joined in January, and I haven't looked back since.
Perfect. And I'm so sorry that you had that bad experience, but well done you for
It was a bad experience, Paul, but it taught me a huge amount. If you don't learn from something like that, that's the problem.
Of course, yeah. One of my favorite expressions. You're either earning or you're learning. One of the two.
100%. Every day is a school day.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right. So roll the clock forward to January 2025. You're sat on a wealth through property, just like everyone is here, and we've got 334 people. Don't you know you see that?
There was about 260 on mine, so there's more today than there was on mine. But it was January the 12th.
Okay. And given that you'd been in property since 1989, what were you seeing that was interesting you, or you thought, "Oh, I didn't know that," or what was different to your experience? Because you've been in property for
I knew literally nothing about commercial.
Okay.
Because I was only ever in residential, even with Dad, with Ian, my husband, who's also part of Touchstone. We were only ever in residential. We did buy-to-lets and we did flips.
Okay.
And I really only thought at that time that's what there was. And incorrectly, I thought commercials were shops. and then I listened to you, and I listened to Abby's sort of short YouTube videos, and I thought, hang on a minute, what are they talking about? And I am one of these people, I love learning things, and I thought, I have to find out more. And when I came on the 2-day thing, and I've actually been sitting in the background watching yourself on the last few minutes, and I remembered the slides, and I remember it coming up about service accommodation. I'm like, what's service accommodation? Commercial. That's a shop, isn't it? And then all of a sudden my brain just went, wow. Yeah. And it blew my mind, and I thought, oh my goodness me, I've been in this business 25, 26 years, and I know that much about property. And the rest, as I say, I joined and became part of the Wealth Academy, and I couldn't believe I didn't know so much. I thought I had quite a good knowledge. Not really.
Well, you don't know.
I had a good knowledge about the bits that I knew.
Yeah, of course. We all do. We all do. So tax, structure, service accommodation, commercial, private finance. All right. So stop there for a minute.
None of it.
Okay. In June, I think it was, you came along to a deal clinic, was
London.
it?
Yeah, London.
And so Twickenham, and
Yeah.
you'd also been to Leeds.
I had, yeah. Oh, you have been doing your research.
I have. I told you. I watched the video. I don't know if anybody told you, but I like educating myself.
Yeah, I had heard that.
Yeah. And if you just plot back, whatever it is now,
Yeah.
six and a bit months since you joined the academy.
Yeah.
How many properties or projects have you got in legals or underway?
As of yesterday, 4.
I knew about 3. I didn't know about yesterday. Okay.
Yeah, because we had one, as you know, Paul, and the folks that are on may know or may not know, but they'll find out. Property's not a straight line. So, you know, you can be that close and then all of a sudden you lose it, and you can sit and go, oh my goodness, it's all over and done with, or you can go, okay, next. And that's what I did. And we went, we lost 1 and I bought 2.
Okay. Yeah, because I spent so long in London, I spent 20 years in London, then 20 years in Scotland, then I left and moved to Monaco. So I talk about London buses quite a lot. And it's like, if you're in London, one of the sayings that London has got is there'll be no buses forever, and then 6 arrive at once. And I always think property deals are like London buses. Nothing.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like
the ones that we had that you would have probably known, we had 3. One of those was one of the ones that we actually lost 2 days ago. And it is what it is. It just was a circumstantial thing, but we've actually gone into legals with 2 new ones, and it means that the increase in value has actually doubled rather than just gone up a little bit. Yeah.
And this is where I need to say, careful at home, everyone. She's about to blow your mind, because I know the number here. What's the total value, the GDV of, so GDV, sorry everybody, stands for gross development value, i.e. what it's going to be worth when mine is finished. So what's the GDV of your 4 projects?
14.9 million.
Okay, let's call it 15 between friends. Give us a 15 in the chat box if your head just exploded. We've got a wow from Rashmi. It's quite a lot of 15, isn't it?
Yeah. And
now,
that's the lowest. That's me taking, and the guys will discover later on, that's me taking at it at a 65, because it's high-end service accommodation that we're going to be doing, and really sort of luxury top-end stuff. That's taking it at a 65% occupancy on its lowest or its highest complicated yield rate. So it's the lowest number I can get is 15 million.
Yeah, okay. So we haven't done that, everybody. Relax. No. You didn't fall asleep and miss something.
No, you haven't missed anything. I actually don't normally, I don't normally sort of talk about that, because I know people haven't spoken about it, but
we're doing it tomorrow, so you will see it, everybody. We're doing it tomorrow. So this is a commercial valuation. What's the purchase price of that lot, the 4 together?
The 4 together is just under £1 million.
For all 4 of them?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure? You're telling 4 into 15. And so it's lucky
because well, to give you an idea, I mean, as again, the guys will find out that in Scotland, the Scottish folks may already know this, we pay an additional tax that in England you don't have, so that boosts it up. But if you were just to take the actual purchase price, the purchase prices are 230, 204, sorry, I'm incorrect in saying that. It's 1.4 million, sorry.
1.4 million.
Because I forgot I had 4.
It's still not a lot in the context of what it's worth.
No, it's not. Because we're in Scotland, the prices are considerably less.
And give people a feel for what sort of thing you're buying. It's not a 2-bed semi, is it? Or a 3-bed bungalow? What sort of thing are you buying?
They're all Georgian manor houses or farms.
Georgia manor houses or farms, and they're not particularly bringing in a lot of money now. Are any of them empty?
No, they're residential. People have maybe not had the money to do them up, or they are just basic residentials. And obviously what we're looking at doing is purchasing them as a residential, bringing the standard right back up to the very top, and then flipping them onto being commercials and letting them out on short-term lets.
Yeah, very, as you say, very high-end service accommodation. But even just focus on that 1.4 million. Would I be correct in saying you're one of the 1 in 45 million that's won the national lottery, so it's not a problem to you?
Oh, yes. No. Definitely not. Definitely not.
You found 1.4 million back of your sofa?
No, wish I had, but no. It actually came from private investors and bridging finance, but mostly private investors through Touchstone.
And if we really break that down, Marnie, I do know that Abby asked you this question. What were you thinking in January when me and Abby were saying, just raise some private finance? What were you honestly thinking?
I don't know anybody with that kind of money.
But were you thinking, that's fine for them and I can't do it?
Yes, 100%. 100%.
Let's also put me in the chat box if you were actually doubting your ability to raise private finance. Because you're normal if you are. It's not like you're weird. You're normal. You're weird if you're like me and Marnie and you think, but what makes me and Marnie weird is we've done it. So we know it's easy. And you said just now, most of them for Touchstone. Where did you get most of those investors? Was there a single event that gave you most of the investors?
The London Deal Clinic. When Abby, who is actually my coach, so she knew what I was doing, and she said, you have to present this at the London Deal Clinic. I'm a country girl, Paul. I don't do being up front and in front of people. I work with dogs and horses and country properties, shooting and fishing is my stuff, I'm not standing on a stage, so I was right.
Now. You're talking at 330. Give us some marks out of 10, everyone. How many out of 10 is Marnie getting? She's talking at 337 and she's trying to convince me that she's not a public speaker. I reckon she's a public speaker.
That's very kind of you. But it was a bit scary doing London, but everybody was lovely. All the organisational staff, the team is incredible. They really are, and they knew how nervous I was on stage. But luckily, I was with Chris Dornan, and he's just such a sweetheart, and he's Scottish, so that was a big comfort blanket. And went on stage and. Literally blew up after that. I didn't have, by the way, I didn't have any investors prior to that. No, I had one investor prior to that.
And how many investors did that get you?
15.
15. Come on, everyone, give us a 15. If you are going to get 15 investors, you're going to go to a deal clinic and you're going to present a deal because you're in Wealth Academy. I say it very often, Marnie, this is kind of a subjective thing. There's enough negativity in the world. There's the news, there's the media, there's Donald Trump, there's mad stuff going on, there's wars. In Touchstone, I try and be very protective about making sure that everyone is positive. What have you got any words or thoughts on the nature of the community?
I think you've just used the correct word. It's a community. It's a big family. I mean, and that's not me being kind of overly fluffy about it. I'm not a fluffy person. That's just who I am. I've actually, in the last 6 months, I would say, made some of the best friends I have in Touchstone. And even when things, as they do in property, go, whoa, I know that I can phone them up and go, my brain's gone foggy for a minute. I need to talk out the information that's running through my head, because a little bit like you, Paul, my brain does 110,000 miles an hour in 10 different directions, and sometimes just having other like-minded people who absolutely get what you're going through to go, stop, think what you've just said. And you just feel like they've got you. Touchstone have got you, the team have got you, the coaches have got you, your peer group is, and I'm sorry to say this, but the peer group's as important as the Touchstone group is, because they're the ones that I talk to 20 times a day.
Yeah, it's more important. Don't be sorry to say that. That's the idea.
Yeah. I would actually say that there is, everybody's different, and I can only speak for myself, but there is no part of Touchstone that I can honestly say, I'm not very happy with that, because I like learning. I don't expect anybody to do anything for me. I've got the peer support, I've got the back office support, I've got the coaches support, I've got you and Anniko's support. You know, it just, to me, it fits. It's like being part of a bigger family. It's like being part of a town that is, we're all in the know about something that nobody else does.
All right, and I've got to let you go in about 2 minutes here, Marnie. So can I just check in with you, when these 4 projects are finished, using sensible assumptions, not going mad, what kind of monthly profit, or I don't know what figure you've got in your head, monthly profit, annual profit, are these 4 going to make after all sensible expenses? Because these are all top end service accommodation.
Right. Okay. Can't believe I'm going to say this out loud. We're probably going to be making about just under $1 million a year on these projects.
$1 million a year, she said with a very straight face. Give us a 1 in the chat box if you like the idea of 6 months into Wealth Academy. You've got these 4 projects. Everyone's giving you a 1 there. Unbelievable. And I know what you said before when Abby asked you, but did you even blink or think twice about investing 15k in the Wealth Academy?
For about 2 seconds, I thought, my husband worked in Saudi. I thought, right, okay, I need to learn how to do this stuff. Nobody else I know can teach me. And I sent an email to Ian and said to him, who was 5 hours behind me, and said to him, don't panic, it's me that's used the bank account.
Because he's in Saudi. Yeah. Right.
And he came back and he said, you've spoken about this for the last 3 weeks. I kind of expected it. And I'll be honest with you, Paul, I would have happily spent double to know half of what I know.
Well, that is incredibly kind, and thank you so much. And any last words of wisdom for anyone? Everyone sat there in the chair and thinking, oh my God, should I, shouldn't I? Can I really do it? Can I really raise money? I mean, what would you say to them?
I've been there and recently, and the thing that got me was, am I going to be able to do it? Well, I'm really, really big into personal development, and I'm a great believer in that your foundation has to be very, very strong, because the house can fall down plenty of times, but you can rebuild if you've got a good foundation. And to me, Touchstone is a great big shiny box of tools that allows us to have a fantastic foundation to build whatever we want, not what you want or what I want or what anybody else. It's a journey for everybody, their own journey. But if you sit in the fence, you get scalps in your bottom.
Let's translate that. You get splinters in your backside. Yeah. Yeah.
So what I would say is, I personally, and I'm not just saying this, but I personally would have been happy to have done it twice over for half what I've got. As a matter of fact, I couldn't put a value on it. I really couldn't. I mean, that's in 6 months. We know that we're going to be doing 6 to 8 of these a year, and we've got a 4-year plan, and we're looking at retiring. And I'll never retire, but like being able to go in about 3-4 years' time. We're going to be grandparents for the first time in December then, and we know that for the future kids, be looking at earning a couple of million a year, maybe more. So
I'll see you in Monaco
maybe
then.
More. I would say probably a lot more, but I don't want to.
Then your problems are going to change. First
it's changed our lives. Let's put it that way.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any of these lovely lot want to get hold of you, Marnie, what's the best way to, can we put your contact, you like Facebook?
Yeah, the gang have got all my details, so they can put up, and I'm quite happy to answer any questions. Now, I actually just happened to have noticed somebody putting up that they didn't have the money. And this was something that somebody said to me when I was on this 2-day course, was if you want something bad enough, you'll find it.
Well,
somebody had said to me I'd have been able to raise in the last 3 months 1.4 million in investment money.
Yeah.
I'd have laughed in their face and told them they were on some mad bank.
Yeah. All right.
But I did. So just go and do it. Just go and do it.
You heard what she said. Well done, you. Thank you, Marnie. And see you again.
Hopefully we'll see you soon.
Yeah, see you at Deal Clinic or before.
Thanks, everyone. Good luck.
Thanks. Bye-bye. That's Marnie, everybody. And I think Bianca's probably going to put contact details in the chat box. You can catch up with Marnie one-to-one if you want to do that. She is impressive, isn't she? And she's normal. I like to think I'm normal. You're probably normal. So as long as you're normal, you can do this. All right, let's keep going with the next section. So if we get the next slides up, that would be perfect. All right, good debt versus bad debt. I want to talk to you now about what Marnie talked to you about, which is commercial property. A little bit today, and then more tomorrow. Okay, so good debt versus bad debt, commercial property. This is the only person I'm going to introduce you to that is not their real name. I know this person really well, and this person is super, super shy. They're okay with me sharing their details, and I know the ins and outs of this deal that I'm about to show you, but they don't want me to use their real name because they're super, super shy. Can you put shy in the chat box if you are also super, super shy? We've got any super shy people. So please be assured, I will never use your details in front of anybody, never mind an entire Wealth Through Property and hundreds of people, unless you particularly tell me it's okay. So this is the only thing that me and Abby are going to talk about for the 2 days where the property's real, the person's real, we're just not using the real name. So this was the situation, and you probably begin to understand why she wants to keep herself to herself. I met this lovely young lady in London, and this was her situation. She was just going through the process of divorce. She was stressed, she was confused, and she was scared. She was cash poor. Her house was falling apart. Her words, not mine. She told me she had a leaky roof, like when it rained, like the water came in. Her kitchen was in disrepair, was the words that she used. She had 22,000 credit card debt. She had 50,000 left on her mortgage. And her divorce settlement was coming through £50,000. And she told me the mums at the school gate, again, that was her words, were telling her to pay off the mortgage just for peace of mind. They said that, you know, it will take some stress away from you, Charlie. And she came to me, and she approached, I met her one-to-one, and she approached me and she said, so I've been told by my friends that I should just pay off the mortgage. You agree with that, don't you? Right. What did I say? Did I say yes, pay off the mortgage? Or did I say no, don't do that? What she wanted me to do was tell her, yeah, pay off the mortgage. But I was like, well, you pay the mortgage off, you're still not earning what you need to earn. So even if you pay the mortgage off, you've still got 22 grand in credit card debt. You're going to go further and further and further in the debt. And I'm going to tell you, Charlie, what's going to happen. You're going to get your house repossessed. So that is what I told her not to do. What I told her to do instead, and she told me she felt like a complete failure. And again, her words, not mine. And she said, okay, what shall I do? And I said, what's your house worth? Because she'd give me the clue, London. And she said, 650,000. I was like, what? You're rich. She said, no, I'm not. I'm skint. I've got rain coming in. Kitchen's falling to bits. I was like, okay, here's what to do. Put a £200,000 mortgage on it, interest only. Could you put me
if you knew that you could put an interest-only mortgage on your own house, or put no if you didn't know that. So she didn't know that. And you can put an interest-only mortgage of whatever amount on your own house, but if it's more than 200k, they're going to ask you how you're going to pay that back then. If it's 200k, they'll just give it you, as long as you've got enough equity. Now, because she'd got more money, she thought, I'm going to have to pay, my monthly mortgage is going to go up tons. I'm like, no, it's not. So what do you mean? I said, it's interest only. So even though she's got 200,000 interest only, her mortgage payments were less than if she was paying a £50,000 repayment mortgage. Give me a 50 in the chat box if you follow that, because she's not paying principal. She's not repaying the debt plus more, plus interest. She's just paying the interest. So her mortgage payments collapsed, and suddenly, i.e. got a lot less, and suddenly her income and her expenditure were more or less matched. She could release some, so she released some equity, 150,000, because the 200 came in, but she had to pay the 50k back, the old mortgage. So she got 150,000 extra money. She paid off a credit card. She fixed the house, and I told her, go and take a holiday. And she sent me like postcards and stuff from a holiday, her and the kids. She hadn't had a holiday forever. So she'd been like stressed out of her head, house falling to bits, getting divorced, hasn't been on a holiday for 6-7 years. So even though she hasn't gone any further than that yet, she's still feeling a lot better, because she's now got rid of all of her bad debts, her credit card debts, fixed the house, had a holiday, and she's still got 100 and odd thousand in the bank that she didn't have before, which is like double her divorce settlement. And she's still got the divorce settlement as well. So to finish off that, she then goes and she joins the Wealth Academy. And I can just see her face the day that she did it. Like, why are you doing this? And she said, because I trust you. I absolutely trust you. You give me the right advice so far. I absolutely trust you, Paul. I want to do this. So she joined the Wealth Academy. Now, roughly when she'd done all that, she had about 100,000 left, plus her pension payments. And when people put that level of faith in me, they've got a right to expect that Touchstone is going to deliver, it's going to support them, and it's going to do whatever it takes, like literally whatever it takes. So let's follow it all through. 150,000 is the difference between a 200 mortgage and a 50k pay off the old mortgage. So the 22, the 10, the 3, the 15, that all adds up to £50,000 for the holidays, fixing the house and everything else. So she's got an investment pot of 100k, and she didn't touch her divorce settlement because I told her not to, because we were going to put that into her pension, but that's a different story for a different day. So she's got no credit card bill, she's got lower mortgage, house is fixed, she's been on holiday with the kids, her stress level's much lower, and now she's got 100k to play with, and she's got the confidence that she knows what to do, but she's got coaches that are going to support her to do it. Can you just see why she's now smiling and she's happy? This isn't her, by the way. This is just some random person off the internet. Can you give me a yes if you can see why someone like Charlie would now be a hell of a lot happier than if she'd just taken the 50k and paid off the mortgage? Because her kitchen would still be broke. She'd still have holes in the roof. Still a £22,000 credit card, blah, 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 blah. The 22,000 credit card debt was more than a mortgage payment. I mean, her mates at the school gate haven't got an idea, but they're still merrily telling her what to do. Okay. Now, what did she actually do? She went and bought this. This is a 5,000 square foot office. She bought it from a residential auction, and she bought it at Elland Road. Why did she buy a commercial property at Elland Road, Leeds football ground, at a residential auction? Because whoever was selling this had put it in the wrong place. They'd put it in a residential auction. You just heard what Marnie said. She got 20 odd years as a residential investor, never bought a commercial in her life, didn't know what a commercial was. So she got this property dirt cheap. Can you put me, if you like the idea of going to residential auctions to buy commercial property? Because you'll have no competition. Everybody will be like, I don't know what that is. I'm here for a doer-upper. I want to be on, Homes Under the Hammer. I want to find something that I can do up, DIY. That's what people that go to auctions generally want. And if you go and put a 5,000 square foot office block into it, like what? So anyway, she paid 135 grand for it. The deposit she had to put down, she got a 65% mortgage on it, 70% mortgage on it, sorry. She had to put down 40,500. So again, can you give me a 40 in the chat box if you're following that she's put down 40k and she's got roughly 100k mortgage? And for those of you that are thinking, well, what about the stamp duty? Can anyone tell me what the commercial stamp duty is on something that's purchased for 135 grand? 0, correct. There is 0 stamp duty of any kind. There's no 5% extra. There's no basic stamp. There's nothing. No stamp duty at all if it's less than 150,000. Okay. So she'd released the equity. She got rid of a bad debt, and she's now investing safely. So the purchase price on this thing is 135. You deposit, your mortgage. Her mortgage is costing her 3,780 a year. The income from this one office block is 37,700. So her cash flow, her profit after paying the mortgage each and every year is 33,900 pounds. Let's call it 34 grand. Give me a 34 in the chat box if you think 34,000 a year, or roughly 3,000 pounds a month, would make one hell of a difference to someone like Charlie. Now, you're not going to be moving off to Monaco, you know, and all of that with just this one, but this is her first one. She had over 100k to invest, and she's only put 40k down. So what do you think she did? What do you think she did next after she bought this one? Did it again. Of course she did it again, because now she had the investment, now she had the confidence. Do you think Charlie, like Marnie, yes or no, do you think if she knows how to do things like this, she could raise private finance to cover the deposits? Because even if you were paying 10% a year on 40k, let's say you'd borrowed this, the deposit, the 40k. How much is 10% a year of 40,000? Roughly, just give me the round number. 4, correct, 4 grand. How much cash flow are you making? 33. So 33 or 34 minus 4 is 30. So you'd still be making £30,000 even if you were paying 10% to a private investor. Give me a yes if this is beginning to excite you, because I don't want to disrespect buy-to-lets and normal investments and just putting deposits down. But if you can learn how to raise private finance, if you can learn how to buy properties from auction, and if you can learn how to get returns like this, how much money can you make? What is the upper limit on how much money you can make if you can learn how to buy properties without any money of yours? It is unlimited, correct. It is infinite. It is unlimited, and that is always my objective. This is what we are trying to do. This is where we are trying to get you to. Like Marnie, buying £1 million or £1.4 million worth of property, turn it from houses into very, very top-end residential service accommodation units that you're then letting out for a lot of money per night, and multiplying the value of that thing by 10. That's where we want to be. Infinity and beyond. Correct. Buzz Lightyear. Forgot about that. This was on a 10-year FRI lease, so full repairing and insuring lease. So she ain't paying for any repairs. She's not paying for any insurance. She's not paying for any bills of any kind. The tenants are doing that. So how would you feel at that point? I would suggest you would feel pretty good about yourself. So here is the question. Her friends were telling her, pay off your mortgage. I was telling her, so her friends were telling her, be mortgage free. She would still have been stressed. She'd still have no cash. She'd still have a house that's falling apart. What I was telling her was release some equity, get rid of the bad debt, and then invest safely. If you make that transition, if you get, remember that chart I put up to begin with, I said, here's your comfort zone. This was very much out of her comfort zone. This was the learning zone. And she knew she couldn't stay where she was. So you Yeah, I opened up her parachute. I got her out of her safety zone. I got her out of her comfort blanket, and off we went into the world, but not in a mad way, not in an irresponsible way, but in a controlled way. So she's financially free. She's now got a full-time income from property. She's spending time with her family. She's actually given up her day job, and she's got no stress because she's living life on her own terms. So why is commercial awesome? Why do I love commercial? Why am I always banging on about commercial and doing Instagram and TikToks about it? You heard where Marty saw me in the first place. Because you've got FRI leases, full repairing and insuring leases. You're not responsible for anything. The thing could fall down. The tenant's got to pay for it to build it again. The roof could get blown off in a gale. The boiler could explode. Someone could put a brick through the window. Not your problem. The tenant needs to fix it. 5, 10, 15, 25-year tenancies. The stamp duty is way lower. The maximum rate of commercial property stamp duty, 5%. That is the absolute maximum top end rate. And most commercial properties, unless you're in the millions, you're not going to be paying anything like that. You can buy shops and uppers. So a shop and uppers is just like that there, that Costa, with some flats above it. A shop and uppers is where you buy the ground floor and the stuff above it. That's now called mixed use. And if you buy mixed use, what stamp duty do you pay? Is that residential or commercial, or do you sort of proportion it? What do you think? Do you pay residential on the resi bit and commercial on the commercial bit? Or what sort of stamp duty would you pay? You pay stamp duty commercial on the... So if you were going to go and buy, to be ridiculous, £10 million worth of residential apartments in London, but you bought the newsagents at the bottom as well, that would reduce your stamp duty from 18% to 5%. And if that was on a £10 million property, that would save you 1.3 million. Give me a 1.3 in the chat box if you just followed what I said. Again, don't worry if you're not exactly following the maths. It would save you 1.3 million on its own if you knew that. And by the way, let me give you something else. If you buy 10 residential properties, do you pay residential stamp duty or do you pay commercial stamp duty? Which? If you buy 10 residential properties, you pay commercial stamp duty if you're buying more than 6 at once. These are the things you just got to know. So if you were going to buy 5 flats, why not buy 6 and reduce the stamp duty from probably 10, 12, 15%, depending on how much they're worth, to 5? Why wouldn't you do this? I don't know why you wouldn't do it. The reason you wouldn't do it is because you don't know. Okay, no management. The way I write my leases is the tenant pays for the agent to manage them. So you would have no management costs. It's what I call paperwork investing, not brickwork. Brickwork will make you a fortune. Brickwork will make you a living. Paperwork will make you a fortune. That is what's going to happen there. Let me give you an example of that. This isn't commercial, this is residential. My first flat I ever bought cost me £9 grand, 2 Roman Road, East Ham, London, 1982. I then spent 18 months doing it up on my own, and I made about 24,000, but I was there every night painting things and fixing floorboards and doing everything else. If I'd have just done the paperwork to get a contractor in, yes, it would have cost me a few £1,000s more back in the day, and I would have maybe only made 22,000. Would you rather make 24,000 in 18 months, or would you rather make 22,000 in 6? Give me a 6 or an 18. Would you rather make 22 in 6 months, or would you rather make 24 in 18 months? Because if I knew then what I knew now, I'd use contractors every time. I would do the paperwork rather than DIY it, because in that same time, I could have done 3. I could have done 3 flips instead of 1. Paperwork, paperwork, paperwork. Tax savings, capital allowances. I'm going to come back to that. This is where you can save up to £1 million a year in tax per person per year, and you can use your pension to buy them. You've got to leverage the assets. Look at this. Whether you're in Hollywood, or whether you're in Hollywood, California, or whether you're in Hollywood, Belfast. Who knew? Put me if you knew the original Hollywood was in Northern Ireland. Put me if you knew that, or put no if you didn't. Because like many names in America, they're just lifting it. So New York, there's a Birmingham in America, New Orleans. The Americans quite often use European names on where they were coming from. So Hollywood, where these two are from. But look at this. Beyonce borrowed 52 million on her 82 million Bel Air mansion. Why would Beyonce go and get a 52 million? Like, Beyonce's not skin, is she? Why would she take a 52 million mortgage when she could just pay it off? Culloden. What's that, an English-Scottish thing? You're talking about the Battle of Culloden. Good debt, cheap money. Now, if Beyonce goes and borrows 52 mil or 53 mil at 2 or 3%, and she then invests it into real estate and starts making, you know, as she would call it, or investment property as we would call it, and she starts making 8, 9, 10%, what is 7% of 50 million? What's 7% of 50 million that she's going to make every year? She borrows it for 3, she makes 10. What's 7% of 3 million? Of 58 million? 3.5 million, correct. Give me 3.5 in the chat box. If you were Beyonce, would you like, even if you were Beyonce, would you like to make an extra 3.5 million a year for doing nothing? That's why she's not paying the mortgage off. She could probably pay that mortgage off once she's done 1 or 2 concerts. I went to see her recently at Spurs at White Hart Lane. There must have been 50, 60,000 people in there. They're all paying hundreds, if not thousands of pounds per ticket. She could easily pay off her mortgage if she wants to, but she doesn't. You've got to leverage those assets. There's 3 ways that you can release lazy money. You can do a full remortgage. You can do what's called a further advance. Now, a further advance, so a full remortgage would be repay your old mortgage and get a new one. Can you put yes if you'd rather, if you understand how to do that? You just pay off the old mortgage, well, you get a new one first and use that money to pay off the old mortgage. That is called a remortgage. A further advance is when you go back to the original mortgage company. I've done this lots of times with banks like RBS and asked for a further advance. The original mortgage stays there, but because the value of the property has now gone up, they just give you more money. Can I get a yes or a no if everybody knows about this one? So your mortgage is the same with the same provider. You just increase it and you get more money at the same interest rate with the same provider because your house is now worth more money. So that's called a further advance. If you don't know about this, please write it down. The other thing you could do is get a second mortgage, which means if your first mortgage has got a high exit penalty, it's called a redemption penalty. If it's going to cost you, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 pounds to pay it off, don't. Get a second mortgage. Leave it there. Leave the first mortgage. And if you've got enough equity, get a second mortgage. That is actually my first house ever, a picture of, it's a flat actually. Look at the house on the end. It's the white bit, it's the top half. That was my first flat ever. That tree you can see in the background, I planted that 40 odd years ago. It's not growing very fast. They need to water it if you ask me. I paid £9,000 for that flat. It is now worth about £400,000. Do you think, yes or no, that I could remortgage it if I still owned it? I could get a further advance, or I could get a second mortgage on it because my original mortgage was tiny. It was like £6,000 or something pathetic way back when. In fact, I don't think I even had a mortgage on it. I think I just bought it for cash. So these are all ways that you can release lazy money from your property to do whatever property investment you want. And if you use some of that lazy money and you thought, well, I quite fancy a commercial property. This one, London, 275,000, £550 per square foot. And this is for sale by auction, so you might not get it for 275,000, might cost you more, but let's say you did get it for 275,000. It's bringing in 25,000 a year, 25,000 a year. Who would like to be looking at this kind of property? Just put yes or no. Who'd be like to be looking at property in London at £275,000, which is £550 a square foot? Now, my lovely builders out there, Can you build in London at £550 per square foot, or is that actually less than the build cost? I would say it's marginal. £550 per square foot, depends where it is, depends on the access. But new build cost in London, you could build it for less than that. But depending on the bit of London you're in, you might not. But if you're getting a 10% yield on it, from commercial, 25,000 a year, whatever it is, if it wasn't working as a shop, what else could you do with it? Let's say that the tenant moved out at the end of the term. What else could you do? You could turn it into an HMO. You could turn it into a flat. You could turn it into an apartment. You could do a commercial conversion. If you bought an entire commercial building, let's say it was a 3 or 4 story, I don't know, solicitor's office, and let's say the solicitor then moved out, you don't even need planning permission. You can demolish a commercial property and get permitted development for residential. Put PD if you'd love to learn more about permitted development, because they can't stop you. You've also got airspace. So if low cost commercial properties that empty out empty, they just hit down and you could build. The job stopping you, they being the local council, is what I'm talking about. That's permitted development. There are some similarities that you get to when you are like this. This is one of my very good friends and Touchstone students. This is Jonathan on the left-hand side with his private jet. That is Aniko and myself. On the right-hand side, it's not our private jet, we lease it. We've got a thing called a jet card. Put jet in that box if you would love commercial property to be earning you so much money that you're at the point where you get a jet or you're flying around Europe on a jet. It's never about the money for me. It is never, ever about the money. Why do I do this kind of thing? I do this kind of thing because I want to be able to do that. So twice a year, I take the entire family away. We pay for everything, me and Aniko. So this is 6 of my children. They're all there. It's both of my grandchildren. There's 18 of us there. But I've also got husbands. I've got husbands, wives. I've got 3 of them. All my children have, not me. I'd be a Mormon if I was doing that, wouldn't I? And yeah, so all of that, all of that. That's why I do it. And this was actually Dubai. You can just about see my little head popping out in the middle. I'm right bang in the middle next to Aniko. You can see how big some of them are. They're quite a lot taller than me, 2 of my boys. This is in Dubai at New Year. And this is what you can do once you've become wealthy through property. And it is not about the money. I promise you, promise you, promise you. It's not about the money. It's about the choices that that money gives you. We're actually going off to Switzerland next week. So from Monday onwards, we're taking a week in Switzerland, Verbier, very, very posh chalet, blah, 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 15 servants and all that. It's going to be splendid. But the most splendid thing of all, my mum is coming. She's 84 years old and she is looking forward to it so much. Now, all of this stuff, commercial property, your first steps, all of that stuff is in this course. This is it's one of mine, and it's in the Wealth Academy, and you got access for life and whatever. So if you want to look at buying properties through pensions or any of that, all of those things are contained in there. And I'm going to be talking to you more about commercial property tomorrow. Very quickly, as we get into the point where I need to hand back to Abby in about 5 minutes time, I want to introduce you to Anne. Anne actually sent this to me 2 days ago. So this is really, really hot off the press. Back in February, she joined the Wealth Academy around about the same time that Marnie did. She just put a comment in the Facebook group and she was struggling. So, dear Paul, hope you had a lovely holiday. It was wonderful to feel the peace and calmness. I was on a boat in the Caribbean. I really do hope I'm not disturbing you. Last time we talked, I didn't even know how to ask for your help. I'm used to fighting through life on my own, and I don't even know how to ask for help. And if someone like you reaches out to me like you did, I feel foolish for not being able to verbalize my problems. So sometimes if I pop up on your chat, if I send you a private message or something like that, please don't freak out. It really is me, and I'm there because I'm interested. I'm not there trying to stalk you or, I will never do business with you because I believe it's a massive conflict of interest between being a teacher, which is what I want to be, and being a business partner. Now, I've got some business partners. I don't want any more business partners, but what I certainly don't want is you on my project. I don't want to be saying, oh yeah, Anne or anyone, you need to do a project and what you need to do is give me all your money and we can join that. No, that's a massive, would everybody agree, yes or no? It'd be a massive conflict of interest if either myself or any of the coaches were trying to get your money off you to do projects with you. We don't do that. It's very particular. Touchstone has always taken that line. Not everybody does, but we do. I don't really care what everybody else does. I care what I do. I can't control what they do. So having had this message off me, she was like, whoa, Jesus, is that really you, Paul? She then came back and she said, so here I am, giving it a go. I'm really struggling. I need to find something quickly that would help me improve my cash flow. So this was in February. Could you advise me, would it not be too much trouble for you? A hopeful Anne. So she was so humble. She was so lovely. How could I say no? How could I say no? The only thing I could say is, when do you want to talk? And so we talked. And then the next message I got was, I followed up on everything we spoke about. I know you're on holiday, don't want to disturb you, have a lovely rest. Well, I don't have work and holiday. I just have existence. I don't have a work-life balance. I just do what I want. And people ask me, they said, Paul, you got all this money, you're worth more than 100 million, you're living in Monaco. Why are you doing this? I'm doing this because of people like Anne. And my one request of you is, when you have a problem, let us know. When you've had some success, let us know. If you've hit a brick wall, let us know. Can you do that can you make that commitment? Can I just get a yes in the chat box if you're going to just communicate with us? Because the reason I exist is I want to make 1 million millionaires. And I want you to be one of those 1 million millionaires. That's what I want. Before I die, I want to make 1 million millionaires. I'm 60, I'm 61 tomorrow, and I reckon I'm about halfway through. My plan is to live to be 120. Laugh if you want, but that's my plan. And anyway, so people like Anne. So what did Anne do next? On the 1st of August, so yesterday actually, she sent me this, and it said, Dear Paul, so there's been a few backwards and forwards over the last few months. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I am sitting in the bay window of my first investment property, a lovely guest house, and I still need the feel to pinch myself from time to time to believe that this dream has come true. My family and I would have never ever have got to this point if it wasn't for Touchstone Education, and for that, I will always be deeply grateful. You have managed to write yourselves into our family history, and I will forever cherish you and Aniko for helping people like us. Well, you are like me. All of you are like me. We're normal people. I'm a normal person. Aniko's a normal person. Anne's a normal person. We're all normal people. So thank you from the bottom of my heart on behalf of our little family. And I just said, wow. And this is just to prove to you that I ain't going to use this stuff unless you give me your express permission. So this is on WhatsApp. So I've just gone back to her. Fantastic. Well done, Anne. You deserve all success. Annika, I'm very touched by your message. Thank you. Great honor for us. Your lovely family is literally inspirational. You are people like us. We're all the same. How would you feel about sharing your success to inspire others? And she's come back and she's saying, basically, yes, have a wonderful day. Thank you. If it gives strength and inspiration to others to carry on, then we manage to give something back. And that funny word at the end, she's obviously gone on the internet and looked it up, Köszönöm, that's Hungarian, and it goes Hungarian. That's Hungarian for thank you. You don't have to do that. You don't have to say thank you at all. I just want to know what you've done. And then this was the most special thing. She sent me these pictures. For the picture on the left, that's her daughter with the keys to the first investment property. And on the right, that's the family, and that's their brand new commercial property that they just bought a couple of days ago. So that, Bren, that is the reason why I do this. You, she, Anne, you, all of you collectively are the reason that I do this. And I just want that to be absolutely clear. The reason I do this, simple, that. Marnie, Anne, you, I want you on that list. So, pensions and property, we're going to cover in detail tomorrow, if that's okay. And what I want to do is I'm sure she's in the background there somewhere. We've got Abby. So can we drop the slides? Can we get Abby on? And can we just make sure we're all in the right place? Abby, are you there?
Oh, can you see me? No, you can't. There you go. Hey, hello, Paul.
Hello, Abby. So I hope that was useful, everybody. I hope it was somewhat informative. I hope it was somewhat inspirational. I hope you like the idea of what did we cover, Abby? We covered standard buy-to-lets, good debt, bad debt, something you always say, which is why it's not smart to pay off your mortgage. Did you know Beyonce had a 53 million mortgage on her mansion or whatever it is in Hollywood? That's quite a lot of money, isn't it?
And I love that she's got a mortgage. So whenever anyone's obsessed about paying off their mortgage, I always think the celebs don't do it.
Beyonce, yeah. Yeah, and then we went from there. We talked about service accommodation. Good chat with Marnie. I think Marnie was impressed I'd done my homework. And then, yeah, I was just trying to share with people why we do this. But can I hand this lovely lot of people back to your good self, Abby?
Thank you so much, Paul. You've been amazing. Enjoy Oasis. Have a sing song for me and for all of us here.
I'm not sure I even mentioned that. I'm off to see Oasis tonight. So going to see Noel and Liam, if they haven't fallen out. So I hope they can avoid falling out again until tomorrow. But yeah. And what I'm doing tomorrow, everybody, by the way, I'm getting up at stupid o'clock in the morning, flying back to Monaco. And as soon as I get back to Monaco, I'll be back on with you. But until I get back, you're going to have, I'm sure this is, we're probably, actually, you're hoping my plane is delayed. You get Abby all day that way. But anyway, unfortunately, I'm going to come and talk to you whenever I get back. But it does depend on British Airways. So let's see what happens.
Fingers
See
crossed.
ya.
Thank you so much, Paul. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, there we go, guys. There we go. There's Paul. Was that a good session? Did you enjoy that? Was it a good session, guys? Yes, amazing. We're so lucky because Paul doesn't normally do this. So we're really, really lucky that we've got him to jump on to speak to you guys. So while Paul was on, a few of you were talking to your success executives that you'd like to know a little bit more information about our Wealth Academy. Would it be okay if I take 5 minutes now before our coaches come on and you get to meet our amazing coaches, tell you a little bit more information? Because a few of you said you want to think about it overnight. Could you have some more? Would that be okay, guys? Would you put a yes in the chat box if that's all right? Amazing. I've got a little mini pack, so I'll just share that with you. Thank you. Team, can I have the slides, please? So, would you put a 12 in the chat box if you would like to work with us for 12 months? Because if you would, that's our Wealth Academy. Hey, there we go. Gosh, there's a lot of you. And it's so lovely wanting to work with us after just seeing us for a day. Imagine what we could do for you in a year after just one day. So the biggest thing I feel that our Wealth Academy does is we don't let fear or anything stop you from achieving the life that you want. We're there with you, by your side, step by step, to help you build the freedom. Because all it takes is the assets to give you the passive income for you to be free and live a life that you want. We say people have got simple choices. I mean, you could either go away from this event, bury your head in the sand and think it's going to be fine. You know about AI. Paul didn't get to cover pensions with you, but your pension is not going to look after you. The government's not going to look after you. It's up to you to build the financial freedom to look after you and your family. I chose a different life, and it was a hard decision. I was in so much pain in my current life, and it really spurred me on to go and build a better life for my children. And that's my why. My children are absolutely everything for me. Since then, as you know, I've been on TV, GB News. I've stood alongside Martin Lewis, and I'm really excited that I get to share this and help other people. And you guys might do the same. You might build enormous wealth and decide to give back and inspire the world to do the same. The biggest thing that's going to stop you is fear. So what would you do if you weren't afraid? If you knew you would smash it, what would you do? Tell me in the chat box, what would you do if you weren't afraid? If you just knew? Yeah, you just smash it. You just start. Yes, you just go for it. You start. And that's what I want to do, guys. I want to take that fear away from you so you can go and you can smash it. I love that. Go on holiday, smash it and give back. The biggest risk is not taking any risk. In a world that's changing really quickly, the only strategy that is guaranteed to fail is not taking risk. That's Mark Zuckerberg. Facebook, Meta, Instagram. You need to take risks, guys. You're going to have to. Our Wealth Academy is people that are going to make you better. You heard Karen and Barry earlier. You heard Marnie. It's a community full of like-minded people that want everybody to do well. We push you on. We will make you a better person. 8 years ago, I had 0 property experience. Today, I'm at 8.2 million. And hopefully, by the end of next week, I'm going to be at 8.6 million when my newest deal completes. I've got a £6 million business, my estate agency, which I'm going to talk to you about tomorrow. I own luxury holiday homes and I get to live a life of freedom. But I had to make that choice. And this picture is taken on the day I made the choice to change my life forever. Too many of us are not living our dreams because we're living with our fears. Put a 1 in the chat box if you've realized that today, that fear has stopped you doing so many things and fear has kept you living a small life. Because fear absolutely will do that. And I love how many of you are being honest. We don't want fear to stop you being trapped living a small life. We want to help you get over the fear, give you the blueprint so you can follow it and you can build wealth. This isn't reinventing the wheel, it's following what's worked. Our students are raising money every day for their property portfolio. I mean, last month, 10.6 million was raised by our students. Like Marnie was telling, students fund other students. So the Wealth Academy price, the normal price for this is $22,945. But the price for you guys, because you're on this event, is $14,995 minus any investment you've already made in training with us. We've got 41 places until we're full. And one of you said earlier, well, how do you pick the 41 people? It's first come, first served basis, guys. So as soon as 41 of you want to join us, we will close the door because we keep it tight, because we want to make sure the people that are committing, that are paying all that money to be with us, we want to make sure they get all the help and support. So we can't overdo this. So your Wealth Academy includes, are you ready? This is what you get for 12 months. Lifetime access to all our 10 fundamental courses. So that we have these on an online app and on the and you can log on a laptop and you can listen to the recordings, download the audio, get the slides, and you get all of this for life, including all the slides, everything we've got to give you. Legal contractors, analyzers. You get 6 one-hour weekly Q&A coaching sessions a week. That's 324 hours of coaching. So we do coaching every single day of the week. You get that, and you get that for the next 12 months. That's on fundamentals, service accommodation, commercial, resi. You get your monthly action plan report and a one-to-one coaching call. So as well as daily, you can dial in and do coaching. You can also have a one-to-one every month. That might be with me. That might be with Geordie. That might be one of our other coaches, and we will help you. That's solely one-on-one with you. You get direct access to our expert community. We have a WhatsApp group. All our students, all our coaches, all our experts are in there. You fire off one message 24 hours a day. We will get you help and support. We give you an exclusive business plan template that we help you fill in to help you be successful in raising money. And you get a monthly Q&A call with our legal team. You get all our deal analyzers, all our legal contracts, my Wealth Foundation course, because if you're not very good at managing your money now, good luck when you've got a lot more. So I want to help you get in a good foundation. Lifetime access to all our networking events. lifetime monthly call and Q&A with Paul. Who'd like to dial in once a month with Paul? He's keeping you up to date on the latest changes, what you need to know, and bringing you what you need right now. A few of you are saying yes. Discount and exclusive access to our sister companies, our solicitors, our estate agency, our holiday let business, and lifetime access to our deal clinics. These are all our students, because you get this for life, that have ever joined us. And we meet once every 3 months. There's over 1,000 of us to get together. The next one we're getting together at Old Trafford, Man United Stadium. That's where we're holding our quarterly deal clinic. And we analyse deals live on stage. It's a full day of just analysing deals and raising the money to do them. That's where Marnie got her investors from. You get monthly live training on all strategies for life. So each month, either Paul will update a course or I will update a course, and you get this for life. So the next one I'm doing, September, I'm doing property investing fundamentals. So if you join this weekend, you'll get to come and join me 2 days, exactly like this, in September, where we're just focusing on BRR and flips, which is really cool. What if it all goes wrong, Abby? I know, and I know your fear is saying that. But here's the thing. Who would like to make a risk-free 30 grand in 12 months? Because if you don't at least make 30 grand, we will fully refund you because we failed you. Obviously, you've got to turn up, do your one-to-ones, do your coaching calls. But if you turn up, you've not doubled your money, we'll refund you. We have a 93% success rate. We know this works. We offer a double your money back guarantee, which I think takes the risk away and takes the fear away. Real estate cannot be lost or stolen. It can't be carried away. Purchased with common sense and managed with reasonable care, it's the safest investment in the world. We want you to build wealth safely. We want you to make money and keep as much money as you possibly can, and we're going to help you do that. Instead of always asking, what if it goes wrong? What if it goes right? What if you build a 6-figure business through property so you can be free? And like me, you can have holidays every single month and live a life that you truly love. Imagine that. Remember Mel and Tony? I told you about them this morning. I want to play you a little video. And this is after their 12 months. They came in the January. They joined us for 12 months. Have a little listen to what they did. Team, can we play the video, please?
I think right at the start, when you did the 2-day course, you need to pay £15,000. You think it's a lot of money at the time.
Yeah.
7 months, 8 months down the line now, we don't. We think money well spent.
There are alternative courses, similar things out there that I've seen. Looking at them, which we have done, there's not the follow-up. The people will go and do the courses and then there's nothing from it. Yeah. So I don't, obviously, all I can say from that is I don't think the content can be near what you're offering with Touchstone. So the Wealth Academy was fabulous.
You guys I've just totted up £1 million, your 2 Smithfields, 2 commercials. Gosh, that's got to be what, 2.4, 2.5?
Yeah,
2.5, yeah.
£2.5 million worth of property, the money you're going to be making, plus your 300,000 of tax savings.
Yeah. And it's labour free. As much as we put the hard work in to start off with, then you can sit back and, you know, it's passive earnings, isn't it?
Passive, you're not in the business.
Absolutely.
You can live your life and the business can pay for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you hear what Tony said? He said, looking back, it seemed like a lot of money, but now 12 months later, complete no-brainer. These guys did £2.5 million of property in 12 months. Their £1 million York holiday let that makes 72 grand profit a year. 2 off-plan properties, which is really cool, in Birmingham. 2 commercial properties they purchased with their pension. We'll talk to you about that tomorrow. 1 rent-to-rent in York. And now they're on with development. They are developing, which is exciting. Imagine where you could be in 12 months. I mean, Claire Louise said, how 3 months have passed. January, procrastination, do we, don't we? February, we do it and I join the 2 days that leads to the Wealth Academy. March, we get 99% back in, full money to do their buy-to-let to HMO. Stacey did her flip. 8 days on the market, she sold it. 70 grand profit. I mean, I could sit and show you these all day. Lauren is definitely wins our Student of the Year award for last year. She did 42 rent-to-rent deals in just 15 months, and now she's earning 35 grand net profit a month. With Lauren, the conversations and the one-to-ones now are wealth accounts. We're taking her into that next level, which is so exciting. Imagine that, 35 grand. Lauren said she was just on a low paid minimum wage job. She had a kid. She didn't think she'd ever do anything. And look how successful she's been. Sometimes people are more than just friends. They become your family. They help you understand that life doesn't have to be the thing that you thought. They help pull back a curtain on a world you didn't know existed. They make you reach for the impossible. Maybe that's all our mission in life. Find the people who can show us there's another way of living. This is what we're going to do with you in 12 months. We're going to help you build your multiple income stream, your dam of wealth, protected in assets via limited companies, so that you can afford luxury and you can give back, and that you've got multiple income streams. So we're never ever fixed on one. You've got multiple coming into your bank account. What I'd love to do is invite you to come and join me tomorrow for the bonus session. I'll go in a lot more detail for you, and you can make a decision whether you're in or not. Team, can we share that link, please? Can we share that link? Thank you. There we go. Join me tomorrow, 9:15 to 10:15. I'll give you more information, and you can decide whether you want one of those 41 spaces, whether it's for you or not. And Mark's just said, I haven't got 15 grand, so I'll have to call it a day. Mark, please don't shut your parachute. We can't take everybody. I will be helping everybody build a plan tomorrow. So please keep your parachute open, Mark. You've got this. You can do it. Please, 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 please stay open. For those of you that can, it will be the best decision you ever make. It was the best thing I ever did in my whole life. So most people fail in life, not because they aim too high and they miss, but they aim too low and they hit. So guys, give me a H in that chat box that you are going to aim high. Let me know that you are ready to aim high. There we go. You're going to dream, because we're going to build your plan tomorrow. We're going to bring everything together, and we've got an action-packed day. So you can relax now, guys. That's day one done. Go grab a cuppa if you want. Have a quick loo break, because we're going to spend about 45 minutes. We're going to relax, and we're going to meet our coaches. So we're just going to have a chat, have loads of fun with them, so you can meet some of our coaches, and more importantly, hear their stories, hear their challenges, hear how they overcome on it. Matt, I did. I was a bit like Mark. I was like, I don't have the money. I can't bloody do this. And then when I did my session on day 2, like you guys, I thought, I can't do this without. You know, you just know. I knew in my heart that this was the thing that was going to get me there. And like, footballers have coaches. Olympic gold athlete, medalists have coaches, don't they? And I thought, I need a coach. I need someone that's going to be there. I'm needy. I want to make sure I get things right. And my first property deal you saw made me $3,000. I deal sourced and made another. I got into over 40 grand worth of debt because I had my 24 grand original. This was 20 grand at the time for me. It wasn't 15 grand like it is for you. But I paid it all back in 7 months. And then I went on and just lived my best. I made 148 grand in my first year. That was well worth the 20 grand investment, wasn't it? So grab a quick break, guys. While you're doing that, I'm going to get our first. Did I do the Wealth Academy? Yes, I did. I absolutely did. I'm going to get our first coach. Can we give a huge welcome, guys? Let's give him some love. Bavin, are you there? Can you join us? Here we go.
How are you doing?
Hi, Bavin. How are you?
Yeah, good. How are you doing? All well with you?
All well, thank you. Are you in the UK or are you in India? Where are you?
No, I am in India. So I'm spending some quality time with my parents. So I'm in India still.
Oh, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. Bav,
honor is mine.
Can you give these guys a bit of an insight into how on earth you got started in property?
Yeah, so I bought my first property in 2001, not knowing what I'm doing. I bought it for 150,000 and spent about 75,000 on refurbishment. But the things which I know now, if I knew then, I would have spent about 40 to 45,000. So, if education costs money, people say, but the ignorance costs much, much more money. And then I've got a number of examples by not knowing a certain things, how much it cost me. So I give a lot of emphasis on education from that day onwards. Then I was traveling a lot in Africa, and I read a book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and that inspired me to build my own portfolio. So I started doing some mentorships and courses at that particular times, around 2003, 2004. And then I refinanced that first property which I bought. I bought another couple of properties. I started building my wealth from there. Initially, I was doing a buy-to-let with the private tenants, but then after I started working with the council, and that strategy I still work on. Now I do on advanced level strategies with council on emergency housing, social housing, people who are on a benefits, on a longer term contracts as well. They give me a lot of grants. They give me like good contracts. So, it works out very, very well. Then I work on a commercial property, HMOs, rent to rent. I have got my own estate agencies, and I work with the project management for other people on refurbishment as well. I wanted to learn more about commercial property and service accommodation. And I am so I joined Touchstone in 2016-17, and I'm a coach from there. So it's about 8 years now. I'm with Touchstone as a coach.
And just to take people back, Bav, you came to this country and you got into $5,000 worth of debt, and now your portfolio is touching, did you say 17 million?
Yeah, it's somewhere in excess of 17 million, yes.
Wowzers. Guys, can we give Bavin some love? From $5,000 in debt to come in here to in excess of 17 million. And we are so lucky to have someone like you as one of our coaches, because the experience you've got over the years is incredible. What would you?
But I think what I would say is, like, if I can be able to make it, anyone can be able to make it. It's a brand new country, and English was not my first language at that time as well, so I struggle on that part as well. But then you persistently work on it, and then you improve your skill day by day. It's like Jim Rohn says, 1% better every day, and then you can exponentially work on your growth and personal development. So that's what I'm following on. But anyone can do it. That's what I can say.
I love that. Anybody can do it. What do you think was the biggest challenge in you building your portfolio? If you had to pin like just one thing that was the biggest thing you had to get over?
So one of the things is, initially I was, it's like a fear of losing money, or fear of what's going to happen. So that is one of the things, and which I see it so much in students as well. And then I just tell you how I counter the fear as well. Where, I just come across, if any fear comes across. So for example, if I think that, what happens if I buy a property and then tenant doesn't pay the rent? And then what happens to my mortgage? So now I've got that fear. And sometimes what happens is, with that fear, people stop. They don't do anything out of that, because they have got that fear, which is like becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. And the fear has got that energy. If you give it a little bit more energy, it expands. So, it grows more and more and more. It happens with the good things as well. So if something is positive, and if you give more energy to that positive increases. So whatever you focus on, it increases. Yeah. So then I said, okay, what is the way forward? So I just write down that fear and say, okay, how can I take the steps to mitigate that fear? And then I start writing down the steps, saying that, okay, can I take an insurance? I say, yeah, you can take an insurance, which basically, if the tenant don't pay, then insurance will start paying. What about I can get like a longer term contracts with the council for 3 years or 5 years, where there is no void. So even though tenants are not there, they are still going to pay me. So, these are the few things I write it down, and my fear gets subsided. Another things I do is I go and ask somebody who has already got so much experience in that field, and say, okay, how can I mitigate that fear? And then that person is going to tell me some certain things, and I say, yeah. So that fear goes, and then something else comes, and then you do the same process, and slowly you get rid of all those things. So that's one of the challenge. Another challenge is to manage your own self, because in this journey, nobody is your boss. So nobody's going to dictate you or tell you what to do. So you have to develop that discipline, that habit, to control yourself, progress more. And that's the reason somebody needs to be there who is becoming accountable to your success, so somebody is responsible, push you forward, inspire you, and that is very important. So that's the two things is the biggest things in people's mind initially.
Yeah, I love that. And I think that's Gemma and Jake were saying knowledge cancels out fear. Knowledge really helps, because it's like when you turn on a light in the dark, the fear goes away. So knowledge definitely helps, because you realise property is safe. It's bricks and mortar, isn't it? A lot of people obviously are from London and they live in London, and London have got higher property prices. You've done most of your investing in London. So what would you say, and you're currently investing still in London and buying things. So what would be the best advice to anybody living in London thinking, I want to get started, it's a lot of money, how do I do it?
Yeah, it is true that London requires more money to be invested. But then there's a lot of returns you can be able to get that as well. Also, you can be able to do certain strategies, which is basically allows you to get into the London property market with very, very little money, like a lease options, or you do like a deal sourcing, or do joint venture. So those kind of things can be possible, which we can be able to work with the person as well. So in London, so I give you an example, a couple of projects, like one project we have done where we put around 110,000 on extension, but we created 360,000 value in it, because the square meter is quite high in London, while the construction cost is comparatively very low, or it's the same as everywhere else. You put a little bit of money, but then it comes out quite a lot. Now, what makes people fail in London is they go and buy a vanilla property. Well, there is nothing to be done. It's a nice property. You can't make any money, and then you just do normal buy to let. Then you won't make money. Then people are thinking that okay, price will increase. I always work on cash flow. What I invest now and what I can get now out of it. That is my main concern. Nobody has got the crystal ball that what is going to happen in future. So that's what I work on. And another project we are doing is like a splitting the property into two properties and extending as well. So that creates more value as well. So London has got a certain kind of strategies which we can be able to use to create much more money. Commercial conversion works very, very well in London, where you can be able to create something and then buy a commercial space, and then you convert that into the residential. That makes a lot of money as well. So few things you can be able to create in London which you can't do it other places, or you can do it, but then profit will be less than London.
Yeah, I think it's all relative, isn't it? Definitely relative. But that's great advice for those people that are in London and you live in London and invest in London. And I mean, how long have you been out in India now for?
I came on 10th of June actually, and my father is not doing very well health-wise, so I'm just supporting him, and that is very and something very close to my heart. And what is that money for if we can't be able to help people out and family members? So I'm just here to support my parents, and I'm so grateful that anything they require we can be able to work with. Luckily, my father was financially savvy, and he has built some of the things on his own, so he's not relying so much onto it. But still, he has got that support system behind it. I said, Dad, it doesn't matter, if it requires so much to do some research or do something about your health, we'll do that. We'll spend that money. It's not a problem. And that satisfaction is quite a lot. And I'm very much grateful to the properties who has created that cash flow for me. And then so it's just, and still I'm going to be probably here for 1 month, and that's one of the things which gives this property, where it gives you a choice. So wherever you are, you can be able to stay. You don't need to ask anybody that okay, can I take a holiday for 10 days? And then you can spend time with your loved ones as much as you can. So that's what I'm doing at the moment.
I think that's a beautiful gift to give your family, isn't it? The fact that you can go out there. You've been out there nearly 2 months now. Unlike normal people that would have to request holidays to get out, it then be stressful. Then it's the cost of the flights, the cost of, the work might give them time off, but it's not paid. You've got your whole portfolio to help, and you can help your dad and your parents, which is lovely.
Yeah, and then we still have got projects going on over there. But one of the thing is like you over the time you build up the team where you can rely upon. So I've worked with the builders who has done like 3 projects for us, and they are doing like a 4th and 5th project for us there. So they are sending me the pictures, details. So I just work like a 1 hour or so, asking them what's going on. If they require anything, I just coordinate with people. And that's the beauty of it, because some of the things I can be able to use on a Touchstone community as well with the coaches, and then they can help me out. So and we can be able to go anywhere. And that's one of my things from the beginning, that I want in my life, where I can be anywhere with my laptop and I can handle my business. And that's the opportunity it's giving me. So I'm taking this time as an opportunity to do something remotely if I can be able to do it. If I can be able to handle that properly, then I don't need to be in UK all the time. I can move around. I can come, set up the system, and go back. And that's the choice it gives you.
Yeah, I love that. Floyd saying, hope your dad gets well soon, Bhavin.
Thank you.
And you have such a lovely outlook on life, which I love. And whenever I've spoken to you, you've always got like just great advice to give. You always make me smile as well, because you're always smiling, you're always happy, and stuff hasn't always been easy, has it? You have your challenges like everybody, but it's the way you deal with them, isn't it, that counts?
Yeah, and with the challenges, sometimes what happens is like with one of the monk who said that, okay, with the challenges, you think, can you do something about it? And then you can say, no, I can't do anything about it. It's controlled by the outside sources, and then I can't control it. So for example, if whatever decision Donald Trump is taking at the moment, we can't control him. So we can't worry about that things, because something we can't control. The other challenges are, can you control it? And then you say, yeah, I can control it. I can do something about it. Then you do about it, and then certain things you just leave it on the rest of the God and say, okay, look, whatever happens for good. So sometimes you find some changes are happening now in your life, and you think, oh, why is it happening with me? Why is only me? I'm getting all these things. And then maybe in 5 years' time, you look back and you think that, oh, that is the best thing happened. So, it's always like upside and downside of all the events. So I just see that and balance it. So we do a lot of things ourselves on a mindset as well, isn't it, Abby? So, we control ourselves and discipline ourselves. And that is one of the important part of our life. And we are so grateful that Aniko has developed that mindset course, which is helping out so much so to everyone. So, yeah.
Yeah, these guys will get to meet her tomorrow, and I know she's going to do some mindset with them, which will be massive. So, Bab, I know we've got to let you go. Thank you so much for coming on. What would be your number one biggest piece of advice you could leave each and every one of these on?
And so one of the things I learn, and which is close to my heart, is like, okay, follow the path of mastery. So what is the follow mastery path? So I give you one analogy. If somebody wants to learn, let's say, golf, and they start learning the golf, of one kind of a people, when they hit the plateau, and they will hit the plateau whenever you start learning something new, what happens is at that particular moment, they leave it. They say, oh, I don't want to learn. This is not for me. Let me start building my career in cricket. And then they start learning, and then they hit the plateau, they leave something else. And the second kind of people, they start learning golf, and then they say, oh, I hit the plateau, but I'm an achiever. I'm going to go through it. And then they work so hard on their own, and then they come out of it. But then they hit another plateau, and then they come out of it. So ultimately they get success. But then they get so exhausted on that when they get the success, and sometimes you realize, is that what it is? I was chasing so much, I worked so hard, and this is what it is. Now, the third kind of people who are following the path of mastery, which is if you start learning goal and if you hit the plateau, you say, okay, whom I can find out, whom I can get an advice, how to solve this issue. So I just go and ask the master who has got 20, 35 years, oh, this is the trouble I'm having. He said, can you hold your golf stick instead of this angle, hold it on another angle. And then my mistake is corrected within like 2 minutes. Now I might have to pay him for that 2 minutes of his time, but then I'm not spending so much time. So that is the path of mastery. So that's what I learned, that whatever I want to learn in my life, be it a property or spirituality or health, I just go to the master. I go them and say, okay, can I download your knowledge of 20 years worth?
Yeah.
In like a 5 days, 10 days, 15 days, whatever is the time it takes.
Yeah.
And then instead of spending 1 year, 2 years, 3 years doing it on my own, because ultimately you are going to spend so much money on your own anyway. So that's the advice I'll leave it with, that follow the path of mastery.
Follow the path of mastery. Bav, thank you so much for coming on. I really, really appreciate you taking out. Guys, can we say thank you to Bavin? And I'm sure, Bavin, so many of these will want to have you as a coach after listening to that. You're getting so much love in that chat box. Thank you so much. And we will see you soon. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Oh, look at all that love. You guys are lovely. Look at that. So that was Bavin. £5,000 in debt to in excess of 17 million pounds property portfolio, which is, I don't think there's a property thing that guy hasn't done. He knows a lot, and we're very lucky to have him as a coach. Right, swiftly on to our next coach of today. Dee, are you there? Can you join us? Here she comes.
Everyone. Good morning, Abby.
Oh, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Where are you?
I'm in the Caribbean. I'm in sunny Barbados.
Oh, lovely. Do you know what, Dee? I don't think there's a time that goes by without you're off somewhere or doing something. You literally live your best life, don't you?
I do indeed. The time is now, Abby. The time is now.
I absolutely love that. Get started now. Could you tell these guys when you got started and how you started in property?
Yeah, definitely. So, hi everyone, I'm Deanne, and I started off in property at the tender age of 18. Actually, I was in banking, started age 16, and by 18 I bought my first property. That then went on to be my first buy-to-let, and from there I realized quickly that I could earn passive income. So that's money whilst I slept, and anyone who knows me knows I love my bed. So money whilst I slept, and that was in two ways. That was by rental income, but also by long-term capital appreciation. So for me it was a no-brainer. I continued to purchase buy-to-let properties, and then I later went on to commercial acquisitions as well. And so today I have both buy-to-let portfolio, commercial portfolio, and I'm actually working on other strategies as we speak, but those have been my staple for the last however many years. I won't tell you how many years because I'll give my age away, but yeah.
So you came on a 2 days like this. Why did you decide to join Touchstone?
I did indeed, Abby, and it was all your fault. That was because I was somewhere in the sun, I think it was Florida, and then all of a sudden you popped up, and I thought, this woman's talking about property, and straight away you had my attention. And so I did the hours webinar, which then led to me doing a 2 day, which is what everyone's on here today. Yeah. And it's amazing because even though I had actually been in property for all of these years, I still didn't know what I didn't know. And there were bits about commercial I didn't know. I was never working with an investor. It hadn't even crossed my mind. There were other strategies I hadn't looked at, and there was just the bits that I just thought, wow, it was eye-opening. And so that was why I jumped on after the 2 day, joined Touchstone, and I haven't looked back.
You did our academy, you've done more stuff, and then you've come and you're coaching for us, which is exciting. So you are one of our fabulous coaches, which is amazing. And you are London based as well. We're like Bavin, aren't you?
I am. He's north and I'm south in Kent. So yeah, I'm the other side of the river, but it's all right. We're all friends.
And Dee, I asked this to Bavin. Over your journey of building your multi-million-pound property portfolio, what would you say was the hardest thing you've had to do or get over?
Oh my gosh. That's a really good question, actually, Abby. I think for me, sometimes the hardest thing has turned out to be the best thing that I've done. So I think for me, it was continuing to build it as a business whilst I had my personal family challenges challenges, which I did have those with my children, a lot of ill health and everything.
Yeah.
And at that time, I had family members and friends sort of saying, "Oh, Dee, you know, you've got to stop this now. You've got to pull back from all of that." And the funny thing is, I'm so glad that I didn't, because that's what's helped me right now to give me the freedom to the financial freedom, the freedom of time, the freedom to be able to look after my family without having to exchange my time for money, and without having to think about it too much. So that's, I think, one of the hardest things was continuing through challenges, but I grew through those challenges. And I think the other thing is, again, sometimes not knowing what I didn't know. So I made some choices on the journey that probably weren't the best choices, but I was learning as I went along, but they were costly. And so for me, it's so important that you can get the education, you know, learn from others, because it's a lonely journey, and I was doing it on my own as a single parent as well at times. So there have been mistakes that I've learned from, but they were costly. The good thing is that I didn't quit at that stage, because if I had, I would have stayed at that point where I've lost.
Yeah.
And that would have been detrimental or negative. But what I did was I had to continue and grow through it. And as a result, I've now replenished that. I don't even think about it anymore. And I've gone on to do much more. So I don't feel the effects of that loss anymore as I speak. If I'd quit at that time, I would have done.
Yeah, I love that, Dee. And you work with our students, you see them week in, week out. One of the biggest challenges we've had today is people understanding that they can fund property. You know, I'm saying you can get private investors, don't worry about funding. They've not been trained on it yet. What do you see with your students?
Oh, gosh, again, love this question, because this is what I find most rewarding. I think it's one of the main reasons why I am and will remain a coach. It's because I have, you know, people come in the room, students come in the room, and they're right at the beginning of their journey. And the first thing they say is, I don't know how I'm going to get started, or, you know, I've got something, but it's not enough. I'm, you know, haven't got an investor, don't know anyone, or whatever. And the funny thing is, we unpack everything. We look at each person, their personal circumstances. Where are you? What have you got? What are your resources? Not just your financial resources. What's your time like? You know, how many hours can you contribute to this? And so we look at everything. And then once we've unpacked it and we make the roadmap, we say, okay, this is what you're going to need to get you there. And now you're going to go out and do it and be accountable for those actions. So we set those actions every month. This is the next step. Go out and do that, come back, review, okay, next step again. So the most rewarding thing for me has been those students that are leaving the academy at the end of the 12 months, and not only have they found their investment, you know, they're on their second or third flip, you know, they're 30, 40, 50K from the first one, they're on to the second. They found a JV partner, sometimes within the academy, sometimes from outside. Once they start to build confidence and talk to people, they find their JV partners, and, you know, and learn how to structure the deal. So, you know, I've had several students that graduated, and literally they are flying onto their third project, fourth project, or whatever, with their investor, with their JV partner, having released equity, all different ways.
I love that. So funding is possible. I think a lack of money is only in your own head, isn't it? But we're going to be training these guys tomorrow. And Dee, what would you say? Because we've got a lot of people here today, and one of the biggest things they're struggling with is doing something different from everybody else around them, and the fear of that, and maybe the fear of losing money. What could you do to help these guys like tackle that fear a little bit? What would be your advice?
Fear is something that, like I say, you have to go through it, grow through it. But I have an acronym for fear, and that is false evidence appearing real. And I think a good 80 to 90% of the things that we fear is going to happen never actually does happen. And if it does, there's always another way that also presents itself as an exit or a way around it. So it's usually not as impactful as we think it's going to be. And I think, to be honest, the things that we fear the most are the things that have the reward on the other side. So like for instance, I'm here, a lot of my friends are in property. This is my friend's complex here in Barbados. He's got, I think, 14 apartments, a pool and everything, and will continue to build. Start, just his parents' main house. There was fear there to take on such a massive project. But now it's so rewarding, and all of us were just here as friends. I think I've got one. She was in the pool. She's gone somewhere, and it's just, we are reaping the benefits and enjoying this. And it's so lovely him being able to sit here with us and thinking, God, suppose I didn't do this, So there's so much on the other side of fear. Not let fear cripple you in your spot where you are. You've got to grow through it, and you've got to go through it.
I love that. Grow through it, go through it, get on the other side of it.
Either whichever way around you want to do it. I say go through it and then grow through it.
Go, then grow. Got it. Got it.
Go and grow. That's it, isn't it? Go and grow.
Yes. And the other challenge we've had today, Dee, is a lot of people wondering, can I still do this? I work full time. I might have young kids. My life's busy as it is. How on earth am I going to fit it in? And you did it as a single mum. You built it. So what advice would you say to help people with time?
So again, to me, wherever there is a will, there is a way. And I've definitely, just speaking from my own experiences, I've had real challenges. So being a single parent, having 2 children that are disabled, and needing to dedicate time to it. I've had businesses as well. So I've been, challenged and pulled in all different directions. But just by allocating and dedicating the time to property, later on, the reward that I've reaped has been that I've got more time. Do you see what I mean? You reap what you sow. So if you make time to do the thing that you need to do, at the back end, you will reap the time that you put into it. Now, I don't have to, answer to anyone about my time. No employer, no one can sort of question, well, how long is she gone away for? I was in Jamaica doing property for the last 2 months, came back in June. Now I'm in Barbados, with my friends, hanging out and looking at other opportunities as well. My time is my own, and property has done that for me. But I would just say, remember that you reap what you sow. So if you are going to sow time, you are going to reap time in abundance at the back end. The harvest is always bigger than what you sow, isn't it? The harvest is bigger than what you sow.
Yeah, and it's always worth it, isn't it? Always worth it. Dee, thank you so much. You've been incredible, and it's morning time over there. What would be the number one last thing you can leave each and every one of these guys with?
Oh my gosh, there's so many things. I personally think right now, this morning I woke up, and the first thing that I did, my friends were here, they said to us, let's just go down to the beach and just exfoliate, have a swim. I've done so much this morning. I've come back and relaxing, and it's still, well, I say it's morning, it's just turning 1 o'clock. But for me, whilst I was there, I was reflecting, and I was just thinking that we have to take control of what we want. And every morning, and I'm speaking to you all on here, and you're here for a reason, you've joined for a reason, because there's something more that you want. Every morning, we all have 2 choices, and that is, we can either continue to sleep with our dreams, or we can wake up and chase them. And I would say, wake up, chase them, don't limit your challenges, challenge your limits, and make the rest of your life the best of your life.
Oh, there we go. Wise words to finish Dee off. Thank you so much, Dee. You've been incredible. We will leave you to be round the pool and having your best life. Give us some feedback, guys. Isn't she amazing? Thank you, Dee, for being incredible. And we will see you soon.
Brilliant. I look forward to working with you all. Take care. Have a great day. Have a great weekend. Bye, Abby. Bye, everyone.
Thanks, bye.
Bye.
Oh, isn't she incredible, guys? We are so lucky. We have an amazing bunch of people that coach and help our students. And sometimes you just need these sorts of people in your life that'll help you pull back and help you unleash what you know is possible. So are we ready to meet our final coach before we wrap up today? Dan, are you there? Can you join us? Here we go. Is he there? Yes, he's there.
Guys, hi Abby, hope you're well.
Hello, how are you?
Very good, thank you. Very good indeed.
And whereabouts are you today?
I'm in France. I've come over to see some friends, and so just nice to sit around a pool, relax, eat, drink, and be merry.
Oh, lovely. How hot is it over there?
Oh, it's about 29 degrees.
I fly out Monday to the south of France, so yeah, exciting. Oh, well, thank you so much for dialing in. I really, really appreciate having a bit of your time. Dan, can you tell these guys where you started in your journey?
Yeah, sure. So I started with Touchstone 3.5 years ago. My background's martial arts, so I'm a martial arts instructor. And before Touchstone and all of this, we had a very large martial arts academy with a franchise business, and then COVID happened, and we lost pretty much 60% of our business overnight, and it was devastating in the sense that I built up this business that was going to be the legacy I was leaving my children. I'm a single father of two, and I was going to leave the business to the kids, and then obviously COVID hit, and that made me realize that the legacy I was going to leave my kids wasn't really going to work if I weren't around. So found Touchstone, saw Paul Smith on one of these YouTube videos, and this guy was sharing figures, and sparked my interest. But yeah, didn't know anything about commercial properties, service accommodation, HMOs really, I suppose, and so yeah, decided to get a little bit more education. Came on a 2-day course and decided to take the plunge. I remember sitting down with my boys and saying, "Look, boys, doing this course, hopefully it's gonna, it seemed really interesting, and I'm going to share, some of the details on it later on." So I remember I try and share the experience with my two kids, and that's ultimately what we did. We in the education, and decided to do service accommodation for my first strategy, which was amazing. It was an amazing first year.
Which is exciting. You joined our academy. You were straight in and joined on your 2 days, didn't you? Yep. Can you tell these guys what was your first deal? Because it still makes me chuckle.
Yeah, sure. So in essence, and again, I shared it with my boys. We decided to convert our home to a service accommodation unit. So that meant that we'd have to move out. And we did. We moved out to our home. Moved into a martial arts academy. So we set up camp. So we had camp beds in my office, which was a little adventure for me and the boys, and one that we enjoyed. I remember sitting down with the boys, showing them the bank statements, saying, "Boys, this is working. This is, we were hoping to make about 24,000 on our, from our home net profit." And we absolutely smashed it. We made 39,000 within the first year net profit from our own home, which was amazing.
Which is crazy. And you went on and you did more, didn't you? You didn't just stop at one.
No, well, the thing is, if it's working, then why do anything else? So we decided to do another 2. Our target was 4 for that year, and we had a financial target of about 100,000 passive income. Which we smashed. We kind of exceeded that total, but it's kind of I would never have known how to do service accommodation. I would never have known how to set up, be compliant, and kind of having that support was invaluable when I was going through the process and kind of learning more, because the courses were brilliant, but the coaches that was invaluable.
Yeah, I love that. And you've done that your first year. 100 grand, over 100 grand net. The other thing that you've done really well, Dan, isn't it, is being able to use other people's money. So how much have you raised in joint venture finance?
Well, raised just over 750,000, and I've still got to pinch myself, because when I came on this 2-day course and you guys were talking about investor finance and people lending money to other people, I was kind of like, come on. I'm Dan Thomas from Southport, Northwest. Who's going to give me money?
Yeah.
As I've done the courses, as my education kind kind of improved. My knowledge started improving, and I started doing projects, and I started kind of speaking to other people, and having that knowledge, having that kind of ability to find deals and speak to other people within the community. It's just linking it was just connecting the dots together, and I didn't think it would happen to me, and I've still got to pinch myself when I say 750,000, but it's we've got a few different investors that we use on a regular basis now, and as a coach, it's wonderful when we hear different students come on the course each and every month saying, God, I'm working with this person now, and people coming together and doing wonderful things. So it's life-changing.
So how long have you been with Touchstone, Dan, now?
Been with Touchstone for 3.5 years now, yes. Well, I joined up again, didn't I? So I think I was the only person who's done this. I don't know who else has done this, but they couldn't get rid of me, guys, I've got to be honest. So I did service accommodation the first year, and then the second year I wanted to do commercial conversions. Again, different skill set, different courses, and different coaches. So I signed up again for year 2, and I was the student you just couldn't get rid of.
Yeah, we just couldn't get rid of Dan. But so Dan, 3.5 years, you've raised over 700,000 in joint venture, other people's money to do your property business. You made 100 grand in your first year. How big is your portfolio today?
It's currently sat at about 3.8 million.
Wowzers, look at that. And you, like Dee, are everywhere, aren't you? You travel a lot, you love your life, you get to take your boys away.
Yeah, the biggest drive for me was my boys, my kids. And when I grew up in the back end of Liverpool, in a place called Kirby. I don't know if anybody knows this area, but we were super poor. I'm one of 6. And it was a struggle. It was we were hungry all the time. There was some food in the fridge, and I just didn't want that for my kids. As a single dad, I wanted the best for them. I wanted to put food on the table. I wanted to a good roof over their heads, and to give them the best opportunities in life. And through education, through taking action, and following guidance, I've been able to do that. So we went skiing. We're going sailing this month in 2 weeks we're going sailing. So I'm taking the boys along sailing for the first time. So just kind of to have the courage to take that step to invest in yourself. That's been the biggest takeaway for me, really. Investing in myself has been huge, and it's impacted my life and the lives of my children. So it's been the best thing I've ever done.
I absolutely love that. And Dan's got a question for you. Another Dan. Dan, do investors generally stay with you for further projects?
Yeah, most of the time. I mean, obviously, different investors will have different kind of goals or aspirations. So, but largely, if you're giving them a good return, then why wouldn't they? We've got investors that we've used 2 or 3 times, and we're continuing to use them all the time. So yeah, I mean, absolutely. Obviously, if they've got money deployed elsewhere, and didn't have the resources for that particular project, then it's always let me know when the next one comes along. So yeah, absolutely.
I love that, and that's why it's not a lot of investors you need. 1 or 2 and you're off building, aren't you? And it's win-win. Dan, what would you say over the last 3.5 years? What's been your biggest challenge in property?
My biggest challenge hasn't been the deals, it's been tradesmen. And it was only probably not the last 1.5 years, but certainly the first year, or 2 even, just not being able to basically burnt them out. Of I had a builder that went missing. He was halfway through one of our units. It was like one of our small hotels. Yeah. And he just disappeared. I couldn't, he wasn't picking up the phone. He wasn't answering any calls. He wasn't. I was going to. I just burnt this guy out, and I thought I'd killed him somehow. I thought he'd had a heart attack or something like that. So I was really genuinely kind of worried for the guy. But what happened was we had one project after the other project so we lined everything up perfect. So as one project finished, the next project will start, and this guy just burnt out. So now I have multiple builders within multiple teams that can do different projects, and that was the biggest challenge. It's not anymore.
No, I love that. And Dan, what would you say to each and every one of these people that are on here that are wanting to do it, but like everybody, they've got normal risks and fears, and they, you know, the and ahhing, is this the right time for me? What would your best advice be?
You know, you can dissect and find reasons why it's not the right time. If your why is big enough, you do whatever it takes. And my why is my kids. You know, I've got a business, a single dad, do everything on Zoom. When I started, you know, my property journey, and you know, it was tough. It was hard work, but you do what you need to do to get to where you want to be. And ultimately, if you don't take any additional action, then you're going to be in the same position you're in now in a year's time. And then in a year's time, you know, when you think about it, I started 3.5 years ago, and I've built up, you know, 3.8 million over that period. So that's just over £1 million a year. If I started 2 years before, then I would have been £2 million up, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
So
exactly.
So it's, you can't afford not to do it. You can't afford to sit back, let another year pass, and then think, oh, I wonder what would have happened. I wonder what if, you know, because like I've said, I've followed the steps, I've taken the action, and my life was completely different. You know, like you say, I travel the world now. I've got, you know, I spend some wonderful times with my boys. And if your why is big enough, you climb mountains, you run through wars, you do whatever it takes. So just think about what your why is. And if it's big enough, you will do whatever it takes, and you will find that money. Because I didn't have the money just lying around. I had to find it. And if you want it hard enough, you will get it.
We've got a private question coming through, Dan, for you, and I am going to ask you it. Sorry if you've got 2 more minutes. Someone's saying, how did you make the decision to join on your 2 days? What was it that you just decided, I'm going for it?
The what if, it's, you know, it was my boys. It was the what if, you know, my legacy was my martial arts business. That's no legacy for my kids, because if I go, the club goes. I wanted to create that legacy from my boys. That, you know, I don't mind working my socks off, but if I've got nothing to show for at the end, then what was it all for? So I don't mind working now. I mean, I don't work anywhere near as many hours as I used to, but you know, it's kind of, I've got that legacy for the kids. I've got MIY. So that's what did it for me. That tipped me over the edge, and it was yeah, I had to find the money, but you know, like I said, the first year I made £100,000 passive from service accommodation. So imagine if I didn't invest in myself.
Yeah, it was a great return, wasn't it? Investing in yourself and the knowledge and skills for life. Someone's just told me off as well. I forgot to say, whereabouts do you invest, Dan?
Northwest, so Southport, Liverpool, Manchester, staying away from Preston, I think. But yeah, around the Northwest.
There we go. Gemma and Josh saying, when you started out, what did a busy day look like for you when you were doing the essays? What was a typical day?
When I first started out, obviously I had to learn the systems and the processes. But yeah, I mean, it was just making sure guests had the details before they checked in, making sure the cleaning team were doing their job, checking no maintenance was required, and yeah, so quite early on, I mean, we had 4 within our first year, and so just having some communication with guests was kind of pretty much the extent of what we did. And we spent a lot of time building as well, so buying the next project, buying the because the first one was our home. We bought a hotel. I never thought I'd buy a hotel, by the way. And you know, we bought another hotel, which we converted to an apart hotel, and then we bought a block of apartments, and so we kind of just continued to grow and build, and then we a customer care manager to then deal with the guests and, you know, change lockbox codes and stuff like this. So so now I have very no, I don't have any involvement in the SA business anymore, apart from just making sure that you know, it might be a call once every 2 weeks or something like this. You know, how's the bookings getting on, and that's pretty much me.
I love that, Dan. And I know when you started, you had your busy martial arts business, you had your boys as well. How did you fit it all in?
You know, I'm going to be honest, it wasn't easy to fit it all in, but that's why I needed to do it. Exactly why I needed to fit it all in, because I didn't want to live that life, and I didn't want to put the hours in. I didn't want to be a slave to the martial arts academy. I was coaching most nights. Obviously, when COVID hit, I was doing over 100 one-to-ones a week, just to kind of service my students. And it was tough. It was very tough. It was very stressful. It was tough times, and to build to build a property business on the side of that wasn't easy, but that's exactly why I needed to do it. That's exactly why I needed to do it. And now I don't have that stress. I don't have the constraints of the martial arts academy anymore, because I don't need the income like I used to. So.
I love that. Dan, I know we've got to let you go. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing. Guys, can we say a huge thank you for Dan? Hasn't he been incredible? And I'm sure these guys that join us this weekend will be queuing up to work with you, Dan. Thank you so much for being awesome. And enjoy France.
Oh, thank you very much. All right, well, take care, guys, and enjoy.
Thanks, Dan. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So there you go, guys. That's 3 of our wonderful coaches. We'll put their names in the chat box because I forgot to do that. So you can go follow, check out their social media, see what they're doing. Dan does loads on TikTok and Instagram. So we'll put the names in there. But thank you so much, guys. They have been incredible. So these are the types of people you'll be working on with over the next 12 months. And you can mix and match coaches. You don't have to stay with the same one. So we just have a few questions there that I thought I would answer. Dan did his first property really quick. He moved out of his own home and he made his own home a holiday let, and he made 39 grand profit in his first year. Gemma and Jake were saying, so Dan didn't get a property manager in to begin with. No, not everybody does. I did, because I just couldn't do it, but I would definitely advise for you to do that. Do the coach help you with areas that are better to invest in? Yeah, we do, Lisa. We'll analyse deals with you. We make sure that you're looked after. So what you do right and you do not. Nikki says, is it possible to hear from someone who's failed after joining the academy? I think it's a bit hard to get them on here, Nikki, to tell everybody that they've failed. But we have a 93% success rate. The people that fail, you probably already know why they've failed. Tell me in the chat, guys, why do you think people fail? And they get refunded. They don't go and build wealth. Why do they fail? Yeah, they don't commit. Either they've already got quite a lot of money, so 15 grand wasn't a lot to them and they don't do it, or they just don't action. So and that's the challenge, isn't it? It's too in their head. But we've only got a 7% fail rate. So, and I don't want you to focus on that, guys, because I don't want you to, because what you focus on, you'll bring. So I don't want you to focus on that. I want you to focus on being one of the 93% that absolutely smashes it. So thank you so much, guys. Have you enjoyed day one? Has it been a good day? Has it been a good day? Yes. Amazing. Well, if you like today, you're going to absolutely love day 2. And just a reminder, if you haven't already, team, can we share that link? Please make sure you register. Come and join us in the morning, 9:50 off. I'm going to be talking to you all about our Wealth Academy. Then at 10:50, we start day 2. We're doing raising money from other people, private finance. We're doing deal packaging, being a property making £3,000 and off plan. We're doing commercial property. Hopefully Paul's going to be back to train us all on commercial property and deep dive into some of the bigger deals. And then we have Anna Smith coming to join us. She is phenomenal and so inspirational. And finally, we're putting together your wealth plan. So I know it's a lot to take in, guys, but remember, chill out your brain, relax. Tonight, I really, really want you to dream big, because tomorrow I need to know where you're going and I want specifics. What house you want to live in, what car you want to drive in, how much you want, and let's together. Thank you so much, guys. You've been incredible. I'll see you at 9:15 in tomorrow. Make sure you get sleep, because day 2 is going to be epic. See you soon, guys. Bye.
All of you leaving here, there's a price that comes with that. First and foremost, knowing who you are. Knowing who you are. Being able to answer this question, who am I? And what do I want? I'm asking the bigger question of who am I? Who am I really? And what do I want? I don't want to just be successful in the world. I don't want to just make a mark or have a legacy. The answer to that question for me is I want to fulfill the highest, truest expression of myself as a human being. You must have some kind of vision for your life. Even if you don't know the plan, you have to have a direction in which you choose to go. You want to be in the driver's seat of your own life, because if you're not, life will drive you. Knowing who you really are in this space and time that we embody. You must find a way to serve. Martin Luther King said that not everybody can be famous, but everybody can be great, because greatness is determined by service. Now, we live in a world where everybody wants to be famous and where we admire people for just being famous. We think being known brings us value. The truth is, all of that will fade in time. In 3 years, you won't be able to name the housewives of Atlanta. The real truth is that service and significance, service and the significance that you bring to your service is that which is lasting. When you shift the paradigm of whatever it is you choose to do to service and you bring significance to that, success will, I promise you, follow you. Service and significance equals success. Here's the key. Learn from every mistake, because every experience, encounter, and particularly your mistakes are there to teach you and force you into being more of who you are. And then figure out what is the next right move. What is your true calling? What is your dharma? What is your purpose? All of you leaving here have the potential for enormous success. There's a price that comes with that. People don't always like you, and they're not always happy for you. And if you surround yourself with people who are not accustomed to your success, they become fearful. They become scared because you are reflecting back something to them that they don't recognize. People who want the best for you want you to be your best. So my greatest advice to you is to surround yourself with people who are going to fill your cup until your cup runneth over. And what I know for sure is that the biggest choices begin and end with you. Your internal big questions. Who do I want to be in the world? Be excellent. People notice. Let excellence be your brand.